Good morning. Can I get a sound check from folks because we are not hearing anything?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Momentarily, can folks just turn on their microphone and give me a sound check, please? When we
I can hear you in
load up.
McLean, Virginia.
Okay, thank you very much. When we loaded up the video, all of a sudden everything went quiet.
Hello, Michael. I can hear you in Chicago.
Good morning. Thank you. Sorry for that. There's feedback. And can anyone hear the video?
No.
No video sound.
Okay. Is the video running? Run it. Can you verify sound?
No sound.
Tim, would you like to narrate this?
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, it is. Me anyway. We can just skip over the video, and I'll pretend I remember what I said. The important thing is that the 2.5-minute video here is the entirety of what I plan on saying in my 30-minute talk right now. So the main point is thank you all for coming. I know for the most of you, this was a short notice invite, whether to speak or to attend. And between Michael Lane and Liftport Group, Leo, Alana, and Lila, the foundation, this has been a fast and furious event design and execution. And so thank you for the long hours and what ultimately is going to be a nicely designed event that we can carry forward into the next several that we do. So is the video still going? I'm going to pretend it's not. And so welcome everyone to Blue Marble Week. Blue Marble Week is an event that Michael and I first talked about several months ago with the idea that it be a fusion of a Silicon Valley pitch, a TED Talk, and some other thing. And we hopefully have encapsulated that third intangible, you know it if you see it, with our first run here. Blue Marble Week is meant to be a 12-month series where this event is sort of an overview of the topics that we will cover over the next 12 and a preview of the sorts of speakers, the types of talks that will go forward. It is ultimately a test run, and we need your feedback to make it better. So at any point, contact any one of us at the foundation or Liftport and let us know tweaks or ideas for the next events. So who am I? Who's the Foundation for the Future? My name's Tim Chrisman. I am a retired Army officer, a former CIA Space Department officer, and the author of a book, Humanity in Space. I founded the Foundation for the Future this summer as a way to be the someone that we've been waiting for since Apollo, to make space boring. I have a 6 and an 8-year-old, both of whom are enamored by the idea of going to space. Both of them hate the idea that going to space requires getting shots. In their heads, it should be just as easy as flying on an airplane or riding in a car. Why do they have to go through months of training and get shots, worst of all? And so I realized that I, like millions of Americans, have looked to space and thought it would be cool to go there one day as soon as someone figures out how to get me there. I'm sure there's someone at NASA that'll help me do that. Over the last few years, the thought has been, well, Elon will take me, Bezos will take me, Branson will let me ride on the wing. But it's never been, I could do something. It's never been normal people doing anything to make space real. I knew in my head that there were people starting companies, people trying to build the sort of basic infrastructure in space that we take for granted here on Earth. The plug-and-play systems that are in every cul-de-sac, in every subdivision. But it wasn't real to me. And I realized until that is real to the rest of America, we're always going to assume someone else will handle it, and that it'll be a rocket scientist or some other hero type entity that, while they're not playing a major league sport, are busy solving world hunger. It's never a solvable, tangible issue. And so at the Foundation for the Future, our mission is to make space boring. We are trying to build a community of people who are already doing just that. And we're taking their work and turning it into action by building a public-private partnership in the form of a Space Infrastructure Development Corporation. We've submitted a proposal to Congress called the Space Act of 2021. We'll talk more about this tomorrow, but the short version is we're looking to build the sort of federally chartered corporation that was done in the Depression with the Tennessee Valley Authority, ComSat in the 50s, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation of the 90s and 2000s. This entity would bridge the gap with financing between private equity and NASA and Space Force, give a continuity to the money that gets allocated every fiscal year from the government, and ultimately take the sort of long shot investments in basic infrastructure, basic survivability, sustainment, and access systems that DARPA has been making in the military survivability and adaptation realm for over 50 years. So that's a little about us, what we're doing, where we want to go. I briefly mentioned this Blue Marble Week, but a little more about it. This first event is a shameless attempt to crowdsource ideas, plans, and numbers. So as I mentioned, we're going to Congress and knocking on doors, delivering proposals and saying, Congressperson, Senator, you spend money to build roads, to build bridges, to build ports. Why is space treated differently than every other domain in your district? We know the answer is because there's nobody there, and so nobody votes for it. But we're trying to make a constituency in their districts from their voters that will care, whether it is proposals about advanced material foundries or ideas from you all about projects you're working on in their districts, proposals you've submitted that could grow American jobs. We're looking to be able to deliver hard numbers, hard facts, and real ideas. Michael talked to a lot of you in his intro to this event about it being time-bound, about wanting to stick as close as possible in the realm of reality. And not reality as in crazy, wild, big ideas or off limits, but in the idea that if you're given federal investment or a public-private partnership comes to you and funds your technology, your company, your proposal, what do you deliver over the next 4 years? How many Americans are back to work or newly at work or trained in new industries? Space has always been a hard, a crazy, wild place. As we've started up, we've realized that there are a lot of flat earthers who just wait on the internet for new space entities to show up. And they have everything ready to ensure that their narrative is the most real. Until we can deliver just as readily the sort of pithy, goofy comments back to them, back to their friends, back to our families that no, space is not hard. There's just not people there. Surviving in the desert is hard until you're there with the right equipment, the right training, and a little bit of infrastructure. And so here at Blue Marble Week, we're looking to you because we know we don't have all the ideas we need. We don't know all the people we need to know. And so over the course of these 3 days with your presentations, we hope to shamelessly pirate ideas, cite you aggressively in our outreach, and ultimately build a community of doers who are ready to see the dreams of Apollo realized, who look at the Blue Marble photo and don't see just a nice image, but instead see the idea that a tightly integrated crew can take an unscheduled photo on the way to the moon in what ultimately was the last trip man's made there. They did that because it was an opportunity and they took it. They did it because they saw what they wanted us to see, which is one world united. And evidently, they also wanted to provide Houston a data point that the Earth is round, because that is exactly what they reported immediately after taking the photo. And so as we go into Blue Marble Week, I hope you all have fun, learn from others in the community, and ultimately help us as we take your message to Congress, to policymakers, and show them that space is not a match for American entrepreneurs, especially not ones who are crazy enough to have done it before anybody else got involved. I'd like to hand it over to Michael here soon, who's going to go over an overview of the sort of grand architecture framework that we are envisioning. And then over the course of the day, we'll hear from a number of different speakers, for the most part, providing the sort of introduction to what's needed, how it's needed, and a grounding in the now. What are things we can do tomorrow, next week, next month? Tomorrow we'll look a little bit about the mechanics of how we at the Foundation and our partners look to pass the Space Act of 2021 to create this Space Infrastructure Development Corporation. And then on the last day, we're dreaming big. When we win, when this corporation is passed and the public sector and the private sector can leverage each other's money, ideas, and experience, what can we do with that over 5, 10, 15 years? And so that's what we're going to do. Michael?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is bright and early on the West Coast out here. Thanks very much for everyone joining. I'm going to load up my slides here, and we're going to kick this thing off. Okay, y'all seeing my slides? Okay, it would be, okay, great. So, whoops, where am I? So hi, I'm Michael Lane. I'm the president of Liftport Group. This event came together, we started talking about a little while ago. I first started talking to Tim about 4 months ago. And my first impression of Tim was he was a wild card. I described him to someone as a hand grenade. Nobody's pulled the pin yet, but I don't know what's going to happen here. So, handle with care, handle with care. That was my first impression of him. And I think that's really quite accurate. I think some big things are about to happen here. What I'd like to do today is kind of talk about the future, the near future. And it's in this context. It's in the context of this little tiny dot of Earth in the top left-hand corner. I made a conscious decision when I was creating this slide deck, not necessarily to show the blue marble image. If you look over my shoulder, the flag that I have here, I've had this flag since, I don't know, probably 8-10 years. It is the blue marble image. So this event, it's not a gimmick. It's something that I think that we believe in, that there is something profound happening and has been happening since December 7th, 1972. So I want to just kind of pause for a second and just think about this little blue dot in the left-hand corner and this target of this larger immense moon that's available to us. And I want you to think about all the things that are happening from the ground on the Earth to the moon. It really is quite astounding. In my nearly 20-year career in the space field, and I usually work on pretty wackadoo out there ideas. So I'm very comfortable in kind of frontier technology, frontier development. But in my 20 years of doing this, we've evolved from having about 400, slightly less, 350 satellites at all in the whole cis-lunar ionosphere. There were only about 350 to 400 satellites, and some of those were dead and inactive nearly 20 years ago. Now, fast forward to where we are today, we're just shy of 4,000 satellites, a tenfold increase in a pretty short amount of time. And that by itself would be astounding if that was the whole story, if we just stopped right there. But that's not the whole story. The rest of the story, the unfolding story, is that within the next 10 years, we're very likely to have 40,000 satellites, another tenfold increase. But there's strong arguments because of the mega constellations that are designed and in development. There are strong arguments that we could have 90 to 120,000 satellites, 90 to 120,000 satellites. And that stat comes straight from the Satellite Industry Association. So this space that we're showing between the Earth and the moon, what we refer to as a cis-lunar ionosphere, there's a lot currently happening, and there's a lot more going to happen. So when Tim and I were bouncing around the idea of this Blue Marble Week concept, we put some rules into it. We put some boundaries around it. And two of the things that we really wanted to focus on was current technology, what I refer to as sometimes as purchase orderable technology. When I first started working in the space field, I worked on chasing Bigfoot. And I say that sarcastically, but it was the development of the Earth's space elevator. And that meant we needed to have carbon nanotubes in order to have the strength requirements for the string. And it felt like chasing Bigfoot. I would literally go around the country and around the world when someone spotted a new technology that would be transformative. And I did that for a long time, and we had a pretty good sized team working on it. But in the end, nearly 20 years later, no one in the world yet has a material strong enough to build the Earth elevator. So when Liftport switched gears to focus on the lunar elevator, I made the conscious decision that we wanted to work with purchase orderable technology. And so I talked that over with Tim. And what we wanted to showcase at Blue Marble Week was aspirational for sure, but near-term aspirational. And what we mean by that is technology that is grounded in developed and developing science. It takes place between the Earth and the moon. We're not extending out beyond Mars. We're not extending out to asteroids. We're also looking at a very specific time frame. What is happening immediately? 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. really focused on the here and the now. And then also think about soon. And what does soon mean? For us, it's 2035. So everything that we're talking about is really focused within those two boundary points, from the ground to the moon and from 2020 to 2035. But we're also trying to understand, how does this impact the world, right? There are going to be a whole lot of new astronauts, but how does that impact the people down here on the ground? Tim talked about his kids and they're wanting to go to space, and I fully support that. And you're going to meet some interesting folks later today that have some aspirations. But what about the 7.7 billion people living down here on the ground? How does Blue Marble Week impact them? And so one of the other elements of this Blue Marble Week was to really focus on the economy, on infrastructure, not just on STEM. World Space Week does a really great job at focusing on STEM, but we want to look at the impacts of STEM. What does studying science, technology, engineering, and math mean to us down here on the ground? And that always comes back to jobs and economy and gross domestic product and quality of life. That comes back to having hospitals with better technology, cars and airplanes with better technology. It comes back to your Amazon Prime product arriving on time when you think it's going to, and that is tracked from the moment you hit your order button through the digital payment system, through the warehousing process, to the GPS tracking your product from the moment it leaves the warehouse to the moment it arrives at your doorstep. That world, the world that we're in right now, where we're sharing video screens and we got folks from around the country and around the world, this is the world that we're living in, and it's a product of that STEM technology. So when we start talking about Blue Marble Week, we want to talk about how this relates to us down here on the ground. We've got a grand architecture I'll describe here in a bit. But as we unfold the next, from December 7th today to December next year, we've got a whole series of very focused conversations, very focused events. And they're all wrapped around this concept of getting us from here to there. So I hope you'll join us on that journey. The last thing I'm going to say about Blue Marble Week is that we hope that it is inspiring. In the same way that Yuri's Night is a global space party, in the way that World Space Week is a global education program, we hope that Blue Marble fits right in the middle of that. It should be a celebration, but it should be a celebration with an exploration of what's coming next. So let's talk about where we are and where we're going. And I want to really, really stress that this is an apolitical event. I think Tim said it best what it is, saying it is aggressively and fiercely apolitical. There are folks that are speaking later today and tomorrow and Wednesday that some of them have some very important roles and responsibilities, and we don't want to get dragged into the middle of an argument. So we're going to be ignoring questions about politics. But within that, we live in the world, we live in the United States, and there's a current policy out there, maybe subject to change, from the National Space Council. And it is, in a way, it is a starting point for this grand architecture. Important caveat, I've been talking about the grand architecture for almost 15 years. So all I saw when I read this document was it reinforced the plan I'd already been embarked upon. So what is this thing? There's 5 parts to it: commercialization of low Earth orbit, returning to the moon, extending to Mars, science and technology beyond those borders, and workforce as infrastructure. It's got some great language. It's not a very long document. It's only about 20 some pages. I really strongly encourage folks to take a look at that. It is the binding document currently. I think it will, at the very least, pieces of it will stay in place. But I think it's a pretty good plan. And what does it mean, right? We are going to be focusing really on the first 2 elements: commercialization of LEO, and then going on to the moon. So I know this is super boring. I apologize for that. We'll get into some more interesting stuff in a second, but I want to actually dive into the words of this document because they matter. They matter. There is a very, very strong emphasis on private sector revenue generation. It's actually quite amazing. In my career of doing this, I've never really seen a document this, I will say, brazen about focusing on commercialization. If you see behind me, there's a ton of books. Many of them are old school science fiction. That's how I got involved in space in the first place. And there's all of those books talk about private sector pursuit of profits. This document refers to regulatory barriers and how do we take them down. I really like the idea that companies can invest and reap a reward. They can invent and earn the results of their intellectual property. So the document really focuses on building a pipeline of research and development in low Earth orbit. But it's also talking in a different paragraph, it talks about what we need to do down here on the ground. So as we build these commercial platforms, we will eventually be able to shift from Earth orbit and out into the moon. We're going to create communications, propellant depots, astronaut training, and ultimately health research. That kind of thing we've been doing for a while. The International Space Station's been operational for 20 years. But this language really emphasizes the kind of co-development with the commercial sector. And that's an important shift. And very near and dear to my heart are the idea of having fuel on orbit, whether that's propellant depots or space tugs or gas cans that come flying to you. We're going to develop longer lasting capabilities, life support, power generation, transmission, storage, surface transportation, and ultimately resource utilization. There's a lot of science fiction out there that talks about how we're going to create these modules that are self-replicating, that can build stuff out of lunar regolith. There is a big step between here and there. And there are a lot of folks working on that technology, but it is still very, 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 very challenging, and we're not there yet. So the work has to continue, and I feel confident that over the next few years that will happen, but we will get results by doing this work. we will get results that we can use down here on the ground by doing this work. The act of having long sustainable life support off-world will have impacts down here on the ground. This long-term presence in low Earth orbit, that's I think what we're all striving for. That's what I think. I assume everybody on this call probably wants long-term presence in low Earth orbit. I gave a lecture to ISU, International Space University, about 3 weeks ago, and I asked them, how many people do you think are going to be in orbit as astronauts, whether private or government? How many people are going to be astronauts within the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 15 years? It's taken nearly 60 years to get a little over 600, 650 astronauts. That's great. I mean, that's a pretty remarkable accomplishment for our global civilization. But Virgin Orbit has 400 to 600, the number's a little bit fuzzy, between 400 and 600 paying clients. I kind of tend to shy away from the idea of tourists, but they have paying clients that are going to take suborbital trips up into the sky for a little while, just a few minutes of weightlessness, and then come back down. Do they qualify as astronauts? Yeah, I think they probably do. Is that the first step towards point-to-point suborbital? Yeah, I think it probably is. The idea that you can go from one city to another city in another continent in 45 to 75 minutes instead of a 15-hour, 20-hour flight. I mean, I think that's revolutionary, and I don't use that word lightly. So what we have learned by going to space is only the tiniest fraction of what we're about to learn. It is conceivable that we could go from 600 to 6,000 astronauts in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And how is that? We're going to talk about that a little bit more in the presentation today. But imagine a world where we have already seen satellites go from 400 to 4,000 in 20 years, and it's going from 4,000 to 100,000 in 10 more years. So that exponential curve is boggling. So why not be able to apply that to humans going to space? I'll tell you what the breakthrough is on that in just a bit. Focusing on the International Space Station, we know it has a lifespan. We don't know exactly when, whether that's 2024, 2028, or some extension beyond that. But we, the United States, will not build another ISS. I really don't think that's very likely. I think it's unlikely that our international partners will also not build something like the ISS. We know that Russia is going to carve their modules off and create something independent. We know that China is building something independent with some European partners. So over the course of the next few days, we are going to be talking about space stations quite a bit, mostly on Wednesday. But whatever happens, we're not going to duplicate this asset. So when that chapter is closed, we need to make sure that we've got something else. And the something else is very likely commercially owned and operated space stations, which I'm 53 years old. That is literally the stuff of my high school dreams. So that it took a little while to get us here, I don't care. I'm patient. We're going to do amazing things with these space stations. But it's also important to note that the United States government, while being a major actor, is not the only actor, and that the world that we were very comfortable in with a USA versus USSR, where there were two superpowers with an interest in developing global influence by their space program. We're not there anymore. That's not how this is. There are dozens of space agencies now. They all have their own agenda. For the most part, they are observation and communications agendas, but not all of them. Not all of them. There are wild cards like the United Arab Emirates that has strong ambitions and a strong program towards going to the moon and most especially Mars. So before, it used to be two clients, the Soviets and the Americans, two budgets, and one singular mission, the moon. Now there are arguably hundreds, if not thousands, of individual clients with arguably hundreds, if not thousands, of individual missions. Many of those missions are complementary. Many of them are competitive. It would not be hyperbole to say there were north of 100 budgets with north of 100 individual tasks or goals. So the United States government will be a component of a much wider, broader, richer cis-lunar econosphere and cis-lunar ecosystem. I'm almost done with the slide chart, the eye chart here. So just bear with me here. What we're doing preps us for Mars. That's really what this document that came out of the White House a couple months ago is really trying to say. Our event here this week is really not focused on Mars, but it's important to note that what happens out on the moon is a precursor to going to Mars. The guy on the left here, now retired Lieutenant General Stephen Quast, he'll be speaking later in the day. And one of the things he said to me was, this is maybe the most important conversation in our nation's history. And at first I thought that was hyperbole. And then after our phone call, I really just pondered that for a moment. And I think it might be accurate that the steps that we take as a nation, as a species, as we move permanently off-world, how we do that matters. How we do that, I think, is very significant. And then the guy on the right, Dr. Joel Mosier, is the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force. Surprise announcement, I am hoping that he joins us on Wednesday as our closing speaker. He has given us a tentative thumbs up that he'll be here. So barring a very busy man's very busy schedule, we hope that he will be joining us. So it's really interesting that these two folks are kind of the bookends for our keynotes on Monday and Wednesday. Between them, their insight is pretty powerful about the very near-term future, and given the context of their roles, formerly in the government and currently in the government, they have some very interesting insight into the near future. Look, we know that the moon is very close, but it's also relatively easy compared to going to Mars. It's not an 8-month trip, it's a couple-day trip, which the Chinese found out very recently. A couple days ago, they were the only nation ever to have 2 simultaneous assets on the surface of the moon. America's had stuff circling the moon for a really long time. Israel made an attempted landing last year. They crash landed. India made an attempted landing last year. They also crash landed. Between them, that was $250 million worth of crater and rubble. But remarkable that it happened at all. And so we will be talking to one of the architects of that Israeli mission on Wednesday. But reducing risk, right? Going out to the moon is shockingly hard. And the stuff that happens in between here and the moon is shockingly difficult. And we're going to have to grow the number of habitants. I mean, just think about that. Like this is kind of a benign sentence, but there's only been 12 people walking on the surface of the moon ever. And depending on how budgets lay out in the current and next sessions of Congress, we could see that number of inhabitants grow very quickly. And I think the phrase, the number of inhabitants is very benign, right? It doesn't really, like if I wrote this, if I was the person who was writing this document in Washington, D.C., I couldn't help but slip in an exclamation point at the end of this sentence, because I want the number of astronauts on the moon to increase, right? So that's the kind of stuff that's happening. While the language might be dull, the results are pretty darn exciting. Running around, doing surface mobility, getting astronauts and cargo, very importantly, cargo to and from the moon. On Wednesday, we'll be having a speaker from NASA come in and specifically talk about Gateway and Artemis. And it's also super important to talk about this interoperability, right? That commercial and national and international partners all must work together with some sort of standards organization. And so NASA has been focusing on the communication interoperability standards, but there's a lot of standards that need to be developed. The International Space Station was a really strong example of how we could do that with 15 partner nations. But as we move out to multiple space stations, and we've got Tom Murata from the FAA going to be talking about space stations on Friday. As we start talking about the kinds and the number of space stations out there, we're going to have to get really, really good at interoperability and working with commercial and international standards. This sentence, this line at the very end, nuclear power generators and pressurized rovers, that means long-term energy and long-term capacity. It's not just about flags and footprints anymore. It's about going there with resilience. It's going there with determination, and it's going there to stay more than just a few hours or a few days. When you have this kind of energy capacity, it changes everything about what you do with your flags and footprints. You have opportunities with that much energy that you didn't have before. So that this language is a part of a federal document. Within 2 days of this document being released, the National Renewable Energy Lab issued calls for proposal for power generation for the moon. So as this document was crafted and released, it gave political cover to other organizations and other energy, the Department of Energy. It gave them political cover to do the kinds of things they wanted to do, but didn't have political permission to do. So that's a pretty big deal. And as the next year and 5 years and 10 years unfold, I think you're going to see more and more conversations about power and energy. We want to use the moon as a laboratory, as a stepping stone for going to Mars. Now, Mars is not my mission. That's not my personal interest and dedication. And that's not the focus of our event here this week. But it should always be in the background as kind of a necessary first step. The moon is a necessary first step. I think we all know that there's a whole lot more water on the moon than we ever imagined. It seems like every couple months we find that there's larger and larger ice deposits. We're now finding it on the equator, which we originally didn't expect. But just because it's there doesn't mean we can just drill like we do in the Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma Panhandle, and all of a sudden water's going to start gushing out. So I think the folks on this call probably already know that, but there's a very big disconnect with what the world and the community know about water on the moon. I find that very surprising sometimes when I have these conversations with folks, but there is a big disconnect with what people know. So I think it's important to us in our community to really clarify that this water ice on the moon is measured in parts per billion. You have to move a whole lot of regolith in order to sift out the good stuff. And we don't have anywhere near the technical capacity today to just move that volume of real estate. So even if we had all of the extractive processes and technologies, just the, I will say, earth moving, but it's really Luna moving equipment is a whole nother problem that's really been underappreciated. So first you have to move the dirt, regolith, and then you have to figure out how to extract and process this. But another step that is also necessary is the legal framework for staking a claim. Earlier in the summer, NASA released the Artemis Accords. I think those were a pretty brilliant document. Several nations, I think it's 8 nations, have now signed on to that document. It is being treated as a treaty, although it does not have the force of a treaty in the normal sense. Space law is not my necessary field, so don't quote me on that, but I believe that's true. But as these Artemis Accords are propagated out into the world, going back a moment ago about the international partnerships and interoperability, that's the kind of stuff that we're going to need if we're going to go to the moon in a significant way. So the idea of just living off the land, again, this would be another sentence that I would have wanted to write an exclamation point on if I was the author of this document. Living off the land on the moon is really, really difficult. Honestly, it's a bridge too far. We're not able to do that now. We probably won't be able to do that for the next 15 years. So it's interesting it's in this document, but it's not immediately achievable. This idea about ensuring a presence of strategic importance I believe that General Quas is going to talk about that quite a bit today, so I'm going to skip through that. But it is really important to note that there are political decisions based on strategic positioning in the cis-lunar environment. Everything from low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit, all the way out to L points and ultimately the moon. They have value, and that value is becoming recognized. Finally, I'm just going to say it. It's about damn time that we send a woman to the moon, and I'm just going to leave it like that. We'll have precursors of robots, and there's a lot of precursor robots heading that direction. But soon, whether it's the arguable date of 2024 or 2028 or probably somewhere in between, we're gonna have some more boot prints, but it's not necessarily about political statements this time. It's more about achieving a goal that will have longevity. This last line about a secure and stable regime is pretty important. I believe again that Lieutenant General Quas is going to talk quite a bit about that. There is going to be a rule of law that governs operations in cis-lunar space. I'm curious to see ultimately how that plays out. And then finally, that's the end of those super boring slides. But I felt like it was really important to showcase what the current doctrine is and why it's important and how I think ultimately it's going to unfold. There is a role of government in all this. I think that's pretty obvious. There are current programs and there are potential future programs. I would say that that's one of the main reasons that the Blue Marble Week is hosting this set of events this week. And then more importantly, over the course of the next year, we'll be coming back over and over and over again to kind of current programs and potential programs. We know that we wouldn't be in space at all were it not for the pioneering efforts at NASA, and credit where it's due, in the Soviet Union. So how things have changed over 50 years is pretty startling and pretty remarkable, but there will absolutely certainly be a component of government in all of this. So how are we going to measure this? How is this ultimately going to be evaluated? Whenever we talk about space, we almost exclusively talk about hardware. It's the new cool, sexy stuff, right? It's the thing that gets people's attention, because seriously, who doesn't want to watch a rocket launch and then miraculously, to me, it's still boggling to me, watching a rocket land? Of course, people want to talk about the hardware. It's fun, it's exciting, it's interesting, it's not easy. But that's not the whole story. So over the next couple days, we're going to be talking a lot about hardware, but we're going to talk about it from a different perspective. We're going to talk about it from the workforce perspective. How do you land a job in this field? What do you have to know? What kind of capabilities? We're going to look at it from the perspective of how does R&D go from big ideas like space development and satellites and space stations? How does that translate down here on the ground to to value down here on the ground. So this isn't a showcase of cool new rockets. It's also not a showcase of, as much as I admire Blue Origin and Jeff Bezos's vision for that company, it's not about showing herds of elk on orbit in this park-like setting of a 1 million person O'Neill cylinder. Now, I like that vision. I definitely want to see humanity get to that point, but this is hardware grounded in the facts of the next 15 years, the things that we know or almost have at our fingertips. It's focused on from the ground to the moon, so it's going to leave out hardware, inspiring hardware like SpaceX's and Elon Musk's vision for Martian settlement. So the hardware that we're going to be talking about is space tugs. It's on-orbit transportation. It's developing materials in space for manufacturing. So this is a very different kind of space conference, if you will, because we're not talking about the normal stuff that we talk about in space conferences. The rockets are cool, but they're not the whole story. And it's important to start breaking away from that. We're going to talk about business. We're going to talk about the economics of finance and its role within this in this field. It takes a lot of money to do this stuff. It is not cheap. Fortunately, recently there has become a new amount of money that was not available 5 years ago or 10 years ago, or certainly 20 years ago. Capital for this field is available in ways that it has never been before. And why? Why is that capital available? It's because there's a return on investment. There are tangible results, and in Silicon Valley parlance, there are exits that people can point to and say, if money goes in on this side, it's going to come out on that side, and I'm going to make some along the way. So that's really important. What is the money of space look like? A third metric that is really important is outreach, storytelling. Who do we talk to? How do we tell that story? What is that story that we're telling? I would say that is vitally important. I would say it is probably the most underappreciated aspect of this whole space adventure that we're on. We're going to talk to a student this afternoon that's representative of that outreach effort. Julia Thompson is going to talk about her own experience, but she's also going to talk about the hundreds and hundreds of space programs in academia. It's really quite boggling how robust that community is. So outreach is not just telling stories in press releases and reading something in space news. It's also museums and movies and education outlets like universities and college and high school programs. That piece ensures that we have a future workforce. And so Shelley Brunswick at the Space Foundation is going to talk especially about that. And then finally, an element that we have mostly ignored in our planning for this event intentionally is the global framework, laws, policies. But what we did, how we addressed that was we brought in some folks with kind of more of a strategic defense and national security perspective. Framework usually encompasses laws and global policies, but it also deals with the operating environment, and certainly DoD writ large is a component in that. So that's some of what we're going to be talking about over the next few days and over the course of the next year. This famous quote has been used and used and used, and we use it in as many different places as an industry. We use it in as many different places as we can. But in this context, I wanted to talk about what's going to happen in the next 10 years. And depending on your source, European Space Agency has one number, the technical consultancy Bryce has another number, but whichever source you're looking at, it's between 40 and 95 missions to the moon in the next 10 years. Just let that sink in for a second. Just like absorb that, because we've only had a few missions to the moon, whether it's the Soviets, whether it's the Americans, whether it's the recent effort from China, the failed efforts from India and Israel. There haven't been that many missions to the moon, and a lot of them have wound up as multi-million-dollar craters, tens of million, $100 million craters. But in the next 10 years, there are, if you follow Bryce reports, there's 95 missions going to the moon. So if you have an environment where there are 95 missions to the moon, you also have a very, very robust low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit environment as well. So those 95 missions are broken up between about 11 nations. Many of those missions are partner missions, but the United States, based on the current budget and the current allocations, has about 72 missions to the moon in the next 10 years. Now, I don't know if that schedule is going to play out the way it was designed, but it is boggling to me to imagine 72 American missions going to the moon. And equally boggling if those budgets change and that mission focus changes. You have 11 nations with 23 missions that are going to the moon, whether the United States does or not. So I think this is an opportunity for us to lead in a way that we haven't for 50 years. And it's also a way to partner and have, some of that Starfleet Academy global partnerships in developing space. Or we could just step back, not commit the budget, not commit the technology, not commit the workforce. And there will be consequences to that. So I'm going to stick with the hopeful vision of the current budgets and the current mandates, and hope that is continued, because I think this is possibly the most exciting decade I've ever been alive for. I was very, very involved in the first decade of the internet rolling out, and that was an amazing time, and the world changed dramatically. To be a part of this rollout for this next decade, as much of a futurist as I am, as much of a, I will say crystalbology, the crystalbology, I joke about that I try to look into the future and see what's going to happen. I really can't predict what happens when the world sends nearly 100 missions to the moon in 10 years. And some of those missions are already in place. We just talked about China returning a sample from the moon for the first time in 40 years. That is a remarkable achievement. So the next 10 years could change absolutely everything. In order for things to change, there are 7 fundamental technologies. I refer to them as civilization shifting technologies. Each of these each of these technologies, in some cases, have taken thousands of years, not hyperbole, thousands of years to evolve, right? We went from bone and stone era to industrial steel, Kevlar spectra, and Dyneema materials, right? It took us 10,000 years to go from 0 on a strength spectrum. It took us 10,000 years to go from 0 to 7. Industrial steel is about 3.5 gigapascals. Spectra, Dyneema, some of those materials, those aramid fibers are nearly 6 and 7. It took us 10,000 years to go from 0 to 7. And in the next 10 to 20 years, we could go from 7 to 70 gigapascals of strength, whether that's carbon nanotubes or graphene or some combinations of those. Materials are core to going to space. Energy is core to going to space. We have to master biotech, communications, robotics, and computing in order to go to space. There's a reason why there's been a 50-year gap between going to the moon the first time and then developing this vast cis-lunar ionosphere over the last 50 years to going back to the moon now. We have to master these civilization shifting technologies in order to go to space en masse. And that's, I think, what we're all trying to accomplish. So how does this grand architecture roll out, right? It seems like most of what I just described was really preamble, but ultimately, how does this unfold? There's 6 big parts to it: launch, Earth observation, communications, in-space transport. Our component of the lunar elevator, I think, fits in there: space stations, mining, manufacturing, and ultimately space-based solar power. So I feel like those are kind of the big aspirational targets and projects, but I want to break it down a little bit more detailed. This whole revolution that we're talking about is only possible because of reusable rocketry. When I started on this on a NASA project a really long time ago, the idea of reusable rocketry was science fiction. And equally, the idea of a space elevator was science fiction. Fast forward, well, no, I'm not going to fast forward. Still 20 years ago, I had the choice of working on 1 or 2 of those technologies. I chose the space elevator. It wasn't easy. I felt it was the best technology for mass cargo, mass transit, off orbit, off Earth transportation. And I bet my career on the space elevator, for better or for worse. If any of y'all know my history, it's better and worse. I did not expect, and in fact, I actively scoffed at the idea of reusable rocketry. But then fast forward to about, that was in 2001, 2, and 3. Fast forward to 2004 and 5, I saw Jeff Greason bring a small rocket engine into a conference and demonstrate fast relight capabilities. And all of a sudden, the world changed just a little bit. That reusability changes everything. SpaceX, Blue Origin have obviously astounded the world with their reusability, but notably there's about 7, if I'm counting it right, there's 7 reusable rocketry companies in the United States. There's more than a dozen in development. Tom Olson is going to talk a bit about the technologies behind some of this stuff and how that technology kind of scales back to us down here on the ground. But this revolution in rocketry has made it possible to do things that were not possible 20 years ago, financially, economically, logistically, scientifically. This reusability has changed everything. And one of the fastest immediate impacts was on satellites, whether that's on communication satellites or Earth observation satellites. The CubeSat form factor evolved over that same 20 years. And what I remember an Air Force officer telling me that he referred to CubeSats as long form space debris. That is how he described it. Long form space debris, persistent space debris. That's how he described CubeSats, because when they were first coming out, they're so small, they were almost untrackable. 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters is a pretty small asset to identify and track when it's traveling, 22,000 kilometers an hour, 300, 400, 500 kilometers in the sky. So there was a lot of skepticism in the Air Force about this new form factor. Fast forward 10, 15 years, the CubeSat form factor is the de facto standard for a lot of organizations. And they can do remarkable stuff, stuff that no one expected 5, 10, 15 years ago. Even 3 years ago, there's been some breakthroughs. So launch has enabled this global fleet of space assets in mostly in LEO, but also in GEO. So that's kind of the first step in this grand architecture, is get really, really good at launch and Earth observation and communications. But launch also plays into our everyday lives. It is conceivable that within the next 5 to 10 years, many American cities could have spaceports attached to them, whether that's for, and I'm gonna lump in supersonic technology, but whether that's with supersonic technology or point-to-point suborbital, that technology and the infrastructure necessary for that technology could shrink the planet in the same way that the internet shrunk the planet 20 years ago. So launch comes in a lot of different flavors, whether we're trying to go from Seattle to Tokyo, or whether we're trying to go from an Uber to orbit, ride sharing to orbit. It changes the nature of getting to and from space. But if you do ride share to orbit, which is happening all the time, usually you get to the wrong destination, or you just accept wherever the main payload is going, and you decide you're going to go somewhere near. Now, if you're a high school and there are high schools building satellites, or if you're a college and there are a lot of colleges building satellites, then the destination is maybe not as important as the process of education that it took to build the satellite. But if you're a company, where you land or where you end up in is really important. So in space transportation, becomes more and more and more important. And that means you've got to figure out if you're going to take a space flight launch to orbit and you're going to go to point XYZ and you really need to be at point X ABC, how do you get from one to the other? And that means space tugs. Tuesday, we're going to speak with the vice president of Momentous, and she's going to talk about how Momentous, just a 4-year-old company, is valued at $1 billion in their upcoming SPAC IPO. It's that there is demand for that service. It is a necessary and vital technology. It's a gap actually in most of the development. And so here they are coming along with commercial technology to get you from, one spot in orbit to another spot in orbit. They just recently announced that they've got some transportation pushing towards the moon. So I think that's super exciting. So once you've got launch and once you've got in-space transport, then things start getting really interesting really fast. I'm going to mostly skip talking about the lunar elevator because I'm going to talk about it a lot on Wednesday as we kind of end the session focus on the moon. But a Lagrange point station attached to the Earth, and the Lagrange point station attached to the moon gives you an awful lot of capabilities in the space station sector, right? And so we're talking about space stations at low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit to a lesser degree, and the L points, and ultimately I'm going to lump in space stations on the ground of the moon as well. That technology is evolving very quickly. We talked quite a bit about the International Space Station, but there are many nations and a few companies working to develop space station technology. We're bringing in Dr. Rob Hoyt to talk about some of the work that they've done on the International Space Station and some of their plans and expectations. And we're also bringing in Justin Kugler to talk about Made in Space and some of their stuff. And it's important, again, to note, because we're not focusing on the hardware so much as we're also focusing on the business and the economics of this, that both of those companies were recently bought for multi-$100 million buyouts, exits, because, again, they have the backlog of clients, they have future potential, and so they're going to talk about what they're doing on orbit. Finally, we start moving into stuff that's a little bit more aspirational, manufacturing and mining, both in orbit and from the lunar surface. That's a little fuzzy. It's a little hard to say what I would say 7, 10, 12 years out looks like. But it's going to take 7 to 15 years before we're really actively mining on the surface of the moon. But it does fit within our 2020 to 2035 timeframe. So we do want to talk about what comes next. And within that context, we're going to talk about space-based solar power. Personally, that's one of the reasons why I got into space in the first place. I wanted to power 40% of the global population by powering the top 300 cities of the world with clean, green, limitless energy. And it was because of space-based solar power that I made my choice between space elevators versus reusable rocketry. Some might say I chose wrong. I think the verdict is still out on that. But ultimately, we needed heavy lift in order to build space-based solar power from the ground of Earth. However, if you've got the rocketry to build up space stations and mining capabilities on the moon, you also, by default, have the technology necessary to build space-based solar power systems from the surface of the moon. So we're going to explore that with Doctors Jaffe and Gerritsen on Wednesday. And that ultimately is the grand architecture. Certainly, I believe that our lunar elevator plays a role in that, but it is by no means the whole story, right? This is just one cog in a very, very complicated, large system. And I want to talk about the system, right? The node is more powerful. The network is more powerful than the node. Even if the node is NASA, even if the node is SpaceX or Space Force, even if it's Stanford or University of Washington or new programs in the field, Vanderbilt, Cal Poly, there's so many individual nodes that are enormous. Each of these nodes are enormous, but there's also tens of thousands of other additional nodes. Now, I'm an old school nerd because I liked space when I was a kid, but I also spent a lot of time in the heavy metal and going to some really amazing concerts. So I created an acronym called ACDC in homage to one of my favorite bands. And that stands for academic, civil, defense, and commercial. And these players kind of make up the global ecosystem for the cis-lunar econosphere. And as each of these individual nodes become more individually powerful, it makes the larger network that they are a part of even more powerful. Again, I mentioned the early days of the rollout of the internet. I feel like we're at exactly that same point in time that these individual nodes are strengthening and building out capacity, but as you connect those nodes, it becomes far more resilient. So it's because of this network and it's because of the strength of these nodes that I have a lot of confidence over what the next 10 years, 15 years is going to look like. There are actually, not figuratively, actually tens of thousands of academic, civil, defense, and commercial actors in this field. And that represents hundreds of thousands of workers, hundreds of thousands of people employed in this field. And that we're not, and I'm only counting the space division of Boeing and the space division of Lockheed and the space division of Raytheon. If you start bringing that stuff in, you're talking about millions and millions of people. So the network is really, really powerful. I'm going to wrap up here in a bit with talking about how this is going to ultimately unfold. On the one side, there's the idea factory, and I refer to that as the network that we just described. There's tons of good ideas. There's a lot of bad, flawed ideas. The market will find the balance. Government policies will find some balance. Good ideas will rise, bad ideas will fall. But this idea factory makes it possible to start building public-private partnerships with governments, with academic institutions, with other corporate institutions, and ultimately create the infrastructure that we're all working towards. So what might this look like? The idea factory is going to generate revenues in a lot of different ways. It's going to use space technology as a lens for its research. It's going to pick a problem, aim for that problem, think and work towards that problem, invent something, and then it's going to license that something. And it's probably going to license it beyond the aerospace community. We're going to be talking to Baratunda Kola later this afternoon, Dr. Kola, about some of the work that he did at Georgia Tech to do exactly that. There are going to be spinoffs and exits. I've just mentioned Dr. Hoyt and Justin Kugler. And there are going to be companies that build operating subsidiaries that just work on this idea factory. A shout out to NASA and Space Force and US Space Command and our other international global partners. They will wind up being a component, in some cases lead, in some cases follower clients in these larger efforts. Certainly I want to say congratulations to NASA and the courage that they had 6, 8, 10, 12 years ago when they committed to a course of commercialization. There were a lot of folks there that risked their careers, and I would argue that the successes of Dynetics and Leidos, the successes of Blue Origin, SpaceX, and then dozens of other smaller companies that are not as well known, not as well recognized, Relativity Space, Rocket Lab, Sierra Nevada, many companies that have worked in partnership with NASA and are now beginning to work with US Space Force. That philosophy of commercialization that was pioneered and then accelerated, that has transformed the industry, and I don't think that that's going to change. I don't think that's going to stop. That kind of symbiotic partnership is absolutely necessary. And then ultimately, what do you get from that is you get lunar outposts and cargo transport and orbital logistics, right? This is the infrastructure that we are ultimately all going to be dependent upon to build out this cis-lunar econosphere. And then more granular, what kinds of things are we going to get out of this? We're going to get strong string. We're going to get better alloys. We are certainly going to get better at communicating and computing. I recently saw an article about a pretty impressive set of chip technologies that we'll be describing later today. And the director of the Graphene Council is certainly going to be talking about materials and energy. So this idea factory is really going to be in hyper overdrive over the next 10 years to support these public-private partnerships and the infrastructure that we're developing. As for some of the things we're going to get out of the partnerships, the public-private partnerships, we're going to get space domain awareness and enhanced communications capabilities. And ultimately, the infrastructure that we're going to wind up with. Yes, I believe we're going to have a space elevator, but we're also going to have real estate on the moon, on orbit, at the Lagrange point. We're going to have fueling capabilities. We're going to have mining capabilities. Settlement in a lot of different flavors is going to be a natural outcome. And we're going to learn how to do arguably the most difficult kinds of construction. So that's what this grand architecture really looks like. I want to stress that governments around the world, mainly the United States, governments led us here, but the innovation that's happening is happening so quickly at the individual companies. Remember, I said that there's thousands of individual programs happening right now with thousands of budgets and thousands of individual missions, that the innovation spectrum is outpacing the government's goals. So we're getting more, in the same way the internet evolved, we're getting more and more ideas from more and more places. And whereas the government used to be the director and controller, they are now becoming clients, anchor clients for sure, but clients of a larger ecosystem. So these are the parts of what I believe is the grand architecture for the next 15 years. I'm happy to take questions. I know I talked for a long time about a lot of things here. This is something that's very near and dear to my heart, and I hope that it lays a powerful foundation for what we're going to be doing over the course of the next year with the foundation and with Tim's team. I want to stress my thanks to Tim and his team for orchestrating this event series. We wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't be thinking about the future in the way that we are without them. So thanks very much to the Foundation for the Future, their sponsors, and certainly their combined leadership of the president and their directors. With that, I'm going to open this up to comments, questions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I want to, I'm interested to hear what you have to say. Thanks very much.
Hi, Michael. This is Michael Mealing. Had my hand raised, but
Thank you.
didn't know if you saw that. So I'm just going ahead and jump in with a quick question. In I think the last slide, you had government is anchor client. From an investment standpoint, and this is something that you and I have talked about, and even something that Tim and I talked about last week. How do we get to, because right now it's not just NASA, well, the government, NASA DOD as anchor client, it's NASA government as only client. There are a few of the CLIPS companies that have some very small commercial applications that are right along, but we are suffering from a lack of demand generation beyond the government. And everything that you've been talking about this morning is really on the supply side. Do you have any thoughts, or does anyone else at the event have any thoughts on how do we ensure Congress that government is not going to be the only client for the foreseeable future? Because that is one of the number one comments I've gotten from congressional staffers and members is how do we transition to government being a client and not the client?
I really wish I had an actual answer. I'm going to do a little bit of hand waving here because you're absolutely right, Michael, that a client base of one does not make a market. I think that's actually your quote. I think you've said that to me before, and so I'm just parroting back what you've said to me. But it's true. It's accurate. A client of one does not make a market. I would say that I don't think it's a client of one for very much longer. We are in that precarious point of if you build it, maybe they will come. And I say that because you have companies like Relativity Space raises $500 million to build a new rocket system. What justifies that? And I think that is justified by the potential of new markets opening up, not certainty, but the potential of new markets opening up. And when you look at kind of the global experience of space, and I know you know, but I'm saying this for the rest of the public listening. I'm the president of the International Space University's U.S. Alumni Association. So I do have my fingers in the pulse, on the pulse of kind of the global space experience. I would say that there is a developing ecosystem for space commercialization. We're not there yet. There is a market of one right now. Well, I would say there's a market of two. I would give Space Force its own market and NASA its own market, because I'm not talking exclusively about the moon. You and I spend most of our time talking about the moon, but I think we're talking beyond that. I think there's a smaller market for space stations, an enormous market for satellite communications and satellite observation. So if you only limit it to the moon, which is what you and I talk about, yes, I think you're right. There's a market of two, one or two. But I think that there is a soon to be larger market of other nations, and that AC/DC community that I just referred to, I think is going to help spur that market. But it's unproven. It's absolutely unproven right now.
And I would have to agree. I mean, as a VC fund focused on this sector, LEO commercialization, it's a challenge, but there's a path, and we sort of understand the path. The conclusion, I wouldn't say conclusion is too strong of a word, that I and others in the investment community are looking at is, if you're talking about beyond LEO, then the only thing that really justifies the investment across the board is humans. Nothing else really needs the level of infrastructure that we are talking about, because it's very hard to make any of those investments close unless there are self-floating carbon units willing to go spend large amounts of money to leave LEO. So, thank you.
I will confess my optimism that the reason for doing all of this stuff is for those humans to get out there. So I'm okay with kind of front loading the market a little bit, but you're right. Like it's a legitimate question, and I think you are looking at it from the appropriate perspective of a financier in the space community. You're looking at it from the perspective of today, right now, and I am looking at what does the next 15 years look like.
Oh, absolutely. Well, anyone that's in venture capital actually is always looking forward 10 years, because that's when you expect to sell your companies. You do your investments now based on what things look like then. Right. But this is not just the finance perspective. This is also Congress's perspective. Like I said, every time we talk to congressional staffers about anything beyond LEO, the number one question is, how do I not become yet another $12 billion government program that's full of just rent seekers looking to suck money out of the taxpayer?
Right. Good questions. We're gonna switch over. I'm gonna drop off. I do want to point out, I believe y'all have gotten links to a chat tool called WonderMe. If the moderators could put, thank you, Lila, could post that would be great. I'll be bouncing back and forth to chat there. We can kind of continue this conversation with folks, and I'm going to turn it over to our moderators. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Good morning. Just checking. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
You hear me? Thanks, Michael. All right. Good morning, Blue Marble Week. I hope you all are well today. Kicking off this exciting first of a series of many conferences. Just a reminder that if you want to see the future conference topics, you can go to bluemarble.space. Is it bluemarbleweek.space to see what future topics, if you're enjoying the conference. So first up, we have a speaker, Josh Carlson. Josh Carlson is the author of Space Power Ascendant. This book contrasts Chinese and American space theory and strategy, and it finds that China will win if the current strategy is not changed. Josh holds a master's degree in English and in military operational arts and science and is the editor at Space Force Journal. His book, Space Power Ascendant, it's been receiving great reviews. It's extremely timely and relevant as China just planted its flag on the moon this week, as Michael already talked about. Josh, are you here with us? Can we get a sound check?
I am. How are you guys doing?
Great. Welcome, Josh. Thank you. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you.
And I just want to note before you get started really quickly that we really want to encourage connections and conversations. So people, everyone, please feel free to ask questions and engage with each other in the chat. And if you'd like to experience more offline conversations, like Michael just talked about, we have the link to the wonder.me page. So with that, Josh, take it away.
Yes. So I'm going to be talking about space development theory primarily and the infrastructure that must be with that. Space development theory looks at ultimately, I think a lot of what Michael Mealing was just saying with how do you close the economic case? And so from my perspective, how do you get outside LEO and still make it economically viable? In my opinion, with the limited research I have done, it looks to me like to get away from that, we have to get away from the concept of either just exploration in space or just the data usage or data sharing that most of the LEO stuff looks at. So being able to broadcast various things. The only thing I think that would justify a lunar economic endeavor would be the things that are either very difficult or contested on Earth. In particular, the rare earth metals come to mind, as those are, well, rare, as their name would indicate. And China and Russia have been using the market in an effort to gather those resources and keep us from being able to use them as much as possible. And ultimately, the rare earth metals, obviously that determines, among other things, computing capabilities and some of the more extreme production capabilities that we would be looking at. And so, I mean, we spent trillions of dollars going to the Middle East, among other things, attempting to secure our flow of a very valuable resource, oil. It would make sense then that you would also make sure that you could secure vital resources like rare earth metals. That would be a part of the lunar expansion, and a very good reason to go there specifically, and not necessarily anywhere else. Additionally, the solar power and water ice in the form of ice present on the north and south pole of the moon. If you refine that, you can create propellant for rockets, and using reusable rockets, you can reduce the supply line costs of going to the moon. And so I would see the rare earth would be the driver, and then the water would be a benefit to be able to have, essentially to refuel your vehicles, so you're able to make it there quicker, and you are not having to bring all that fuel, get it out of Earth's gravity well. It's already there on the moon if you've got a base there. So all of that, let's get into the space development theory talk. Space development theory takes a step back, looks at space from the perspective of nationally, how can it be used? And it takes the cues primarily from the historical naval and land expansions as well that are fairly similar, and particularly look at the European expansion to the New World. You look at America's expansion across the Midwest during the 1800s. And you can break it down into several steps that seem like they repeat. It seems to be a consistent theme across all domains. In particular, it goes exploration, you have to see what's there. Expansion, you have to go there and reduce your cost of getting there and back. Exploitation, and that's really the touchstone, and exploitation is taking the resources, the positions, everything intrinsic to that area that you have just gone to, and bolstering national economic capability through that. And then the final stage is a situational stage. If claims are contested or there is a competitor, then you might enter a phase of exclusion, which is utilizing, among other things, the military tool of national power in an effort to secure your access to that area and exclude the enemy. One other element of space development theory, I'll come back and visit those later. I'm just prefacing in talking about all this. The other element of space development theory is recognizing a division in the domain in space that all other domains recognize. All other domains recognize the military and civilian delineation. You have the Army, obviously, and the civilian, or however you would refer to them. You have in Navy, you have sea power and maritime. And in air, you have air power and aviation. I've started to see in the recent space capstone document, there was a mention of military space power, which suggests, unless they're doing I believe a tautology, they're not restating the same thing. So they are trying to say that there is space power and then there is military space power. They are trying to make a distinction. I would propose the term space power to delineate all things military, primarily militarily focused, and then astronautics as things that are primarily civilian, economic, industrial. This is basically everything else. The production capabilities, these would be astronautics. Both of these are defined as things that benefit the nation. They must be able to accomplish strategic ends for the nation. This is important because it helps you think about the difference, especially as there is a expansion in the markets that we're seeing that's fairly unprecedented. I mean, we're into the hundreds of billions of dollars internationally, but the government programs are only in the tens of billions. So there is a commercial market, as Mike Lane was talking about on the supply side, that for the first time we're really having to recognize as a independent. I think it should be recognized. I think we're still in the process of recognizing it as a independent force in the market. This helps make sense of commerce as it's something that must be independently supported, something that must be bolstered and protected by the military domain, very similar to the naval domain. Mahan and Corbett both talk about commerce as the driving force behind military sea power. The reason for a Navy's existence is ultimately to be able to protect the commerce that flows through the oceans. That commerce is it would be considered under the phrase exploitation. It is the economic bolstering of the nation. And so ultimately the core element that must be the case is the commerce, that the sea commerce must be protected because of that. The only reason that we have the Navy there is to protect it because other people might not like the Navy. There's pirates and all sorts of other unsavory characters. But the core of space development theory is recognizing that there is a difference between military capability, which is found under space power, and the economic, which is astronautics. Now, how do you use these? In the very first phase of space development theory, of the phases of space development, is exploration. The point of exploration, there's not a lot of infrastructure necessarily at that point. In the terrestrial domain, this would look like in the European expansion, saying the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, across the ocean. That is a exploration. We are going to see what is there. Another example of this would be Captain Cook's voyage, circa 1860, 50, by the British through the Pacific. Once again, seeing what's there, specifically cataloging the physical presence, the resources that are present, being able to catalog any key checkpoints or key strategic locations. Exploration isn't particularly heavy on the infrastructure, but it is very heavy on sending systems there, usually recovering them, people and systems, depending on what you're doing. Lewis and Clark through the Midwest, once again, another example of exploration. We bought this thing from France, and now we have to go figure out what's actually here. And how do we maneuver on it? What is the most efficient things? What is about the domain that is important? And exploration, one last one, just as an example, circa, I believe, about 1870. After the Civil War, the Navy was trying to find a purpose for itself. One thing it found is that it could bolster the effectiveness of the supply lines going across the Atlantic by documenting the currents, because traditionally they would just sail straight to Europe, assuming that the fastest or the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line. But in reality, on the ocean, they found out that the currents actually pushed the ships, and they were able to make several weeks actually faster voyages, which obviously now lets them turn around, come back faster. They are able to make profit at significantly higher percentage than simply going straight and back, because they were able to travel faster. Examples, and in space, we've already done a fair amount of exploration. I would argue that we are probably in the next phase already in the orbits, and particularly Leo, we're into the expansion phase. On the moon, I think there's still some exploration obviously being done. I would categorize China's Chang'e 5 that just captured the rocks and brought back. That is definitely exploration. They are going there and seeing what is there. Assuming that, and then they are probably doing it based on the fact that the last one they sent, the last rover, had seeds, which suggests that they are looking at perhaps some sort of settlement on the moon, being able to possibly grow their own food or some other sort of crops. And so that would be, exploration is always with an eye for expansion. And so to transition, exploration, you're done with exploration when you have a good feeling of what is there, what the strategic locations are, and how to move effectively in the domain. Once you know what's there, know how to use it, and can move effectively in the domain, you begin with expansion. Expansion is the extending of national infrastructure, and this is where infrastructure becomes very important, into the domain to lower the risk of movement in the domain, lower the cost, the physical cost of moving in the domain, and ultimately making sure you have a secure supply line to protect strategic locations in the domain if they are perhaps threatened by a adversary, particularly a foreign adversary. And so the example once again, in the terrestrial mindset, a great example of expansion would be the British, once again with Captain Cook. So he went and explored. He brought back all sorts of charts of all the islands. And I believe it was within 25 years or something like that of him getting back to England and giving the military, here's the charts. The British had secured, I think, 7 key islands in the Pacific because they now knew where the key ports were. So in the naval domain, expansion looks a lot like ports. You can't really build road on the ocean. You can lay wires or cable, of course, that helps. But primarily it looks like ports, places to be able to pull into, refurbish your seagoing vessels, take on new trade goods, refuel, rearm, and move more easily. It's much easier to be able to refuel your vessels if you have a port, for instance, in Gibraltar at the South Africa, rather than having to make the entire circumnavigation with only basically taking a roll of the dice and seeing what you can try to guess to see if you have the supplies that you're going to need. Another example of expansion rather would be the laying of the railways through the Midwest is in the American expansion across. Obviously, it took a trip that was, when you were making it in covered wagon, I mean, months to be able to get from the Midwest to get further into the Midwest or even to the West Coast. I mean, it was months, a year. You could make that trip with the train. I mean, that was a huge expansion. You could make that trip in days. And so I mean, the increase in trade and all sorts of other things, the increased capability to have movements, there was significant benefit to the railway lines in the American Civil War, and a large amount of the campaigning was actually attempting to tear up hostile train tracks to prevent resupply. So important was expansion. How this probably will look in the space domain, like the sea domain, having a port on the other side to be able to refuel, refurbish is one key element of that. And China has already said they will have a lunar facility by 2036. The United States has said we will have ours somewhere between 2024, 2028. Addition to that, Japan has also stated they will have a moon base, and Russia has also stated they will have a moon base. 4 major powers all stating that they are expanding to the moon by 2036, I believe is the latest one I've heard. The other expansion is, it would be ridiculous to suggest that you travel to sea in a vessel, and then when you return to port, you chuck the vessel and have to build a whole new one every single time. Obviously, that's not economical. And so being able to have reusable rockets, continue to further reuse rockets in orbit. Expansion would also look like on-orbit refueling capabilities. That has already been tested and found to be that we can do that now. And so being able to refuel satellites, extend their life, that is another example of expansion. Being able to move into the domain more cheaply, and that lowers the entry cost, so to speak, into the domain, and that allows for the next phase, expansion, or exploitation rather, because now the economic case can close because your startup costs have come down. And also expansion is making sure that you know what's there and putting some sort of facilities in key locations. I mean, example, once again, British, Gibraltar, South Africa, key areas that allow them to refuel their own ships. And if there was national competition, perhaps deny those same capabilities to hostile forces. On the moon, the moon itself is roughly the size of the United States, give or take. However, the key locations, based on a lot of the studies I've read, is North and South Pole specifically is the most key for lunar ice and also temperature, and also solar power. The peaks of eternal light allows for solar powering of any facilities you would have there. I can't hear you, by the way, Mike. Any solar powering of the facilities you would have there, which would also power a facility for distillation or anything else you would need to be doing with the ice to be able to break it into its components of oxygen and hydrogen, allowing for the construction of propellant, refueling of reusable rockets as they come back to Earth, or even taking that and then sending it back to the Earth's orbits from the moon, because the moon has 1/22nd the gravity of Earth. And so anything you get off of the moon is going to be much, much easier. That's why it took a Saturn V to get off of Earth. And it only took the small rocket on the lunar landers to be able to get back off the moon and back to Earth. Once you've completed expansion, you have reduced the costs and the risk of entering the domain and the key locations. The next step is exploitation. This is the touchstone of the entire theory, because ultimately astronautics drives space development theory. The whole goal of space development theory is to bolster national power through the economic exploitation of the domain. And that looks like resources. As I said earlier, I would argue probably one possible market there would be the rare earth metals that are fiercely competed for on Earth. There has been suggestions that helium-3 might be one as a possible power driver, as a utilization in fusion power. Other reports I've read, it suggests that that's maybe not, there's not sufficient hydrogen-3 to really be able to close on that case. There is a lot at Uranus, but that's obviously looking decades, if not probably centuries into the future, perhaps. But particularly the rare earth metals stand out, being able to refuel satellites using lunar ice. And then once you're on the moon, then anywhere else is also very, very easy to go. So for instance, you could expand to the moon with a lunar settlement, stand up a lunar propellant factory there, and then you get your rockets from Earth to the moon, refuel them there in orbit, or whatever the particular method would be you would use, or even taking the propellant from the moon back to the Earth orbit and just putting the rocket into orbit around Earth. At that point, you've refueled your rocket. Now you're topped off, you're good to go. And at that point, you can go to Mars or wherever else you want to go, now with a full fuel tank. And so exploitation is entirely economic. And so this is where the marketplace really takes over. And instead of the government having to pay for rockets, now the government has a biological marketplace that it can actually buy rockets from It can attempt to put its missions on those other capabilities that are already launching, because there is a marketplace for them. In the European expansion, you had really two types of exploitation. You had the exploitation that the Spanish and French engaged in mostly, and that was the capturing of resources and attempting to bring them back to the old world, as it were, to Europe. But I would argue that was not a terribly efficient way to do it. Obviously, you lose a significant amount in transit, and that is now a strategic liability in that adversaries like the British can target those supply lines and capture those resources from you. The British, however, built new markets in the New World, and then most of that economic benefit was actually in the New World. It bolstered the home nation, of course, but that is ultimately where America came from, in large part, was these new markets that grew out to the point that it generated a sufficiently large market that it became a new nation. Exploitation, once again, that is the deriving beneficial economic development from space. The tipping point is expansion is still pouring more money into space than we are getting out. Exploitation has been entered once, you have a net positive. So for instance, if you have $1 trillion market in space in rare earth metals and propellant and space station square footage to be able to do experiments or whatever you want to do, and all of this is generating more money than you are having to put in to maintain and continue to launch, you have entered the phase of exploitation. I would argue in low Earth orbit, we're probably already there. As we've already heard, beyond Earth orbit, I think that we are on the cusp of it. I think that we can definitely be entering that in our lifetimes. But that is, in my opinion, that is the next big goal, is expanding to the moon to the point that the economic case can close and we can now enter exploitation on the moon as well. And then finally, I won't spend too much time on it, but exclusion. So intrinsic also to space development theory is the concept of initial positioning, I guess we'll call it. And that is, let's pretend we're at a party. I know we don't have a lot of those right now with COVID, but remember back when we would have parties and you'd have that one spot on the couch that's perfect. That's where you want to sit. Everyone wants to sit there. That is the key spot. Whoever sits down on that spot in the couch first has the occupational advantage. They own that terrain, to put it in strategic terms. They own the terrain, and if you can ask them, you can negotiate essentially, perhaps to share. You can engage in hostile actions. You can physically push them out of the spot. You can engage in alliance warfare. You can have someone call the person's name that's sitting down, and perhaps they get up and now you can come sit down. But you have to do something to be able to get them out of that place. They have the positional advantage. Anything you do, particularly a direct movement against them, is going to be considered aggressive. Whereas the person who sat down was just engaging in their free rights. There was no aggression there when they sat down. But if you push them out of that spot, you have engaged in aggression. And so this starts to get into deterrence calculation and the fact that the second actor has an additional cost to acting that the first one does not. And so as you expand, the reason you identify the strategic locations in exploration is that you should, of course, attempt to have some form of control or occupation of them under expansion. In exploitation, those should benefit you. They are either, like I said, South Pole, if it's Lagrange points, being able to position refueling ports there, whatever those strategic locations look like in the domain, and domain knowledge is key to knowing what those look like. And then in exclusion, you have those key locations. The purpose ultimately of exclusion is to be able to present the hostile adversary with such a negative situation and overwhelming forces able to be mustered across the full spectrum, DIME, so diplomatic, informational, military, and economic, to present them with such a situation that you can deter them. It is better not even to attempt to engage in hostile action against you, because the outcome's already known. It's just going to be very costly for them in particular, and so they won't engage in it. And you can lower the benefit they can gain also by welcoming them into the system that you have helped stand up through the national capabilities that you should be developing, especially economic capabilities. One option that this could look like is, for instance, with the rare earth metals, instead of hoarding all of those to ourselves, perhaps we sell 20% of those on the world market or something like that. Depending on, maybe we give higher, in particular, the Artemis Accords, perhaps being part of the Artemis Accords, you get an additional 15% or whatever, however we would incentivize people to be a part of that particular system. And then, like I said, if there is a hostile force that is attempting to engage you, you must be able to muster sufficient military capability and also economic, diplomatic, informational, to be able to deny that adversary the capability of taking essentially what has been decided by as international law that is yours. I'll go to questions in just a moment, but to give one final example of what exclusion looks like, in, I believe, 2013, China declared that they would take the Hongyang Islands. These are also known as the Scarborough Shoals by the Philippines. And they went in, they with a combination of civilian and military efforts, they secured those islands. The Philippines were not able to exclude them, even though this was their traditional ownership and their traditional claim. They took it to the legal courts, the International Court of Arbitration, or International Court of Arbitration found, I believe, in 2015, that China was in abeyance of international law. They had no right to occupy those islands. However, China essentially said, that's very nice, that law does not hold here, and we are going to continue to maintain them. And they have now, because they took those islands over, they have now excluded those from the Philippines. And obviously that is part of their ongoing economic competition in the South China Sea. And so that, I'm assuming it would look fairly similar in space, like I said, with the Lagrange points, north and south pole of the moon, particularly important orbits. You can argue that the geo orbits in particular have significant usability. And all of this is ultimately having a big part of it is that initial occupational advantage. And a large part of that is having the infrastructure to be able to position there permanently. And with that, I will conclude if we have questions.
And people, you're free to either put questions into the chat to everyone, or you can pop up onto the camera and speak your questions, since it's a more intimate group right now.
Josh, if you were asked for a soundbite for the E's, first give me the soundbite, and then like give me a one sentence for each of them. I'm looking for a takeaway.
So to sum them all up, the first three are a natural progression. The fourth is conditional, and that can actually be dropped anywhere in the rest of the phasing, because you might be in the middle of expansion and the enemy attempts to compete with you, and so you must now shift to exclusion to be able to prevent them from occupying the air terrain that you have been working to expand to. Putting it in single sentence sound bites, I would say exploration is the first movement in the domain. It is seeking resources, positioning, and understanding of the domain to identify the most crucial locations for expansion. Expansion is moving into the domain with national infrastructure and capabilities permanently positioning there and lowering the cost and risk of movement in and through that area, domain, wherever. Exploitation is the goal of space development theory. This is the core of it is economic. It is gaining sufficient economic benefit from this location that it is a net positive to the national capability, to the national budget, and the national economy to hold that location and the resources or capabilities that that location entails. And then exclusion is the conditional phase. This is only as there is a hostile actor or actors attempting to contest your locational advantage in some location that you are attempting to exploit, or in attempting to counter your supply lines to and from that location. And yeah,
we've been in quarantine and Zoom meetings for nearly a year now, and I still forget to turn on and off the mute button. Could you talk about your book, specifically the act of writing it, why you wrote it, under what circumstances, the background that initiated it, and I think you have arguably one of the most interesting titles of your master's degree. So share your master's degree title, because I think it's kind of pretty wild. And then talk about how you created this thing.
Yes. So the master's, the MMOAS, is the Masters of Military Operational Art and Science. Basically, it's looking at the military, but scoping out from the tactical fight and looking at the operational, and ultimately starting to look at the strategic. So not just how do you use bombers to achieve A, B, and C, but what is the purpose? What does this campaign look like for those bombers? What is the strategic goal you're attempting to achieve with those bombers, etc., as an example. So Space Power Ascendant, it's the book I wrote while I was at school. I was a part of the Space Horizons Research Task Force, and absolutely.
What's the Space Horizons Research Task Force?
Sorry. So at Air Command and Staff, Space Horizons Research Task Force is one of the class. It's a specialization, essentially. You can take up to three classes for additional credit. The Space Horizons Research Task Force takes all three of those and puts it in three semester or 3 quarters that you do this back to back. And so we studied a lot of the naval and air theory, so looking at theory itself. Then we spent an entire quarter looking at technology and locations and space now. And then we spent a quarter writing my thesis that I ended up scoping out to the book, and ended up writing it. As I was doing the study, 2 particular strands came together. The first one was looking at what became space development theory, looking at the phases of space development, looking at theories from air and naval, and finding commonality between that and space, and how that development would go about based on how those domains progressed. And then the other half was looking at China. In a lot of space literature, there's lots of concern about China, and they have an ASAT and they blew stuff up, 2007, and but there's not really, at least I'd never heard anything other than, well, there's ASATs, they can blow stuff up. I mean, and that's interesting, and that's definitely something to be concerned about, don't get me wrong, but that's not blowing up satellites is not a strategic goal. I assume, at least, and I assumed going into it, China is strategic. They're not just going to blow up satellites. That doesn't win anything. It's a technique, it's a strategy, but that's not a strategic goal. And so I had a chance to work with Dr. Namrata Goswami, brilliant scholar who spent I believe it was a year and a half or 2 years in China, talking to the heads of a lot of their organizations and spending time working with their space professionals. And then she came back and she has written several books on it, testified before Congress. I believe it was 2018 was her congressional testimony. And so I had the chance to meet and interview her for I think it was about 3 hours. One of the most amazing experiences of my life. But in particular, she laid out, here in the congressional testimony, she lays out what exactly China has said they are going to do. And I had never seen it. This is page 69 of the book, lays it all out. I had never seen it all laid out. And so I ended up putting it on a timeline. I put all of China's stuff they said they're going to do, and then I put all of America's stuff we've said we are going to do. Two things jump out at me at first. The first thing is that China's goes all the way out to 2050, and we've got stuff, I think 2028 thereabouts is the furthest out of anything American goes that is a stated national goal. So first off, China does a really good job of laying out national goals and things that they have claimed they are going to do. The second thing is looking at the purpose behind what they are doing. And almost, especially what's really stands out to me is China's claim that they're going to put a lunar station they're going to put it on the moon by 2036. Having a permanent station on the moon in 2036, you gain all of those economic benefits. In my opinion, at that point, that is an expansion, almost certainly at that point, to the moon, and you now have the capability to produce propellant, grow crops. You can have mining facilities, and if you have some form of 3D printing, you can have printing or industrial production capability, self-replicating on the moon. And so seeing all of this stuff for the first time, and like I said, all I'd heard about China is we need to go faster. China is a threat and ASATs. And looking at it, it's way beyond ASATs. They are attempting to go and economically expand to the moon, and ultimately, I believe, engage in exploitation. I haven't even touched on their space-based solar and all sorts of other things that will also likely be keys to their overall strategic goals. But now I believe with that, the strategic goals of China come into play. They come into view rather, in that they are attempting to utilize the economic capabilities of space to grow their own economic capabilities. And ultimately, once they're on the moon and able to exclude adversaries, it's very expensive to get to the moon. And according to treaty, you're not supposed to have militaries there anyway. So once they're in the locations, once again, positional advantage. I don't know how you would attempt to engage with them other than simply letting them have whatever locations they've done. If they've done what they're supposed to do and they have explored and they know where the most important locations are, they have already know where the most important locations are. They put infrastructure on them, and now they are in a very strong position to be able to exclude potential adversaries from those same locations. Unless you are willing to play in a Chinese-dominated space infrastructure, likely in the trillions of dollars here by mid-century, we ultimately need to beat them there. Okay. At least be able to contest them. And this is not talking about direct military conflict, to be very clear. I never recommend for direct military conflict in space, but I think competition and gaining that positional advantage is key.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Josh, for a really interesting conversation. We're going to pass it over to Katie for a moment.
Thanks, Josh. And is there anywhere that you'd like to direct people in case they want to hear more or learn more about you or learn about the things that you are speaking and writing about?
Yes. So I would recommend a couple of things real quick is go to spacepowerascendant.org. That's my website, and I pull all of the articles I write, and there's a link to the book on Amazon. Obviously, I recommend the book. It has gotten several 5-star reviews. I would guess say flattered. It's been very, very generous that they've given me so many 5-star reviews on Amazon. I was expecting at least one 1-star by this point, but apparently not. And the final thing So obviously it's not mine necessarily, but definitely the Space Force Journal is that we're having our inaugural quarterly issue by the end of this month. I believe we're coming out with it for Space Force's birthday, actually. And so the first Space Force birthday, we should have the inaugural issue of the Space Force Journal. It's going to be an online publication, and we have some amazing articles that we're looking at, that we've received, and we're in the process of getting ready for publication.
That's awesome. Thank you, Josh. Thank you for the presentation. And as a reminder to everyone, this is also being live streamed on Facebook, and there's a YouTube channel as well. So great ideas being broadcast, and as a wonderful start to a series of many successful Blue Marble Week events.
Very glad
Excellent.
I could be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All right, so we're switching over. Our next presentation is Thomas Olson. Thomas Olson is the co-founder and board chair of the Center for Space Commerce and Finance. This is a 501c3 educational nonprofit organization focused on catalyzing the growth of the new space economy. CSDF develops educational programs, events, and publications focused on connecting and educating entrepreneurs and investors with the goal of increasing investment deal flow in the commercial space industry. Thomas is also the owner of the New Space Business Plan competition. During a career spanning more than 30 years, he's held diverse executive and technology leadership roles in publishing, consultancy, and managed services solutions. Respected across the industry, Thomas has helped found multiple startup companies which have supported the success of small to medium enterprise businesses and nonprofit organizations. As a consultant, he employs his business acumen and expertise by guiding companies with their technology investments, strategic planning, financial management, and professional development initiatives. Thomas, I see you on the list of participants. Can we get a sound check and
Absolutely.
put you up on the screen? Hi, Thomas. How are you?
How are you doing? How's that sound? You can
Excellent. You sound
I'm hoping you can hear me better than
good.
you can see me, because I'm still.
Yeah, a little dark, but we see you just fine.
Okay. Well,
and you
no,
sound good.
I'm still sorting out the details and building my home office. I just moved to Florida, and so I still have the lighting stuff to work out. Unfortunately, I have these two windows behind me, and if I open them up, it's going to make things actually worse. So
Yeah.
I had to close it down. Good news is that you'll be seeing my slides mostly here real soon when I share the screen. So, and that's probably a little more important than watching me wave my arms. Anyway, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. And as I mentioned before our last speaker, this is an event that's meant to be engaging and collaborative. So everybody who's participating, please feel free to send questions into the chat box. Or you can also at the end ask questions and pop on the camera and have a conversation with Thomas if you really want to get in there. So I'll hand it over to you, Thomas, and
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for that great introduction. The other thing that probably wasn't mentioned, my actual day job is I work for a company called Ave Alto in the UK. And we're an early stage company. We're developing what's called a high altitude platform to provide wireless broadband and mobile backhaul and other types of services to underserved countries around the world. Places like Indonesia, for example, that have maybe 15,000 islands, and they're not going to be running fiber optic to each one of them. But one of our platforms can cover an area almost the size of Panama. So all of a sudden that becomes a very compelling thing to do. We're building our first commercial prototype right now, and we consider initiatives like Starlink and OneWeb to be our competitors. So it's a lot of fun, and I'm enjoying that a lot. Okay, well, what I'm going to start with today, we're going to discuss a little bit ideas about space investment and what it means really to have a space investment. What does that mean? Because sometimes we focus on a very small amount of that. We focus on launch, we focus on things of that nature. They're very expensive and take a long time to achieve results. For example, Elon Musk founded SpaceX 20 years ago with his own money. And really now he's starting to see the reward from that, just in the last couple of 3 years. So a lot of people don't have the kind of funding and the kind of patience that it takes to get involved, especially in a launch company, and to see any kinds of real returns. Most investors in the VC area or in other areas like to see something in 3 to 5 years, maybe a little more, depending on what it is in the tech sector. Well, I have some ideas about that I want to share today. So let me share the screen. You can see the screen. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to share that. And I'm going to fire up my slideshow. Can you all see that? Is it good? Okay, I'm seeing a thumbs up from people. Good, thank you so much. Okay, so you've seen that part. You know who I am now. So let's move on. Okay, so some of these numbers are going to be a little bit dated. I first did this presentation about 1.5 years ago, and I was asked on very short notice by Michael to do this. So I managed to update some numbers to a little more currency. Some aren't quite, like this one here. 18 billion was invested in cumulative space investment in the year 2018. There's probably a little more than that happened in 2019. I don't know what the numbers are for 2020, but I understand that they're actually hanging in there. Despite all the global COVID thing that we're in. So I'm not gonna try to find those numbers until after the first of the year. So the point is, we started way back when in the 90s, early 2000s, and there was almost nothing going into this because space was considered an outlier and the giggle factor was still there. And, but we gained capability, and when we gained capability, we gained visibility and we gained traction. We started gaining investment, and with success bred success, it's led up to where we are now, billions of dollars going into the space industry. So, hey, so I guess our problem's solved, right? We got everything we need, launch, and we got the support services going, and we're all going to Mars, in a few years, and everything's going to be fine, right? Okay, well, all right. Blah, wrong answer, but thank you for playing. When you compare space to just other types of technologies and other areas, I mean, healthcare alone is 23 billion. Global mining exploration is 13 billion. Biotech, 29. Tech sector, 61 billion 2 years ago, and it's even more now. Clean energy spends 332 billion a year. Compared to the 18 billion that went to space in 2018, we still have a long ways to go. And probably the reason is most investors that I've talked to going way back to like 2007 were saying they thought space was too rich for their blood. They're used to putting in, $250,000 here, $500,000 there, $1 million someplace else and getting a return in a few years. And they look at space and they go, whoa, wait a minute, I don't have tens of millions to put into something. As you can see, just from a couple of years ago, the average seed round for a launch company was 8.3 mil, and the average Series A was 40 mil. And even then, we're seeing companies that don't make it, even with those kinds of numbers and even more numbers. So it's a very risky business, and you have to be a big player to play in that space. So what do the rest of us do? This is kind of a presentation for all the rest of the investors out there who have this thing about space. They love space. It tickles their hearts, but they say, God, I don't have that kind of money. What can I do instead? And this is because, and I've been to all these conferences going back 25 years, and it seems to me when we talk space investment, everywhere I go for years and years and years, this is all we talk about, because that's all that interested anybody, because that's the sexy stuff. That's launch, and it's spaceports and space tourism, and hauling freight at $100 a pound, hopefully someday. And we're still waiting for some of that. We're getting better. But is that really all we need to declare victory in all this? Well, here's the problem. Yes, launch and tourism and all that is a problem we want to solve, or on our way to solving it. But if the goal is to be a permanent spacefaring species, sending up permanent settlements that lead to colonies that lead to cities on the moon, Mars, and any place else we want to go, we have thousands of problems we're going to have to solve in order to do it. And not enough of those get talked about enough at the conferences that we often attend. It's always focused on the launch side because, again, that's really exciting to watch. Well, here's the good news is entrepreneurs solve problems. Big discovery, right? But total VC investment in startups was $291 billion in 2018. It was almost double the previous year. So that growth is staggering, and half of that was in the US alone. We are still the entrepreneurial nation that leads the world. And we solve problems every day, and they do so in a way that adds market value. So what do we do with that? Okay, here's some better news. We had the other side of that, we had from all those deals that we talked about in the previous slide, we also had almost an equal number of exits. This last year, there was almost 200 billion in IPOs alone. And in these areas, you don't need to invest tens of millions and then wait, 15 years or forever for a return. You can invest in areas where you're maybe investing right now. And it could be kind of a space-related investment, and you haven't even looked at it like that. And that's where this concept came up for me. And I developed it about a number of years ago. I was inspired by the late Wayne Dyer, who used to say, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And to me, that was also the best layman's description of quantum entanglement I'd ever seen. So it's always stuck in my mind. I thought, well, how can we change the way that we look at space investment? And so I came up with this definition, and you can read this. It's basically a space scalable is a description for a startup product or technology, but it provides immediate benefits to terrestrial customers and terrestrial investors right now. But you can scale it up someday to perform maybe do certain upgrades or hardening to perform a use in space when the need exists and when the market exists for that. And there may be things, and I'll give you some examples here in a second. There are things that we may be developing right now that they just seem like, oh, another fancy high-tech consumer device, but turns out if you do some upgrades to it and you're in place, that could actually be used on Mars or someplace else and actually maybe even save somebody's life. So these are good things to have. And it's completely turns on its head the old idea that NASA promoted and a lot of other people for decades called spin-offs. And everybody likes to, and NASA still talks about it. They like to talk about all the spin-offs that they do. It's basically technology that was just shown to have a commercial value that was developed as a result of a NASA contract or some other initiative that they ended up funding for whatever purpose or whatever mission that they wanted to accomplish. And I always saw a spin-off as something kind of, I don't know, serendipitous. It was something that, oh, we were doing this and this and this for this contract, but we discovered this interesting thing over here almost by accident while we were doing it. And some guy raised his hand, in the room and said, hey, could we commercialize that? And not too many people have that kind of mindset when you're working for a NASA engineering or a science contractor. These guys have day jobs and they keep their heads down and they just want to focus on the work that they're doing to fulfill the requirements of the contract. And something else pops up every once in a while. Some guy will say, hey, what about this? I want to do it from the ground up. I want to have, it's basically, I call this a spin up in some ways. We're developing things on the ground for commercial terrestrial markets, but with an eye to the future, thinking, could this thing be used in space as well someday? Well, one example I could throw out there right away, just this last decade, 3D printing was all the rage. And you could get, and hobbyists could get smaller pieces of machinery for under $1,000 even, and put it in their garage and play around with things. Well, one group of guys had this bright idea, hey, I wonder if we could do this on the International Space Station. And hence came the company Made in Space. And before they did their first launch, I actually got to interview those guys for another magazine a long time ago. And maybe other people had those ideas, but these guys had it first, and these guys made it work. And they took off-the-shelf technology and upgraded some of the parts to see if they could work in a microgravity environment. So they did a lot of testing on the Vomit Comet, for example, to make sure the parts were working right. And they've got a machine up on ISS right now, and it makes stuff for them. And they repair things right up there right now using parts made on the 3D printer, which is just the coolest damn thing in the world. So from this concept of space scalable, we're looking at problems we can solve. Remember that big blank picture puzzle I had up there a couple minutes ago? Well, I broke it down into, put launch aside for a minute. We have all these other things that we really need to focus on if we're going to have be a successful spacefaring species. And these are just 6 very basic topics that you put hundreds of things underneath each one. And these probably aren't all the topics that there are. You guys could probably come up with some more. But these are the kind of problems we have to solve. Medical energy, mining of resources and using them for our own purposes, new types of communication, new types of transport when we're on the moon or Mars or someplace else, bouncing between asteroids. But the types of solutions that emerge from considering those problems is in all these other areas. And all these other areas already are getting massive amount of investments at a much smaller but very effective level all over the world every year. Most of that $291 billion in investment a year and a half ago was going into things like this mostly. And so it's already out there. It's just opening your mind a little bit to say, okay, which particular nanotech thing could I get into if that's what I'm into? That could also have a space use someday. Now this is one of the slides I couldn't really update. It's just too much time and I had 0 time to prepare for this, but the concept is still there and it still works. Note that the smaller the investments, the greater the number of them is the only point I was trying to make. And so trying to pull other types of investment into our community, I want to look at this. I want to see, okay, there were 50,000 investments 3 years ago that were 100,000 or less, and almost the same for $250,000. This is where the bulk of it is going when you put it all out there. Very few investments made in an 8-figure place. So we've got some of the 8-figure guys and the 7-figure guys. I want to pull in the low 6-figure guys and find a place for them. Because if they can get involved in a small investment that grows into a larger return in a space related or a space scalable type of operation, they might be, and when they take their profit, they might come back and say, okay, what else have you got in space? What else can you do? And I can put in more now because I just made a whole boatload of money on this other thing. Now what? What do you got? And I'm just trying to build a community around that idea and see how we can bring in the rest of the investment world to at least look at what we have or look at what other things we could be capable of. And I'm going to give a couple examples now. This one, I actually saw this thing. I held it in my hand. It's a beautiful little device. You just blow into it and it performs 10 different diagnostic tests. And the first time I looked at it, it says, why isn't this thing on the ISS right now? Because I think it would be very, very, very useful. And they've raised some money and they're getting it into hospitals right now. And it's just the coolest darn thing. Next one, I met this guy, Jeff Raymond. He actually presented at one of our events a couple years ago. He's called the Real Martian because he was really trying to build a closed system grow environment just to create enough food to sustain everything. And he did it on this tiny little budget on his own home in Eastern Washington State. And he was sharing all his successes and his failures. He was doing a YouTube video like every week for years, sharing his adventures. And I just had to have this guy for one of our events. I got him to come down. I found a budget so I could fly him down, and he just held the crowd for the whole hour. And through that event, he helped meet some people that helped him get some of his new investments. Space Fund put some money into Eden Growth Systems, and they're a going concern, and they're off and running. This is my favorite thing. I actually didn't see this for the first time from their ad. I actually saw a science fiction movie 40 years ago with a very young Fred Ward in it called Time Raider. And it was about a guy on a dirt bike who went back in history by accident. But he had all these, what he referred to as techno toys from his friends at Silicon Valley. And one of them included a motorcycle helmet with a heads-up display. Well, 19 years later, or no, 39 years later, I'm sorry, here we are. I mean, there's a company in Taiwan that makes this, and you can see an example of what the heads-up display looks like on the screen, and they've already raised 1.1 million. That was about a year and a half ago. And I can see this technology going forward because they start from the ground up. This is a consumer technology that's going to end up in your Martian space helmet someday, or something similar to it in a more sophisticated version. I saw this thing. I wanted to get one of these myself, and I don't even ride a motorcycle. I don't know what I do with it, but I just love the idea. I just wanted to have it. So basically, this is the bigger picture. You saw my earlier little slide with that little triangle down there of launch, spaceports, and tourism. But then I spitballed out there a whole bunch of other things that may at first not seem related to space at all, but in other ways are going to play a role in developing a human presence permanently in space. And there's opportunities to invest for as little as the $100,000 level if you just take a good look at what you're investing in and why. So again, the goal, as I've said before, we want to bring lots new investors into our orbit. We want to build hundreds of new companies from much smaller investments up and have them all kind of come in. And the pathway for me has been evangelism. I've been evangelizing this idea for a long time now, and I feel gratified. There's a couple of investment companies, including Starbridge Capital, that are actually using these space scalable concepts as part of their investment strategy for long-term investments. So I'm kind of gratified to see that. They're a great bunch of guys. They even put a little money into my company, so I'm very happy to talk them up. But this is how it kind of looks like now. It used to be, long, long ago, that space, the thing you see in the middle there, used to be actually off to the side somewhere. It was this little redheaded stepchild that no one really wanted to look at, and everything else on that slide was getting all the attention and all the investment capital. But today, 20 years later, what a change has been made. People are discovering, people in all these industries and the people who invest in them are discovering that space actually has something to offer nearly every industry in the world. And every industry in the world has something to offer space and will offer something to space if we're going to be a successful spacefaring species for the long term. And that's what I have for you this morning. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in the chat, or you can also just pop on camera and ask it live.
I can. Well, let me.
Michael Mealing, can you ask the question that you posted in the chat, please?
Sure. So, hi, Tom. Thanks for the shout out. So I absolutely agree with everything you're talking about, and to the point where, as you said, that's the basis of our entire investment thesis.
Thank you, by the way.
No, thank you.
I just feel vindicated, when you guys said that. I was just like, yes, after all these years, in the wilderness, it seemed like.
And so for those that are not aware, my name is Michael Mealing. I'm one of the general partners at Starbridge Venture Capital, which is a space-focused venture capital fund. So we're out there talking to investors who view space as just any other sector. So one of the comments that I made in the chat was one of the important points of seeking investment money is that you are competing against every other possible investment that person can make. And an investor is looking for returns. So in the same way where you're rebalancing your investments in your 401k, you're looking for the thing that has the risk profile and the returns that you are personally comfortable with. And that same thought process is going through any investor that's looking at the space sector. I could also take this same money and invest it in this ride sharing application and make, a 30x return. And or I could put it in the space sector company over here and I might make, 2x if I'm lucky. And so that's why, as a venture fund, there are a lot of things that are out there that ask us for investment, but they simply do not generate the kinds of returns that people that are looking at the venture capital or equity space expect. And so when we're looking at things in the sector, you have to understand that investments are competitive. When an investor is looking to invest, there are alternatives that you are competing with. Whether it's a venture fund like us or an individual company, just because you're space doesn't make you special.
Tom, I kind of want to ask you, one of the things I kind of took away from your slides was that the investment happens both directions, right? If you are trying to build a space thing and then you create something that we use down here on the ground, that's one direction. And then you're doing something like that helmet that you described, you're doing something on the ground that might move to space. Can you talk a little bit about the fluidity of that technology, how it moves, why it matters, maybe a flavor of what that does to economic impacts and jobs and company development, both directions?
Okay. Well, obviously the spin-off side, they've been writing papers about that for 50 years. And from that, NASA can claim they're the only government agency that actually gets some bang for the buck that the taxpayers put in, because even with the numbers of spin-offs that they've managed to produce, and they write a report, they do a big report every year on this. They talk about, what have we developed that's now going commercial? And it's been a lot. It's created hundreds of billions of dollars over the last 50 years of economic activity and created, tens of thousands of, if not hundreds of thousands of jobs over time. So that's a good thing. Absolutely. I wasn't meaning to knock it in any way. It's just that it's the serendipitous part of it that bothers me. You never know when you're going to get something. With a ground up situation, like a space saleable situation, you're focusing, like anybody else focuses on in their investing or in their tech development, of a technology that's hopefully going to enhance people's lives right here on the ground right now. And given an eye to the future, like that helmet, for example, somebody look at that and say, hey, I want to do something in space with that. We had, I think it was in 2012, we had a business plan competition. It was a pretty big one. We were still under the NASA grant, so we had like $100,000 prizes, right? And when you advertise $100,000 prize, some really, really good companies show up to play. A couple of them, well, actually, one of them was NanoSatisfy, and they became Spire. Right. And so you remember those guys. Yeah.
Go a little further with that, because that's a story worth telling.
Okay. Well, sort of. They didn't win. Now, they presented.
Right. I remember I was the only person on the judging panel that thought that NanoSatisfy should have won that. And indeed, they were the only company that survived the year.
Yeah. Yeah. And so the funny part too for that was that they went to, we have the day before the event, we do a boot camp to really give everybody some tips and pointers and some practice on doing their pitches in front of the judges. And we've worked that out pretty well. Well, everybody on the NanoSatisfy team showed up for the boot camp that day, except Peter Plotzer, who was presenting. He was coming in that morning. He had no idea what the other guys had been through, and he was just insisting on doing the presentation his own way anyway. So, okay, and then he ran overtime, and it was hilarity ensued. But as a result of what they did, there were people in the audience later who had started conversations with them, and that led to something. Including one guy who helped them raise their first $1 million, and then one led to 5, and then now the rest is history. So yeah, that was a really fun story from there. But there's also another group. It was a biotech company, and they had this is really a example of space scalable for me. It was a biotech company who was inventing basically a treatment, an early stage treatment for toxic exposure and radiation exposure. It was literally an IV that you put in. And I know there's a couple guys from JSC, Johnson Space Center, who's sitting there and watching that thing. And their eyes perked up at the radiation part of it. They said, I think we need that. And we at least got to facilitate some introductions for those guys. I don't know how far that went, but they're still going strong. And there were some other companies like that as well who produced things. It didn't seem like space at first, but when you realized what they were doing, oh, it made perfect sense. And they made the cut. At least every time we do a BPC, at least one non-pure space company makes the cut to present. But the point is of that, again, we want to create a larger world where a lot of great products are being made that are useful for people right here on the ground, but they're also going to have a space purpose going forward. When Elon Musk finally sends his first settlement to Mars, I want to see 100 different products from 100 different companies that we helped fund in one way or another go with him.
Nice. Are there any other questions from the audience?
I'd like to actually ask a question of the audience. Given that what Tom is talking about and the dollar amounts, and this is, I'm not asking for Starbridge's case. It is hard for an investor to look at space as a sector, and especially the way Tom looks at it, in terms of being space enabled. They want to see the people in the sector investing. And so I would just strongly encourage everyone on the call to take a look at the sector. Now, the problem that we have in the US and most of the world is all of our companies are private, especially all of the companies that Tom was talking about. And unless you are an accredited investor, you cannot invest. Or you can if you are very close to the company and part of the friends and family round. But if you are an accredited investor, and you can easily find the definition online, you should probably look at taking a chunk out of this industry and participating. But one of the things that you will find as soon as you do that is you've become far more discriminating in what you consider to be a viable space company than what you do now. So take Tom's advice, do it very carefully, find an advisor. And if you are an accredited investor, take a look at helping some of these companies.
I'd like to just pop in and tell a somewhat funny story. Michael Mealing and Tom Olson are my longest space friends in this industry. I literally met them, I think one day and then the next day, or maybe the same day at a Mars Society event back, I believe in 2002. Maybe it was 2000.
I believe that was actually ISDC.
ISDC,
I
okay.
don't think it was a Mars Society event.
And what were we talking about then, Tom? What was the point of the three of us starting to talk nearly 20 years ago? What was the conversation?
Alternative methods of funding for space-related initiatives, which I was in the thick of at the time.
Was there such a thing as SpaceX or Blue to be trailblazers or examples?
SpaceX was leased on paper. I mean, Elon technically founded that in 2000 with his own money. They hadn't gotten very far yet. Their first real successful launch wasn't until 2008. So back then, though, everybody had an idea and everybody was going around trying to pitch it.
Yep.
And that's really how I got involved in this, because I was seeing all sorts of great ideas being pitched, but no one seemed to have any bloody business sense. Great, brilliant engineers, but everybody had the same idea. Well, build it and they will come is their business model. I knew that wasn't going to work. So actually, I took from that moment the very next year, and with Cliff McMurray, and worked with him at NSS, and we helped found and start the business track at ISDC. That hadn't happened before. And I was also key then years later for the International Astronautical Congress. We started something new called the Entrepreneurship and Investment Committee, which I'm still on and it's still going strong. And we might actually do a BPC event there in Dubai next year. So we're working on that. There may be more announcements on this forum in a couple of days. So I'll be back. Stay tuned.
Would it be fair to characterize the two of you as pioneers in the whole concept of space commercialization? Y'all both each have a heck of a lot of battle scars. I would like you to just kind of share that. I know I don't want to put you on the spot, Michael, but I feel like both of you have some background in this. So talk about what it was like to be a pioneer. And we only have about 8 more minutes, so I don't want to monopolize this, but I want you to make some predictions about 2022 and 2025.
There's an old saying, the pioneer because they're the ones with all the arrows in their backs.
Right.
And at the time, I was trying to raise money for Masten Space Systems. I was one of the co-founders with Dave back in 2004.
Pointing out that Masten Space Systems just got a huge contract to go back to the moon. So nice job there.
But it took 15 years to get there.
Right.
And that's one of the things that we tell a lot of companies that come to us sometimes is don't underestimate the value of figuring out how to just stay alive while everybody else drops off. If I remember correctly, Masten is still the only company that survived the original Lunar Lander Challenge and is still alive out there. The thing that we all remember was hearing no so much, just no over and over and over again. But then because of my time in internet startups and even my time now with Starbridge, that's life. Even in people that are trying to raise money for a venture fund that's in a normal technology and not in the space sector. You hear no 99% of the time, and it's that 1% that gets you over the hump. And it's as far as predictions, so one of the things that Starbridge is somewhat involved in is the integrated space plan, and we're developing our own kind of view internally about what the economic view of the sector looks like going forward. You can kind of think of Starship as kind of an inflection point where it's very hard to predict what happens afterwards. But we don't think anything significant is going to happen with NASA and DoD during a Biden administration. It's going to keep going as it is, which is cool because it's been a pretty good trajectory. No, the thing that we still struggle with is how do we get beyond Earth observation and communications? Sectors that we've been riffing on since the 60s. LEO commercialization is still a very hard road to hoe. Business models beyond LEO, beyond GEO, are still build it and they will come. And we are looking for a reason, an actual value proposition that opens up a large amount of money. But right now we don't see it. We're coming to the conclusion that it really is humans.
And then Tom, predictions and arrows in your back.
Right. Well, I have a similar saying to Michael. I came out of tech sector, so we have a saying there is when you're really going for the bleeding edge, it's usually your own blood that ends up on the floor, and that is so true. In fact, my kind of partner and current boss, Walt Anderson, is a primary example of that in both his efforts with MirCore and with Rotary Rocket. He put, I know, at least 31 million of his own money into Rotary Rocket, which became a completely, you know, failed technology. And those are the risks you take in this industry in particular, when you're really going for the cool space stuff. That's what happens more often than not. As far as the future goes, I think I agree with Michael. A lot of things are going to depend on Starship in the next few years to see how well that pans out, because that could be the key to opening up all sorts of things. A guy I met once, who was this years and years ago, was a science fiction author named Werner Vigne. You may have read some of his novels if you're a sci-fi buff. He used to say, he said in a lecture, that he considered the near future for predictions to be no more than 10 years, the far future to be 20 to 25 years, and anything beyond that, forget it. You're not going to be able to guess anything. So while I am an advisor to the Integrated Space Plan, they go to the year 2100. And so I'm kind of saying, yes, man plans and God laughs. But I'm always interested to see how that goes, because this thing been revised multiple times over the years, and maybe a lot of the things they're talking about in the next, say, couple of decades we might actually just see come to pass in one form or another. Maybe not quite the exact same time frame. Some things might come sooner, and some may come a little later than expected, but it all looks pretty good. But Starship is going to be a key to all of this going forward.
I have to agree with Tom. Even those of us that work on the space plan will tell you anything past 2040 is fiction. We know it's fiction. It's not even aspirational. It's just plain out fiction. Now, the problem and the challenge that we see with Starship is we see very, very few companies or even notional companies understanding what you can do with the capability of Starship. And our fear is, yes, Elon is building a great assembly line for starships, but he's going to have to be his own customer, because with the exception of Axiom and Space Adventures and some human stuff, there's nobody that we've talked to that's really standing up and say, hey, I want to use a lot of those things. So yeah, that's going to be a really, really big challenge. Is
so
figuring
from that,
out.
Michael, I have a question for you. So when you look at Starship and the whole thing, do you see it as a DC-3 or a DC-2?
I see it as a DC-2, because I don't see somebody standing up yet saying I need enough of them to justify the assembly process for a DC-3.
Hold on. For the folks that don't have that background, just describe that question a little bit more with the DC-2 versus DC-3.
Well, the Douglas DC-3, when it first came out, really kind of reset the paradigm for air travel, for not only customer transport, but for freight and for everything else. It became this workhorse that went on for decades. But there was a DC-1 and a DC-2 that preceded it, and those technologies weren't fully fleshed out, and they didn't make them work, and they didn't go anywhere. So, but they still put a lot of resources into those developments. But the third time was the charm, essentially.
So we're kind of in that transition point where the technology is really close for mass cargo, but we're not quite there yet. And we don't necessarily have the customer base to support the if you build it, they will come business model. Right. All right. We're going to switch gears, and I think
yeah, well, thank you. And just really quick, Tom, do you have any asks of the audience, or where can people reach you, learn more about what you're doing?
Okay.
Website, Twitter, LinkedIn.
Sure.
That good stuff.
You can reach me through a website called cis-lunar.space, Center for Space Commerce and Finance, one of the nonprofits that I've helped found to actually do business plan competitions and other things. So cis-lunar.space, you can reach me through that portal. And
thanks.
Yeah, you've got it down there. Perfect.
I'm gonna make a plug for Michael Mealing also. Post the integrated space plan links as well, Michael.
Sure.
Thanks.
Great.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks, Tom.
Yep.
All right. Shifting gears, everyone, we're going right directly into our next presentation. We have another presentation about investment before we have a break. So humanity has evolved through various ages, the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and now arguably the Silicon Age. What will the next age be? Our next speaker has a 20-year career working on carbon nanotubes, which are potentially the next building block for civilization. Baratunde Kola holds a master's degree in mechanical engineering from Vanderbilt University and a PhD in heat transfer and nanomaterials from Purdue. Dr. Kola is also the founder and CEO of Carbice Corporation, whose mission is to produce multifunctional material solutions from Carbice carbon that set the standard for performance, reliability, and low-cost assembly within the world's most important electronic, energy, and industrial products. Their mission is a critical ingredient to advance humans to a more sustainable existence on Earth and beyond. Baratunde, can we get a sound check and make sure that we can get you on the screen and get your slides up and get everything rolling?
Hi, Katie. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you.
Awesome.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm excellent. Thank you. Welcome to Blue Marble Week. We're so excited and honored to have you speak to us a little bit about investment and what you have going on.
I'm excited as well. I'm going to share a screen here.
Great. Let's see. It's coming up. It's still black. There we go. All right. So I see your slides. I see you. I hear you. And with that, we're all set. And I'm going to kick it over to you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Katie. And thank you, Michael, for inviting me to participate in this this wonderful exchange this week. So Carbice, I'll jump right into it. I mean, we are an Atlanta-based company that's spun out of Georgia Tech. My goal today will be to give you a flavor of what we're doing and why we're important for the customers that we serve in the space market. But maybe more importantly, just to tell you a little bit about my journey and the journey of this company and how we've grown over the years with various points of support in that process. So I'll start off to say that today we're a team of 12 to 14. We're expanding. We have an office headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. We have an office in London and one in Toulouse, France. And we've assembled a very top team of people that come from the space industry, like Bianca Cefalo, who used to be the director of thermal products at Airbus, who heads our UK office, and Hal Lasky, who comes from the semiconductor industry. And really what we're doing as a company is that we are at this intersection where semiconductors, space, and electronic products have really in many ways become one thing for us. But what you'll hear from me today is just a little bit about the strategy of how do you build a company like this and how investments along the path have been helpful. So myself, I was introduced, this is just my leadership team here, but I want to skip forward to talk a little bit about the mission in the sense of why it's structured the way it is. So our mission really aligns us not only with what's happening today in space, but what needs to happen in the future, but in general around being a critical component for the future of electronics. And when you think about it, this is how Carbice views the world, is that the world on Earth, the world in the universe and through space today depends on electronics. That trend will only increase. And when you think about electronics, the natural byproduct of it is heat. And the heat problem drives complexity and cost in assembling and meeting product goals. And so that's where we're at the center of the future in many ways at Carbice, to set a standard for performance, reliability, and low cost assembly within these important electronic products that will span everything and every part of human civilization. So it's a big mission. But when you look at the space market, just trying to understand where we fit in, the first thing to really wrap your mind around is that today there's already over $250 million of thermal interfaces orbiting Earth. and the way that we assemble them. If you just look at this floor, there's so many panels and things. So there's many levels in which you have to integrate things. You have to integrate electronic boxes inside of the box that does whatever you need it to do. Then you have to take the box and put it on a panel to radiate things out. And it's just a lot of area, right? The way that people do this and have done this for the past 35 years is to use what's called thermal glue, where you stick on a panel to a surface and you have to wait a few days for it to cure. These surfaces are huge. And if you need to redo a box, you have to use piano wire to scrape through the interface, and it takes a week for you to clean it back up and then reassemble it. It's a very risky, laborious process. This is the main problem, and it exists when you want to build things on Earth, but imagine building things in space or zero gravity environments. You can't use glue. So we solve a problem today in helping people build things at lower cost, more efficiently, but we also fill a gap for how we're going to expand infrastructure into the future. And I just have one technical slide I want to show because it's important. I'm gonna skip over the thermal data, but I just want to show you to see this image of what carbide carbon looks like after a thermal vacuum test of a box integration, and you take it apart. The material looks brand new, and there's a lot of science that goes into that. But if you compare that to things that people have tried in the past 3 decades, they fray and they fall apart. And this is really a central aspect of how do you make the technology integration simple and easy. And that's really what we're about. So as a company today, just to give you a sense of the maturity, we're using all of the interfaces for the Capella Star constellation. Those are in orbit operating. We have 2 geo satellites that are launching this month, actually, where we've been built in for some time. The company has over 20 plus active space projects in the US, Europe, and Japan. And we've been through over 2 years of rigorous qualification. This material actually was the fastest material in history to make it through a qualification process at a big US prime. And through the cycling, vibration, has gotten onto the qualified material list and ready to use on programs. So it's a very mature technology. And from a business side, the customers have seen that this is a tremendous business value add, that by taking out that piano wire glue process that I mentioned to you before, customers are able to save over $500 per square inch of assembled interface. And a typical geo satellite will have sometimes 50,000 square inches of thermal interface. And you think about a Starlink or OneWeb constellation satellite, you're looking at a square meter of thermal interface for each satellite. And we're talking about a future where we're going to be putting hundreds of thousands of these. So this is a big problem in terms of the cost structure for the industry, but also just enabling, because at the end of the day, all the heat that's generated in these things have to go through these interfaces to get out for things to operate reliably. So it's a huge program impact for everybody building things in space. And just to give you an example, this is actually one of the pre-ship parts that we sent out for one of the customers. We make things large size. Right, this is an example you're seeing of aligned carbon nanotube technology, basically looking like black aluminum foil, basically productized over large areas, being cut into parts and being reproducible. So it's not about the nanotechnology, which is what Carbice really, it's its foundational IP. It's really about how do you take these things and you scale them up and turn them into products. And so that's been a long journey. I'm from Pensacola, Florida, the Panhandle military town. I went to Vanderbilt University, and I was a walk-on fullback. I can tell you that I never thought about going into space or nanotechnology, but life goes in different directions. In my freshman year, I tore my ACL, and I needed to find a way to make money my sophomore year. And so I got introduced to research. So I've been working on carbon nanotubes since I was a sophomore at Vanderbilt in 1999, and it's a very long tenure in this space. I went back to sports, I did some things, but I got injured again, and I finished the master's degree still working in this space at Vanderbilt before going to Purdue. And really at Purdue, what I tell people is that it's an interesting story, because you have to really, if you want to support something that is a critical component like this, that has kind of long-term impact on society, you got to find the right path. And my personal background, I did real estate and some other stuff before I got into my PhD, but I wanted to start a business. I wanted the business to be based on science and to be impactful. And that was the strategy at Purdue. And my research was funded by NASA. It was funded by Intel. And in that process, I also got to be a consultant for several startup companies in this area, people making CNC ropes and things for the space elevator. That was a big motivating thing. And I got to see and learn a lot. And when I finished, I went to Georgia Tech. And it was a strategy to go there, because I knew that at a place like Georgia Tech in Atlanta, the Advanced Technology Development Center is the oldest university incubator in the country. It kind of flies under the radar, but they have these grant-making programs that they give to the professors. So as soon as I started as a professor in 2009, really several seminal things in the journey of Carbice happened. I won a huge DARPA grant. It was a program called Nanothermal Interface. They funded, I think, 16 teams. I was partnered with Raytheon and Purdue, and was able to develop thermal interfacing solutions to solve this problem that was plaguing, that still today plagues the entire military infrastructure. Two, I was able to get engaged with the Georgia Research Alliance, which was able to give me small commercialization grants to my research lab, so that while I was developing science, at the same time, I could go out and engage with customers and actually start to learn about ways to pull the technology into the market. So that was the journey. And through that journey, I started Carbice in 2011 as an IP holding company, mainly because the manufacturing IP that needed to be developed at Carbice was not really conducive to promoting my academic career, where you're really focused on breakthroughs. So with that process, I then brought on my CTO, and from 2012 to 2016, we won grants, subcontracts for a satellite project with the Air Force, grants on power electronic assemblies with the Army Research Lab, and then National Science Foundation Small Business Research Grant. So several millions of dollars went into developing the core technology manufacturing process, building our team. We had a team of 4 people by 2016. And then we already had projects that were working with customers. That grant we had with Air Force, with a partner, got published, and all of the big aerospace primes started to find it and call us and ask us if this was a technology that was real. And honestly, I didn't want to go into space. I resisted. They called me probably 5 times, and I said no 4 times. Then eventually I took a trip out to the facility to tour it. And this is where I learned about this thermal glue problem. They walked me on the floor. I saw technicians come up to me with cuts on their hands from the piano wire process. I saw people laying on what looked like diving boards, putting paste on. And I said, this is a serious, serious problem. And at that point, that's when we really got engaged in qualifications. And we also then were able to, because of this use case, in addition to the use cases we already knew as semiconductors on Earth, we were able to raise $400,000 in angel money to build a pilot production facility. So we took it to the next level and built out this pilot production facility. At the same time, in 2016, Atlanta happens to be a sister city with Toulouse, France. I never even heard of Toulouse before the city of Atlanta told me about this program and said, it sounds pretty good. Let me go Google Toulouse and see what they do. And I said, ooh, they do aerospace. We're interested in that. I think it's a good fit. And so we won this startup exchange and went over to Toulouse. They hosted me in Airbus Business Lab for 2 weeks. Really got entrenched in the culture there. The people in the city were wonderful at hosting us and kind of showing us the ecosystem. And we learned so much. And so that became an important part of our process. And frankly, I would travel back pre-pandemic every quarter to Toulouse just to keep relationships going. Between 2016 and 2017, we had enough paid projects with customers going through qualifications to know that we had a technology that was disruptive. And in 2017, we were able to raise a 1.5 million seed round in order to start really working on our go-to-market strategy, which for us, a lot of it is learning and getting more deeper into the process of getting materials qualified with these customers. And we've been successful with that. I started this presentation kind of sharing with you the success we've had in space. We've had success in semiconductor manufacturing. One of the keys to this story working well is that for all the markets, it doesn't really matter. We don't make anything for space. We make one thing at Carbice, and we're able to use it across different markets. But the space market actually, where there's traditionally been a barrier because it seems like it's an expensive and slow market to get into, we actually turned it in our favor and said, let's use it to grow this materials manufacturing business, because once we spend the time with the proper investments to get qualified, it's going to be a stable customer for years to come. And then we can build a small manufacturing facility, which we have today, capable of serving these customers, improve and mature our manufacturing process. Because of the space market, we've been able to mature our manufacturing 3 times. We're at the 3rd generation reactors, which has de-risked it enough to allow us to raise and close a $15 million Series A, which we did in November. And this is going to be fueling us to next year move into a 20 to 30,000 square foot manufacturing facility that's going to scale up this production, not only for our critical space customers we have today, but for the entire semiconductor industry as we move forward into the future. So that's been the story. It's been a very steady, thoughtful story, but it's also been somewhat serendipitous. And, just like any story where things happen we didn't expect, we took advantage of that. But investments from various sources have been required along the way. And I've always kept a close connection to Georgia Tech, and 90% of our employees are from Georgia Tech. And it's so important to leverage the university system to be able to pull what you need to make a company like this be successful. And so just the last a couple slides here, I mean, it's important that if we want to build a sustainable company serving the space market, you have to have some huge applications on Earth as well. And this has kind of been a fundamental foundation. And this is a highly technical slide, but I mean, the take home is that, there's a lot of value in this material for things like GPUs. This is an AMD GPU, 220 watt. We're showing it compared to POR thermal grease solution. And the connection to space is that when you qualify material, especially a thermal material for something like space, it's the most rigorous qualification that you ever could put a material through. Thermal cycling, reliability. So then when you go down to automotive, you go down to gaming and computing, the reliability factor becomes a brand badge that you wear at honor. And that's what I'm showing here, is that this material is the only material that after thermal cycling and use in these GPU applications, the product gets better. Everything else gets worse. And that heritage comes from designing the material to be rugged from day one. I want to show a quick video because it's important too that it's not all about making better thermal performance. Most of the business you win with a material like this, like I showed in the space market, has to do with revolutionizing the manufacturing process. And so this is the only dry pad material that performs like a liquid. And in addition to that, you can stick it onto a surface simply, so it's able to stay in place with your heatsink supplier, and it can be delivered to your factory pre-installed. Now that's a concept that we also have been working on in the space market. Imagine a future where space panels, you don't have to put thermal glue in the factory. The panel already has Carbice tape on it when it shows up to the factory. And all you have to do is stick your things on and take them off, right? That's a game-changing process that can accelerate build cycle by 200% by having that ability. And so it's things like that that are part of what we're doing for the build process and for the industry in general. But at the end of the day, and the message I want to leave you with, the funding, the investment is important, because at the end of the day, science matters. And the differentiation required to bring something like this, to get investors excited about it, requires a very strong scientific differentiation. And that's really what Carbice has. The way we make this material, it is the only viscoelastic material. It's a fancy big word, but all it means is that the material, when you deform it, it always bounces back. And then when you deform it in one spot, it doesn't affect it in other spots. It's like that old Tempur-Pedic commercial where somebody had a wine glass on one side of the mattress and someone jumped on the other side, right? That's what this is. And it's game changing because it's really about the assembly of these products and our visions and our dreams of enabling new things that becomes expensive and complex. And so you're seeing here this deformation that's unique and this bounce back. That's what this structure does. And the thermal is a part of it, but it's really a whole package that's being delivered to the customer. And the last slide I have, just because I love carbon nanotubes, you know, I've been working on them since 1999. Any opportunity I get to show an image of a carbon nanotube, I'm going to do it. This is our unique way of doing it with carbide carbon. We grow them on both sides of aluminum foil. It's actually recycled aluminum foil. They're vertically aligned and they're well anchored. That was the key processing challenge that we saw. Covalently anchored into the aluminum so that you have a material that uniquely has very high conductivity through the aluminum, and then through the thickness has the high conductivity of these fibers that, as you saw in the previous video, could deform discreetly. So it's almost like a dry liquid to conform around surfaces to make contact. So it's a simple product. It's a simple three-step manufacturing. It's amenable to continuous processing, to massive batch processing, and it enables us to bring something that on Earth is cost competitive, but in space, both from a performance and cost standpoint, is completely disruptive for builds. So I'll close there. And I hope that was helpful to everybody, and I look forward to questions and a discussion.
Thanks, Baratunde. So opening it up, if anyone has questions, feel free to pop them in the chat, or you can pop on camera and do it live.
Hi, Barra. This is Michael Milling. Good to see you again.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see the Atlanta skyline in the background there.
Yes.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask was, when you were out raising money for Carbice, one of my favorite companies out there because I love the model. What was your experience talking to investors about the space component of your business? Did they understand it? Was it a turnoff? Was it a challenge to get them to see the value in having two very different market segments, or did they just not care and viewed it as just another industry?
It's a good question, Michael. For the traditional material investors and kind of the traditional investors, the space market was always difficult for them in terms of understanding our complete strategy. Because we're focused on space right now, and I give the reasons clearly why, they would often get confused about the rest of our pipeline and start making assumptions about the product being too expensive or there not being traction in Earth terrestrial semiconductor markets, or how do you translate what you've done there to the other places? So that would be a barrier in communication. And I mean, I think that frankly, only the investors that really already had an interest in space, could I have a conversation and that strategy really resonate with them well. And I think that really speaks to the two investors that kind of brought in this Series A, Downing and Toyota. Both of the directors of the fund, of the VC group, had experience both in space and high performance computing personally. And so it made complete sense to them, and they were super excited about it because of their personal background. But for others, it's a challenge because no matter what I say about we make one thing for every market, it's simple, the thermal interfaces they look the same across all markets. I think people in general are still a little bit hesitant when they hear the word space.
That's our experience as well. I just wanted to see if you'd heard the same thing. I think that as much as we have space in the popular media and science fiction and everything else, it creates this view that space is something that's special and hard. And it's a little bit of a challenge for our industry to overcome that hump. So
you're right, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's helped, because I've had to really evolve how I talk about it too. In that slide where I mentioned the fact that there were already over $250 million in thermal interfaces orbiting Earth. That's something that has evolved out of how I've speaking with traditional VCs, just trying to figure out ways to get them to size the market quickly, but then also trying to take that back and explaining that the problem looks the same on Earth so that they can see the translation. And so it's gotten easier over the years, mainly because we've made progress and I get better at telling the story, but it's still not easy.
I love how you said that it gets easier over the years.
Yeah.
Bara, can you unshare your slides so we can see the rest of the people here? We have about 20 minutes of Q&A, so I want to kind of kick it off. Charles, do you want to ask your question? I don't want to get into the weeds of carbon nanotube development, but feel free to ask your question.
Yeah, it's just wondering if you've thought of more three-dimensional applications of this technology. Could you brand it helically? Could you form a tapestry? Could it become bigger in one dimension that way?
We have. It's a good question. I mean, so there's always a balance between standardizing the form factor so that you can scale cost effectively versus wanting to expand into different application form factors. So the nice thing about why we use the aluminum carbon approach we do is that you can form that material and create 3D. You can stamp it, you can bend it around. I have this great example in our LinkedIn page where I take a beer can that I cut in half and I laminate the inside to make a optical cavity, and it looks wonderful, right? It's just the tape pushing it around. So there's limits. I mean, if you have a complex three-dimensional thing, we don't do that because I think that gets too deep into the processing IP. But it's a good question, and I mean, we've tried to be as thoughtful as possible about making sure that our form factor, which is the foil film base, that we preserve that and then utilize physical properties of the material to their extremes for other things.
Cool, thank you. Appreciate that. Could you talk a little bit about? Look, I think the tech is pretty amazing. No joke. When I was watching your, at the end of this conversation, I want you to point out your website, and I'm going to tell everybody to go and watch some of those videos. The thermal distribution. Thanks, Lila. I appreciate that. The thermal distribution is on video. It's actually pretty astounding. So nice job on that. I want to talk about how this technology moves into industry, and I want to talk about your workforce. How did you get, I think you said you had 14 people, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So how did the technology evolve? How did your workforce evolve along the way? You came at it by accident, right? The injury which led to changing a kind of a life focus, and you were resistant to getting into space at all. So talk me through that evolution, both your staff and the company. What was the evolution process?
Yeah, it's a good conversation, Michael. So, just going back to when I was injured, I always wanted to be in business and be an entrepreneur. I just didn't have a sense of the options available and like what I wanted to do with that. So, before my injury, I thought I would have an engineering consulting firm, like do HVAC. Then I saw nanotechnology, and I was really trying to figure out what that was. But a lot of the talk around nano was always tied around space too. And so I was just trying to figure out what that was for a long time. And even when I was a grad student, I was consulting for these other nano companies. My vision was small for what I could do with this thermal interfacing thing. I thought that maybe I would build a company that would do 10, 20 million in revenue with it. And it was really just because of my limited scope. And so I've been patient. So I think the workforce thing in my mindset has always been to to take as much time as I can, as long as I'm able to satisfy the things I need in my life, so that when I go out and I really take that shot, I hit it in the bullseye. And so I was uniquely able to do that because of the academic route and kind of going into the university. And what I discovered about myself in the academic route was I discovered my communication gift, if you will, that I was able to reach people and teach and also mentor and understand the type of talent that I would need to build a company and how to diversify that. And I learned those lessons in a research group, in a classroom environment. And so when I recruited my CTO, he'll tell this story. It's funny. I always agreed to be on people's committees that I thought were interesting people. And he was interesting because he used to bother me about making CNTs for him for some thermal capacitor and a chip application. I said, okay, I'll be on your committee. And he did, and I had never seen him speak. And then he gave his presentation at his defense. And I literally chased him down after his defense and brought him into Carbice. Because I said that, you know what, I'm good at materials and I'm good at very simple heat transfer, which is this is linear, algebraic stuff for thermal interfaces. This guy's doing like simulations and all this other stuff. He's on the semiconductor roadmap, and as I said, I need this guy on my team. And so that was the first step, that I knew that I'm the materials guy. I'm the kind of, exciting guy talking about the excitement and the vision of the future, but I need somebody like this. And I got this fantastic Georgia Tech PhD, Cornell undergrad guy that could be my CTO and drive the application. Because I think when you think about workforce and building a company, where I saw a lot of the early material companies, have false starts, is that not focusing enough on driving home a particular solution to a particular problem type. And so we, rather than use these aligned carbon nanotubes for everything, electrical, anti-fouling, all these things you could use them for, optical, we focus on thermal. And so this gets into the workforce story. Then I deepened myself into the heat transfer space around this. And my second employee came from a class that I created at Georgia Tech called Nano Engineered Thermal Systems. And he was like one of the students that did really well. And I invited him to do some research with me. And then he came into Carbice, and he's now our director of product at Carbice. So it was really creating the workforce. I decided I was in a unique ability as a professor to not have to go find the university curriculum and do recruiting. I can, if I have time, I can create my own workforce. And I did that. The first 3 employees at Carbice really came out of my research lab in my classes and kind of getting us there. And then once we were 4 people, the next people that joined us, I hired someone who's just a friend of the family, and she kind of came in and became the business jack of all trades, very talented, who's now our controller. And then from there, I think the early part, because the thing is that when you are building a business like this, it's so risky, and we're being so lean with capital. You got to find the right people that can align with your vision and you personally, and just really want to ride that kind of hard life for a little bit. And that's what we did. And then once we got to the angel round, I then turned back to Georgia Tech and found my director, vice president of process and equipment, whom was someone that I knew was as good as me with carbon nanotubes. And he was someone that we used to chat about, knowing of each other, interacted for a while. So I pulled someone out of Georgia Tech for that role. And I feel like you have to build the workforce like that. With a material company like this that has IP, you have to build them from your network and people that share in a vision for not only what you're doing as a company, but what you're doing in the community, right? One of the reasons I go for Georgia Tech is because people who are in Georgia Tech, we have a special pride about things that come out of Georgia Tech and make impact on the world out of that. Seed investors was the same. It's hard. I don't know of any material companies that have been successful before us raising money at this level out of Georgia, out of Atlanta or the Southeast. So we went to Tech Square Labs, and Tech Square Labs, Alan and Paul Judge, both Georgia Tech grads, loved getting things at Georgia Tech, but they only invested in software. Right? How did I get them to invest in this? This is where serendipity comes in, is that Paul happened to be building a hardware company, his first ever, called Luma. And he was in China dealing with a heat problem in their manufacturing when I got a hold of them. so it made everything real. And then, so then he's like, well, we don't understand the space, but we like you. We like you, know you from Georgia Tech, and this heat problem, we know it's real and it's not going to get any smaller. So that was part of it too. And so the team building and the workforce building for the early stage, all the way to the seed round, really just came out of this ecosystem of research and innovation around Georgia Tech, and then the Georgia Tech brand generally. And then after that, it really started to move into just the fact that it was the right strategy in hindsight, because I wasn't thinking about this clearly when I moved to Georgia, to be in a state that had a huge manufacturing base. In many ways, this gave me confidence as I studied and learned about this more, that we could build a huge manufacturing company here. And I tell people this all the time, that my 5th employee was a technician that we hired that had worked with Suniva, which was a $1 billion solar cell company that came out of Georgia Tech. And we brought him on, and then, we thought, well, maybe we're just lucky. We just found the right type of technician. But even in that process of just going through a proper interview with him, we had 750 applicants to the technician position. Blew my mind, Michael. We had 700. And then because of the applicants, I started looking around and said, oh, look at all these companies, Kellogg, Starbucks, making cereal, making carpet. I say, oh, wow, all we have to do is like mix a little Georgia Tech with a little bit of what already exists in manufacturing, and we got a high-tech manufacturing environment ready to go.
That's awesome. Well, then that leads me to my very next obvious question. And if anybody has any questions from the audience, just let me know. There's $250 million worth of heat sinks in orbit in space right now, but there's way more than that down here on the ground. So you didn't plan to go to space as your first market, your first target market. What's the transition path from away from space down here on the ground? And when is my computer going to be faster because you dissipate the heat?
Hopefully soon.
Good.
It's a good question.
Thank you. As a consumer who has a lot of digital devices, I really am thinking this problem.
Right before this call, I was looking at a YouTube video of the Sony PlayStation where they use this liquid metal paste, right? And it's just amazing the different things people do that are so messy and expensive. And, again, the value proposition for us in that market is going to be simplicity, right? And consistency, because there's not a single consumer electronic thermal interface solution today that on time zero, when you first open the box, has the same performance that it has after 6 months. They all degrade. And it's because that's just what liquids do. They pump out of the interface and they degrade. So here's the chicken and egg balance with a materials company, and why investors typically, there aren't many investors that have an appetite for materials, is because there's a chicken and egg issue. When you want to get a big account, you have to have big capacity. And very few people are positioned to wait and to invest in that capacity, just because of the way it is. And because of the alternative is always poor performance. And if everybody has it, then you got to convince somebody to move first. So the thing is that we raised this round of funding mainly so that we could build capacity, which we're going to do. We're building a huge facility in Atlanta next year. It'd be 20 to 30,000 square feet. It's going to take us from 500,000 square inches a year of production to over 100 million. So it's going to be huge. And by doing that, then you open yourself up to accounts that are big. But you don't want to do that without having some revenue and some traction. And so space has given us that. Space and some other niche markets we found gave us the ability to make revenue, bring in some business, to show we can execute, to also mature manufacturing so we know what the yields look like and the stats. And then now the transition, I hired Hal Lasky, who is one of the best in the business. And, he can take that and scale it to billions. That's what he does. He always jokes with me. He says he doesn't do anything without a B behind it. Billions. So, now we have something to translate to him, but it's going to take time Michael, because you have to have capacity because these customers move fast. And sometimes they want to ramp from 0 revenue to over 100 million revenue with you in 5 months in a semiconductor space.
I mean, I don't want to get into your private business strategy, but I mean, do you have contracts to support that risk, or is it a build it first, they will come strategy, or is it none of my business and you don't want to talk about it publicly, which is a perfectly fine answer?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. The way this market works, here's how I'll answer it: is that you get on the drawing for the parts. It's the same way it works in space. Is that
right. Yeah.
it costs so much for someone. I mean, a big prime will cost them for one program over $100,000 to change the drawing. So you work to get on the drawing, and it's not contractual, but at the end of the day, that's what it is, because they spent so much money to get you there. So that's what underwrites our investment, is that we're on the drawings for several things, and we know the size of that.
That makes sense. I'm gonna switch to Charles for one last fast question. We've got 4 minutes till we make our transition to the next speaker. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, just had a quick question about, I was wondering if in cases where
Charles, you need to speak up a little louder, please.
Oh, okay, sorry. In cases where fans are actually very minimally needed in a cooling situation, could you take this technology and do thermal movement in hotspots? Have you thought about that idea? Because that would be a great idea for portable devices that almost don't need a fan.
The short answer is yes. We do thermal straps and things like that. So one of the key aspects that makes this technology universally attractive is that it's an integration technology, meaning that the graphite in the iPhone, because they have to put plastic wrapped around it in order to integrate it, has half the capacity that the material by itself would have. You don't have those losses with our material. So you're able to integrate things and have heat spreading and strapping. So again, it's really, the value is in the manufacturing, whether it be kind of passive cooling like you're mentioning, or active cooling with a lot of fan power or liquid flow.
So we already put the Carbice website in the chat, but I'm wondering, where else would you like people to go to find out more about you, what you're doing? Twitter, LinkedIn, any websites? What do you want people to do?
Katie, they should go to LinkedIn. Our LinkedIn page is the most active. So website, LinkedIn, is Carbice. And we got a lot of case studies and videos on our LinkedIn feed. They really show the value of what we can do and our growth.
And do you have any takeaways for the audience as we go into the focus of this conference? As a reminder, near-term space development, 2020 to 2035. So what would you like to see happen 2020 to 2035? This could be broadly related to space or your technology as it's used in space.
Look, teamwork makes the dream work. Carbice is a community story, and everybody needs to play at every level. So from kids in high school to college, every investment matters. And I'm a testament that you just don't know where someone's going to take something at some point. So I'm looking forward to the next, 2035, seeing who's in high school now and what they're doing in 2035.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I see Layla put the LinkedIn link in the chat box for anyone who wants to go check that out. We'll be handing it over in a minute. Ed Wolf is going to be your MC for the afternoon. And just a reminder to everyone, the website bluemarbleweek.space is where you can find out information about future conferences. So we have monthly conferences happening every month next year. The next one is January 6th through January 8th. And you can also find out more information and register if you want to join this conference for the rest of this week. I know that we're live streaming on Facebook. I know that we're on YouTube. And so if anybody wants to get in on the chat so that they can ask live questions, feel free to register at that website. All right, Ed, are you there?
I want to say something just for a second. We said this at the beginning of the day. I'm going to say it again today, now, and we're going to say it again later. This is, as Tim says, a fiercely apolitical event. The views of these people are mostly the views of themselves. Some of them are here in an official capacity, and they will say that. But we really do appreciate all the folks that are coming in and sharing their advice and wisdom. So with that, I'm going to please pass it back to the moderators, to the MCs, and thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Sarah. Appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to
Thanks
hand
so
it over
much.
to Ed Wolf to introduce our next speaker. We can do.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay out there?
I can hear you. I don't see you
All
on
right.
camera though.
Let me see. You can't see me on the camera?
I can
I
see
see you
you,
now.
but you're a
There you go.
little quiet.
Okay, let me see if I can speak a little louder for you guys. All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Up.
Still quiet, huh?
There we go. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try this again. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you guys all to the afternoon sessions. They've been great so far this morning. Appreciate all the candid feedback and questions from the group. We see the crowd growing here as we move into the later talks. Right now, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Ms. Shelley Brunswick. She's the Chief Operating Officer at Space Foundation, an executive leader for the Center of Innovation and Education. She has a distinguished career as space acquisition and program management leader. She's also served as congressional liaison for the U.S. Air Force. We're so pleased to have her share with us today as an advocate for space technology, innovation, as well as inclusionary diversity among all demographics. Again, I would like to remind you all just to post your questions in the chat window as she proceeds, so we can have some great questions and comments built up for the end of the session. Ms. Shelley, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Ed. I hope you can hear me okay. Perfect. Just checking. I've been on multiple platforms today. The new normal is Teams and Google and Zoom and Facebook. So every platform operates a little differently. So thank you so much for inviting me today. And it's an honor to be here and joining you. And I really enjoyed our last presenter. That was really excellent. And what I'd like to share with you today is some of what are we looking at as we look at moving forward into the space economy. What is that going to take? How are we going to get there? And of course, as a good former Air Force officer, I have about 50 slides that I'd like to share with you. Okay, it's not a full 50 slides, but a few slides. So let me see if I can figure out how to share my screen here. There we go. And so again, as you said, I'm with the Space Foundation, and as we are highlighting, there is no better time than right now to be part of the space economy. We look at space, space today leads to a better tomorrow. So everything we're doing right now is going to help us not just next year or the year after, but 2025, 2030, 2050. For those of you who are not familiar with the Space Foundation, we have been in business almost 40 years. We are a U.S. nonprofit that does business internationally. And our mission is to inspire, educate, connect, and advocate on behalf of the global space community. And we have three main pillars that we focus under, and that's education, service to the space community, and space awareness. And you can probably understand space awareness is how do we get more individuals to understand that space is for them, that space interacts with their lives every day. Service to the space community is how do we help the current community thrive? Many of you are probably familiar with our annual Space Symposium that we conduct every year in Colorado Springs, where we bring the global space community together. In 2019, we had 15,000 participants that came to Colorado Springs to talk about policy and entrepreneurship and innovation and ways forward. Obviously, due to COVID, we have pivoted, as have many other organizations, and we have moved our in-person event to August 2021. So we hope that if you're looking to reconnect with the global space community in person, we will be doing an in-person event the end of August. So that will be after the vaccine is out, and we're looking forward to bringing the global space community together. Another way that we have looked at how do we keep the global space community connected during this time is we've gone online with our Space Symposium 365, which is a way to allow learning, networking, and again, business development during this time of COVID. So I'll talk about that in a little bit. The area I'm really going to focus on today, though, is that education pillar. What are we doing there, and how are we helping to grow that future space economy? So as you've mentioned in the earliest presentations, and there are some more coming up in the next 2 days, space is really part of our everyday life. Everything we do, as a matter of fact, this conference, using our cell phone, I'm sure yours are all buzzing off the hook on the side, Zoom platforms, we're using space technology every day. Most citizens don't realize how important it is for our financial system, our food supply, our public safety. So it's important to highlight how space is intersecting with us every day to build that space awareness. But it's more than just what many people think. Some satellites up there, some launch vehicles, maybe some astronauts. Space is really part of 16 different sectors. And it's part of the emerging technology that you hear every day on TV, whether it's CNBC or entrepreneurs that are talking about their products coming to market. The number one area we're seeing a need in right now, not just in emerging technology, but in jobs, is data analytics. Another one we see a huge need for jobs is in advanced manufacturing. I'm highlighting these two areas right now because as COVID has impacted our workforce here in America and other countries, we have unemployed workers, but we do have jobs open right now that are available in data analytics and advanced manufacturing that can require a certificate, cybersecurity, a certificate. So if you are aware of unemployed workers, there are opportunities to get into reskilled programs and come out of COVID with a better job potentially than you had going in. So the US has the workforce for these jobs, but they're just in locations or in areas that are not used to being part of the space economy or don't realize that this technology is part of the space economy. Obviously, many of you are aware of energy and energy storage solutions, healthcare, miniaturization. The miniaturization has been a huge impact on our space because the smaller we can make things, small sats, CubeSats, the cheaper and lower cost it is to get to orbit, to create and gather more data. And again, the more data we're creating, the more data analytics and artificial intelligence we need to process that data. So I just wanted to kind of highlight the technology that's available that you may have not thought of as part of the space community. I also like to highlight this. This is the NASA Technology Transfer Office website. And this represents patents that they have available that are ready to come to market right now. So again, it is very similar to the last slide. It's in agriculture, it's in healthcare, energy, energy storage solutions, transportation, communication, water purification, healthcare. So if you want to be an entrepreneur and you don't have your own entrepreneurial idea, the NASA Technology Transfer Office is a great place to start. And they also have some grant funding that can help you initially launch that entrepreneur innovation idea that you'd like. So as you can see, the jobs today we're looking at is spaces for STEM and non-STEM professionals now, trade workers. We need business professionals, we need legal experts, as well as the STEM professionals. And as I highlighted, it's really about lifelong learning, and that's not just in the space sector. We need to continue to reskill and upskill because as technology continues to rapidly change and come online, some jobs and workers will be displaced as new technology comes online. So we all need to continue to be reskilled and upskilled and be lifelong learners. And the other area I highlight is there are innovation opportunities. America has always been an innovation leader, and there are innovation patents that are waiting to come to market to create that next billion or $1 trillion economy. And we need to look for that workforce where we may have not thought of them, in the inner cities, in rural communities, minorities, women, veterans, retirees. We have the workforce we need for the space economy. We just have to reach out and let them know that they can be part of this community. So as we share, the global space economy right now is exciting. It's $424 billion. and it is projected to grow $1 to $3 trillion in the next 10 to 20 years. Bank of America recently said by 2030, they anticipate the global space economy to be $1.4 trillion. 80 or more nations are participating, and they're at various levels. You have the US and India and China and Russia at one area, well-developed space economies, and we have many emerging space economies in South America, Latin America, Africa, the Middle East. So there's a wide spectrum of opportunity for multiple nations to participate in the space economy. Here in the US, the exciting part is, as I mentioned, the US has a very developed space economy, but initially it was really designed as a geopolitical, I call it a soft war, political aspect between Russia. However, as time has progressed over the last 40 years, it's really become democratized and commercial. And here in the US, 80% of the space economy is commercial companies. So again, there's a wide opportunity for all citizens to participate in the space economy. There are opportunities in government and defense contractors, but there are also a multitude of opportunities in the commercial sector. And again, in those technologies I highlighted earlier. The salaries in these space careers are far significant to other salaries, the median salary here in the US. And again, there are thousands of patents waiting to be brought to market. So for individuals who want to be entrepreneurs, there are patents that are just waiting for you to come look at them. So I know that as Michael shared with me, he'd love to see some data and some numbers. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of statistics. However, the Space Foundation does put out our quarterly space report that covers a multitude of areas to include what is the global space economy, what are the different sectors, and then we do have an online database of the last 15 years of the global space economy that is a subscription model. But this gives you a nice snapshot of how you're looking at the global space economy. And you can see 51% is really in those commercial space products and services. You're seeing some infrastructure, and I know that there'll be some other briefers later in this program that will talk about potentially a infrastructure bill that will be coming forward and what the space portion of that infrastructure bill will be. So I don't want to steal that thunder, but space is a critical infrastructure for the US because it runs not only our national security, but it also runs our information and our commerce. So that is a very important area, and that will continue to grow. And then you can see some of the other areas that relate to the space economy. Again, as we're highlighting, again, Michael, I want to get that extra credit that I am providing some statistics in my presentation. That how does that break out? Obviously, the space economy has grown 73% in the last decade. As you can imagine, as time continues, whether we reach the 1.4 trillion by 2030, if we reach the 3 trillion by 2040, again, that's not totally out of the norm of what could be expected with the multitude of what is considered the space industry. So everything is really looking great, and I'm excited to be here to talk about where the space economy is going. We do have a challenge though, and that is we do have a workforce shortage, a skills deficit, and an innovation gap. I highlighted that a little bit earlier. Our skills shortage is we do have unemployed workers and we have open jobs, but we have some skills mismatch. We also have an untapped workforce here in the United States with diversity, women, minorities, and that's also in other parts of the world where women may not be thought of as part of the space economy. The skills deficit, as I shared, there are job openings, but you do need to get some reskilling and training, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. What are some programs that can create that? And I talked about the innovation gap. The US, one of the great things about the US is it is an innovator. And the great part is that innovation not only creates a job for the entrepreneur, but it creates multiple jobs. And those jobs create spin-off jobs, which create economic opportunity and development. So as communities look at the space sector and how they can be part of the space community, they can really look at the ecosystem of creating a space sector around those various technologies to be a leader of innovation, and that innovation will drive job creation. it will drive products and services. And ultimately, space technology benefits our lives here on Earth. So it's good for all of us. So for those reasons, the Space Foundation launched our Center for Innovation and Education. It's all about creating innovative, sustainable, inclusive programs that support workforce development and economic opportunity so all citizens can participate in the global space economy. This has been a process we have been researching for the last 2 years. We started this over 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now, where we started reaching out to companies and universities and entrepreneurs and government agencies to find out what was needed and how do we find solutions to fill that gap. So how we look at it, the Space Foundation, we are looking at that entire workforce pipeline, students, young leaders, entrepreneurs, and professionals. And we're looking at the entire ecosystem of stakeholders that needs that workforce, businesses, government, education, and of course, local communities. How do local communities tap into this type of initiative? This whole initiative, the center relates to working together with others. The Space Foundation is not going to do this alone. There are great organizations that exist. And so we're looking for partnerships, we're looking for sponsorship, grant opportunities, fundraising, donations, and an endowment. So what I'd like to talk about is how does this process work? How do we look at it? We do have a 5-phase workforce development roadmap. And the first step is awareness. How do you break down the barriers to allow individuals to know that they can be part of the space economy? How do we do that outreach? So we have launched a strategic outreach campaign. Obviously, thank you so much for inviting us to be part of your event. This is part of how you can reach out to others and share that there are opportunities for you in the space economy. The next step is how do we create an access point? Because you can share that there are opportunities, but you have to really provide, how do I get into the space community now? So what are those access points? And those access points are different depending on who in the pipeline is trying to enter. There is usually some training required. So I'm excited if people say, I want to be part of the space economy. That's awesome. There's probably going to be some training required, but we can help you figure out where that training level is. Is it a certificate at a community college? Is it a PhD? Is it some online courses? And then it's about building connections. And this Blue Marble Week is an example of how you can build connections with the space community. You can attend Space Symposium. You can participate in UN Office of Outer Space Affairs activities. You can join Women in Aerospace or Women Tech Networks or National Defense Industrial Association. So there are organizations that provide opportunities to connect in the global space community. And the last one I'm going to talk about, which I really think is the first one, is mentorship. If you can help find a mentor or a sponsor that helps you understand these other 4 areas, they can help you navigate the landscape so you can become part of the space economy. And again, I'll share some examples shortly. So as I highlighted, this is about today's workforce. So Michael, again, I get another gold star. This is about today's workforce. Government agencies, international communities, space professionals. This is about the workforce today, and it's also about our workforce tomorrow. How are we preparing them? How are we capturing them to become into the space community, to stay in the space community so they don't exit, because we know the workforce pipeline can be leaky. So this is our system of how we look at what we deliver for the space community and outside the space community. Imagine you're on that gray dot that says Space Foundation, and you're looking out because you're trying to decide what is it, who is the audience I want to reach, or what audience am I part of? So you would look out and say, who's the audience I'm part of? So in this case, let's say you're part of young leaders, or you want to reach young leaders. Then the next goal is to understand what are the outcomes you want. So if you're an individual and you're a young leader, what is your goal for success? Is it networking? Is it business development? Or if you're a sponsor of a program, what is your objective? Is it helping young leaders connect with you to deliver your program? Or what exactly is your goal or success or measure of effectiveness? Then we can work together to create, do we already have a program at the Space Foundation, or is this a partnership with other organizations. And the Space Foundation is partnered with multiple organizations internationally to include universities and other nonprofits. So depending who the audience is, what you consider success, or what is your goal, then we can figure out what is the right program that will help you accomplish success. And on the sides, again, I'm highlighting that the global space economy is more than just astronauts and launch vehicles. It's agriculture, it's education, it's energy, it's environment, it's government. And these are things that are happening right now today that you can be part of. So what I'd like to do is walk you through one of our programs that we did, and walk you through that 5-step workforce development roadmap and how it worked and how we measured success. So one of our programs was our Space Commerce Entrepreneurship Program. This was designed to bring more minorities, women, and veterans into the space ecosystem. So you can think about, they could already have been an entrepreneur and they had a product line, and we were offering them an opportunity to create another line of business in the space ecosystem, or they maybe were not entrepreneurs but wanted to be entrepreneurs, and they were figuring out how to enter the space economy. Again, in this case, we partnered with the Department of Commerce and the Minority Business Development Agency. We launched this program, and our outcome was to create jobs, careers, and help bring more minorities and women into the space ecosystem. We did several activities. One was we have online webinars, because we realized this was 2 years ago. So even before COVID, we realized to reach more individuals, we had to provide digital engagement. So we do have online webinars that are free to access that talk about what the space economy is, but they're great webinars for anybody who wants to be an entrepreneur and learn about business. We also then went around the country and did in-person workshops. And the goal of the in-person workshop was to bring in guest speakers, both nationally, like venture capitalists, but also who is that local ecosystem that can help you continue to move your business forward. So there are local organizations in every state, whether it's Manufacturers Extension Partnership, PTAC, chambers. There are a number of organizations in every community that can help entrepreneurs continue to keep moving forward. So although the Space Foundation may come in for the workshop, we want to leave you with individuals locally that can help you continue to move forward. So as you can tell, if you look at the 5-step roadmap, we created awareness. So we created the program. We worked with Minority Business Development Agency. When we went into local communities, we reached out to the multitude of chambers, the Women's Chamber, the African American Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber, to build awareness. We then looked at ways to create access. So if you wanted to come into the business, we brought in these key speakers that could help you figure out how do you access into the space economy. For instance, having somebody from the NASA Technology Transfer Office speak, how you could get that technology, get the patent, apply for a grant, SBIR, STTR, and start to develop your program. Training, some individuals required some training. We provided some videos online. And then again, connecting them with the global space community. What we did is we offered scholarships for those companies that were ready to come to Space Symposium, and we helped them arrange meeting with companies to do business development at Space Symposium. And 2 of the companies walked out with multi-million-dollar contracts. So again, it's how did we connect them? And then again, the mentoring, we connected them with industry experts that continue to help them move their program forward. And we are still in contact with all those entrepreneurs that went through our program. So another program I just want to share, I'm staying on this entrepreneurial theme because this is really part of igniting innovation and unlocking space technology, not just in America, but around the world. We also do a junior space entrepreneurship program. And in this case, we're really looking at primarily junior high and high school kids. And the theme of this is the kids come together, they're part of a team, because we all work together, right? Nobody sits and does it all by themselves. We have to communicate, we have to collaborate, we have to work with others. So we create a team, and each student wears a different hat. One is the chief technology officer, one is the readiness officer, one is the marketing person and the business development person. And the kids have to go do a mission to Mars and return. So they do all the STEM that's required. But once they return, they now have to tell us what did they learn, that they could commercialize on Earth to make life better for us on Earth. And then they become a company. And one is the CEO, and one is the marketing person, and one is the legal expert. And then they pitch their concepts to companies that are looking for interns. So that kind of gives you an outline of how the program works. We did partner with Lockheed Martin, NASA, and Junior Achievement on this program. And again, it was inspiring kids to pursue space careers and entrepreneurial opportunities. And this program was recognized by Fast Company as an honorable mention for their 2020 world-changing ideas. So some of the programs I shared with you. So if you're out there and you're like, how do I get involved? I'm excited. I obviously shared with you the NASA Technology Transfer Office. Great place to start. There are many other research labs, the Department of Energy, Air Force Research Lab, and other labs that you can look at. And yes, if you're an international citizen, there are opportunities to partner with NASA to take that patent forward. It can be a little more complicated, but again, we would refer you to an expert from NASA to help you work through that. One great program, if you're a mentor, if you're looking for a mentor, whether you're in the US or internationally, there's the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, has a Space for Women Mentor Network. There are Saturday morning shows to help you understand more about the space community and connect with it. And then if you are looking for a mentor, whether it's a scientist or a business expert or entrepreneurial leader, you can go to their website and ask for a mentor to help you. Women in Aerospace is another great location. And the Space Foundation has our Women's Global Gathering that takes place every year at our symposium. I know next year, World Space Week is going to kick off their activities sooner. And their theme for next year is Women in Space. And then there's Women Tech Network, which also which also provides mentors, and that is for diversity and inclusion. So although it says Women Tech, it is also men and women. So I just want to share that. So there are opportunities for you right now to find a mentor or find individuals out there that can help you connect into the space economy. I shared with you Space Symposium 365. Every month, there'll be a few activities. Tomorrow, we'll be doing a workforce panel with several leading companies to include Lockheed Martin that will help you connect. And if you're not current or fresh with the space economy, events like today, Blue Marble Week is a wonderful activity today through Wednesday, as well as their activities. But you can also connect with us on our Space Symposium 365. So if you're interested in any of these activities or you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, Shelley Brunswick. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm happy to help you connect with somebody. If you want to join 365, it's on there. If you're interested in partnering with us on any of our programs or being a sponsor, funder, or contribute to our endowment, because what we learned by doing all this was that there's more need than what the Space Foundation can do. What I'm going to do is just share one example, and then we'll go ahead and take down the slides, and then we'll do Q&A. But one example I share with you is we were contacted by a school in inner city LA that was 60% African-American girls. It was a STEM school. And I was talking to their superintendent about all the great opportunities, because LA, Silicon Beach, entrepreneurship, you got the Space and Missile Systems Center, you have a huge industrial base in Orange County with manufacturing, and there are jobs open right now where, and I said, your students could get certificates in advanced manufacturing and walk out right now out of high school and walk into a job. And she said to me, that's great. Could you tell me how I can help my students' parents get recertified so they can get jobs in the space economy and get those manufacturing jobs? Well, fortunately, I'm partnered with El Camino College, and in California, your first 2 years at a community college, they pay for. So if you can get into the community college, they do have the skill, the programs for cyber, for data analytics and manufacturing. And so and that's exactly what I did. I connected the superintendent with my point of contact at El Camino College. That's not a unique incident. This can happen all around the country. If you're looking to reskill, there are community colleges out there. There are companies that are offering free programming right now, but there are opportunities. So let me end my slideshow and stop sharing this. and then let's just listen, see what some questions might be. So hold on. I'm being technically challenged. How do I end my slideshow?
Can you end it? We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, Shelley. Hey, thank you very much. Really, really appreciate that. I probably will ask you to put the slides up towards the end just to make sure that we get them, because we're all asking everyone for ways to contact her and ways to communicate afterwards. So at the end, we'll do that. We've got about half an hour, so we can kind of have an interesting conversation. I want to open it up to folks. I'm going to take kind of moderator's privilege and kind of ask you to drill into a few things. First of all, yes, absolutely. You got some gold stars. So thank you very much for really kind of diving into the numbers. I know that that's not everybody's focus, but I'm a big nerd, and I'm a nerd in a finance perspective. So I like having those. I like having the validation and verification that, you know, we are talking about trillions with a T, trillions of dollars of this cis-lunar econosphere, right? That we've been talking about science from science fiction. We've been talking about, wouldn't it be cool if we had all this asteroid mining? And wouldn't it be cool if we, you know, went to Venus with, you know, some sort of balloons and we found life, and that would be, and that's great. And I definitely don't want to steer away from that because those are worthwhile efforts. But when you're talking about $1 to $3 trillion of economic value to our nation and to the world, that's really powerful. So I would like you to take us on a journey from when you are a student, and whether it's high school or college, you know, what would a path look like for you to be in the space field? And I want you to stress, it doesn't have to be rocket engineering, right? There is no such thing as a rocket scientist. That job description doesn't exist. So what if you're a student, junior, you know, in college or in high school, what does a path look like? And your conversation with the LA teachers about reskilling the parents, actually, honestly, that wasn't on my radar. So I want you to kind of go into more depth in those two areas, please.
Super. Well, first of all, you are looking at someone that was not considered a space professional in the 80s. So when, you know, when I talk to high school or college students and they talk about what's a space path, that's a great question. And my mom did not raise a space professional, right? I went in the Air Force, and at that time you had to work for NASA or you were working at a company that did those type of space activities. And that was not what I did. And then as time transitioned and I became an officer and I went to the Space and Missile Systems Center, I became a space professional. And then in 2004, you know, there was really great legislation passed that opened the opportunity to allow the commercialization of space. So I share that this did not happen overnight. You know, SpaceX's success did not happen overnight. So right now, anyone who's watching this who says, I'm not a space professional, you can be. Do you want to be? So first of all, the question is, whether you're in high school or college or even an adult that's sitting here going, I think I want to transition into space. And believe it or not, I am coaching 2 women who are transitioning out of other sectors into the space economy, right? So how do they do that? So I'm going to start with, let's say you're a high school student. And again, it's reaching out and providing role models to show the different careers. So as you said, not every career is going to be Peggy Whitson. I mean, we'd love for everyone to strive to be an astronaut, to be the first woman on the moon or Mars. Those are wonderful goals. But I also understand for many citizens and for many international citizens in other countries, that's not a reality. So when you talk about that great aspirational goal, that is going to resonate with 5% of the population. And that's awesome. but I need to look at capturing 95% of the population. And that means I have to not only capture that high school student or college student, I have to capture their parents. Their parents have to also buy into this, that these are real jobs, real career opportunities. So one individual that's part of the Space Generation Advisory Council is in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Space is not necessarily a reality there, but what is a reality is healthcare. And there are lots of opportunities in healthcare to take space technology and bring it into the healthcare system. It's
Yeah.
been done for decades. Mammograms, cataract surgery, formulated food. We're looking at osteoporosis now and many other activities that we're going to learn by this cis-lunar orbit that's going to benefit us here on Earth. So what we really have to do is, it starts again with, I say, finding that mentor or somebody who can come and speak, not just to the kids or the students, but can we have an opportunity to meet with the parents? Because again, if a child wants to be part of the space community, their parents have to buy in. And I share that even in the US, we have, kids that their parents don't think that's a reality, let alone other countries like Pakistan or India that don't think that's a reality. So we have to help the parents understand what are the paths. And as I shared with you, there are paths to be a lawyer. Oh, lots of opportunities in the legal arena. Oh, it's the
Lots
wild
of chances to be a space lawyer. That's like the new gold rush is the space lawyers.
I think we have too many space lawyers.
And I throw that one out there because I spoke at a conference in Chile, FADAI, a couple years ago, and I went out and met with some student groups, 8th graders. And I did my, here's your opportunities. And I had a student raise his hand and go, can we be lawyers? And it was like, absolutely. There's litigation. We need to figure out what this looks like. How do we service satellites? What does that look like? How do we deorbit things? There's lots of opportunities for lawyers and to figure out what does that really mean. So for lawyers, we need you. We need healthcare professionals. And fortunately, there are a number of excellent leading individuals in the healthcare field that are also part of space that create that role model. You need business experts. So guess where I fit? I'm that business expert. I have an undergraduate in business. I have an MBA. Yes, I did space acquisition while I was in the Air Force. I talked about space on Capitol Hill. But you have to have a business expert who can say, here's my technical gobbledygook, right? That, all of us have sat in technology readiness review meetings or program reviews. How do I take that comprehensive technical data and now create it into a communication and a value proposition and a positioning statement that you can go out and talk to potential investors, members of the Hill, government agencies. And so you have to have that person. You have to have a marketing person, right? You have to have those skills. You have to have a business development person. So again, lots of opportunities to include all the STEM skills, but we also talk about ecosystems. And so you can stop me at any point, Michael, because I obviously love this topic.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So let's talk about launch facilities. So when you think about launch facilities, people are going to think, oh, you're going to launch something. Is that tourism? Okay, that's one small part of the value chain. You're missing the other parts. Where are those launch facilities going to be? Who's going to provide the restaurants and the hotels for those facilities? Who's going to do the fleet maintenance and the electrical and the plumbing for those buildings? Is this, so if it's space tourism, obviously tourists are coming there. They want to do other things while they're there, waiting for their opportunity to go into outer space. You're also going to look at our experiments going to be done by multiple organizations, whether they're commercial or industry or government or academia. So is there going to be an area that's industrial, manufacturing? So I talked to many launch facilities, Daytona Beach and Camden, and so all over. And I say, it's not just the launch facility and that aspect of the work. You have to look at the entire ecosystem of that launch complex. What is it that you're going, what services is it going to provide? Who's going to be drawn to that launch complex? And how do you now look at building out that ecosystem? Whether, is it housing? Because if I'm doing a launch system and they're doing launches all the time and you're out in nowhere, right?
Yep.
Not at the one at Daytona Beach, right?
Right.
Somewhere else, and you have to build housing Okay, how am I building that housing? Because I'm going to have workers there, right? I'm going to have workers there. So I share with communities that are looking at strategizing, how do you want to position your community? Is it for the launch facility, or do you want to be an innovation leader in a certain area? Is it cyber? Is it healthcare? So again, how do you position yourself? How do you draw those innovators, entrepreneurs, investors there? And then how do you create the ecosystem that supports that? So it's a very complex issue. And at the heart of it is your workforce. And that workforce is very diverse. And you have to look at all of it to make sure that this will be successful.
Let me ask you a specific question on this. So pull out your crystal ball and imagine 2022, maybe 2025. What if there were, let's say, we know about spaceports, the way we think about Vandenberg and Florida and the private ones in Texas, right? Maybe tomorrow there's going to be a big day in Texas, right? But pull out your crystal ball and imagine what. Let's just pick the 5 biggest cities in America, and let's attach a spaceport to them, because probably next year, at least 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 suborbital launch companies are going to launch. So it is in the realm of near-term possibility that we could have point-to-point suborbital, possibly supersonic flights. What would the world look like? What would America look like if we had 5 spaceports that were dedicated to big cities, or 10 spaceports dedicated to big cities? Do we have the workforce to support that? I think we don't, right? So where is the gap there? Do you have any guess? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you are our workforce infrastructure person. So guesses?
I love guesses. So in the military, I learned never to provide unrealistic expectations, right?
Yep.
Hold that. First of all, I'm going to tell you you didn't list all the other spaceports. Virginia.
Yeah.
Mojave, New Mexico. I think they were talking about a spaceport, Michigan or Minnesota. So your prediction of 5 or 10 is already a reality.
Right.
And throw out there international, right? Brazil. Look at all the other countries that could create a spaceport. What does that look like? And again, that is economic development and prosperity for those countries if they look at that spaceport and what it'll do and what it'll drive. That is economic opportunity for them and their community. Point to point. So I was on another conference a couple weeks ago, and they still feel that point to point is a little bit challenging. Could we get there by 2023, 2025? I think, yes, I do. I think our current thing with space tourism is a great thing. There are individuals out there that do want to do that, but long term, the bigger thing will be the point to point. I mean, if you could go from Denver to London or Dubai or wherever in 2 hours, that will be a disruptor. So it's just like SpaceX. When SpaceX was able to reduce the cost of launch, it disrupted the sector to allow more commercialization, more entries, more opportunities. When we figure out point to point, that will do the same thing. It will revolutionize travel. It will change travel in a way that is unforeseen. And initially, just like any new product, originally it'll be a certain higher end buyer of that. But as time goes on, just like airlines, it will become more democratized where average citizens can do that. So that is a good thing. Do we have the workforce in the US? Yes, we do have the workforce. Are they trained, skilled, and do they know they are that workforce? No. So that's the conundrum we're in, but that's why the Space Foundation is out here talking about our Center for Innovation and Education. The only way we're going to get to that workforce by 2025, 2022, 2030 is to be out there sharing it with schools in LA and conferences like this and around the world and being mentors for women tech networks and other networks to share that there are opportunities. Not everyone has to be a PhD or an advanced degree. There are certificate programs, there's community college. There are multiple opportunities to be part of this workforce. So again, my role, you know, I'm like Elon Musk, not rich, and I don't own a launch company or Solar City, but visionary in the sense of I'm playing a certain role, just like Elon Musk is playing a certain role to go to Mars. I'm playing a certain role saying there are opportunities. I can help direct you in those opportunities, but I need partnership. I need partnership at the community level. And that's why we have partnered with Daytona Beach, Camden. You know, we are partnering with multitude of cities, you know, inner city LA, because that's how we're going to help those communities think through how are they going to create their value proposition for that community? How are they going to draw the entrepreneurs and innovators? And then how do they create the workforce? So it's a very systemic process. It's a very methodical process. You have to have the vision. You have to have community leaders and politicians that are innovative and entrepreneurial and passionate and agile, because we have to do it now. Because I can't create an 8th grader in 2 years to be a PhD.
No, right.
So, and I can't create a 30-year-old person to be a PhD in space either. So your workforce is going to take more time. So I need communities and politicians and thought leaders to really think through this. And the Space Foundation is here to work with you. We'll work with you to help you figure out what does that plan look like and how do you engage what you have in your community? What are your universities? What are your community colleges? What are your, do you have Department of Labor certified programs in your community college, you know, that can get people certified into those careers immediately? So it's a methodical process. We can do it together, and it is possible. Those workers are here and they're looking for jobs and they're looking for opportunities. We just have to help them find them.
I want to echo something Shelley was just saying about the workforce development and not looking like how it is now.
Right.
We have this idea that it's only rocket scientists and doctors and people in lab coats in clean rooms. But that is only a feature of the fact that for the entire time we've been in space, it has been pushing the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
So there is the bottom of that workforce, the base of that pyramid to support that. When people go to space, as Shelley was saying, what are they going to do? Who's going to fix the heaters and the electrical? It's not going to be a rocket scientist, if for no other reason because we can't train them fast enough. And so, as Shelley was pointing out, we have the people that can do almost all of the tasks we need. We just need to show them how to do it in a new domain. Just like there's training for mountainous environments or underwater certifications. That's most of the difference between what some of these master electricians and really skilled tradesmen know and how to apply that in orbit and beyond.
I'm going to jump in and kind of reiterate that, but also suggest that it doesn't require that much training and overhead. When we created Mast and Space Systems back in 2004, we had interns who were still in high school.
Mm-hmm.
We had interns who came to be full-time employees that never went to college. They just knew how to tear a car apart, put it back together, and reprogram the onboard computer controller for the car. The number one skill that determined whether or not someone made it in the space sector was whether or not you cared. And that if you cared enough, if you had a problem, you were going to beat the crap out of that problem until you solved it. And because of that, one of the things that, I mean, looking across the sector, even our portfolio, we have companies that are hiring from everything from JavaScript front-end web developers to hypergolic propulsion engineers, up and down, marketing, business development, legal, policy, all of that. And these are companies that are hiring right now, and they don't care whether or not you've ever worked in an aerospace company before. And even for certain skill sets, the fact that you have never worked in an aerospace company before is a feature, not a bug. And these companies are now desperate, which means that if you have even remotely the skill set that they need, you will be able to negotiate from a position of strength. So if you think that you are qualified or have been qualified or could figure it out on your own, apply. These companies are desperate right now as we speak. They need the people in the offices right now.
Shelley, I want to make sure that I connect you to Paul in the audience here from Cal Poly. So y'all should probably send some private messages to share contact information. Paul, would you ask a question related to some of the programs that you're doing at Cal Poly? I feel like there's kind of a natural synergy between the two of y'all, but I don't want to speak for either of you.
Yeah, sure. So there's, a lot of what you're saying, Shelley, really fits with many of the things we're working on at Cal Poly as well. I put a note in the chat where we do this thing called the California Cyber Innovation Challenge every fall, and we just finished it a couple of months ago, where we bring in, I think this year we had 400 high school students that came in and helped, and it was a competition where they solved a problem with a cybersecurity incident on a satellite that caused an issue with the satellite, and they did all of the forensics around that satellite and learned how satellites work, and they learned how bugs work and viruses and that sort of thing with the satellites. And the idea we have with that is that we really want to bring hands-on learning experiences to high school students around, in this case, space and cybersecurity. But we have lots of opportunities like that at Cal Poly as well. So I'm the director of our Digital Transformation Hub. And at the Digital Transformation Hub, we work with governments, nonprofits, and education around the world on helping them solve a lot of the big problems they have. But our team that we have at the Digital Transformation Hub is kind of a handful of professionals and lots of students. And the idea with that is we get our students from engineering and business and communications and agriculture and whatever it might be to go out and really work with real world problems, right? And in some cases, they're space related problems. We're working on several things with Vandenberg right now. They might be a World Bank problem. We're working on, virtual reality to determine structural integrity on school buildings around the world, things like that. But the idea of it all is that the students get their hands on how to work with real customers using real technologies and real innovation processes before they graduate. So when they go out into the world, they already have that experience with them. So excuse me, we have lots of opportunities to work on things like that at Cal Poly as well. We also have a CubeSat lab there. So yeah. So if there's any opportunity for us to be able to work with you to develop the workforce around space technologies, especially because we're really trying to make the Central Coast of California a good opportunity for the space industry. We have the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant just not too far from here. It's being decommissioned in 2025, and we have 2,000 engineers that are going to be out of work and looking for employment, and they have a great skill set, but they're going to need to find a way to find something else to do, right? And this is a really good opportunity for them, I think.
I think what you highlighted is the important part is we're going to have a workforce, whether they're highly skilled engineers or getting skilled, but we have to get them to where the jobs are. And so what I share with you is I'd love to find a way to partner with you. I think that's exciting what you're offering. I would imagine everyone who goes through your program is probably being snatched up, because I'm watching companies that are doing things they hadn't thought to do 10 years ago. They're creating internships. They're doing all kinds of things now to start to create that workforce pipeline. I think there's great opportunities, and having been
Shelley, I think you're having some lag on your side again. Could you repeat that, please?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I'm having a little can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for, I don't know what you did, but yeah, thank you. Yeah. We missed about the last 30 seconds of your talk. Okay, if you could go to stopping your video, that might help. We only have about 4 more minutes in this session, so I'm gonna tap dance for a second. If you can hear me, there was a question about using virtual reality or augmented reality. Is there anything in your programs that use those sorts of technologies? I think that we have just lost Shelley Brunswick, but we're really grateful to her and the Space Foundation for joining us. She may join back in for a moment, but we'll kind of move on with the rest of our programming. Again, want to thank everybody who is here now. This has been really great. We really appreciate the questions and the comments. It's been a terrific day. Okay, Shelley is back. Can we give her a mic? Shelley, you're muted now. We can see you, but you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Okay, great.
Now?
We do have to wrap up in just a minute, so you've got about 3 minutes to kind of give any closing thoughts. If there's anything that you would like to talk about. There was one question that we didn't get to about virtual reality or augmented reality. Is any of that programming in your larger scope? And I need a short answer on that, please.
Yeah, we do virtual and augmented reality. I'm going to take okay. So we do virtual reality and augmented reality. We actually do programming not just here in Colorado Springs or the US. We do programming internationally. Before the meeting today, I was on a call with individuals in the UAE on how we could collaborate with them on their winter camp program that they're doing, provide content and activities. So yes, we do virtual reality, augmented reality. We do many other activities that are high-end lab tech discussions. We have actually a Mars yard in our facility here in Colorado Springs that we've had students in Pakistan drive rovers in our Mars lab. We had that facilitated by the Department of State. So again, we have labs and we are doing programming both locally, nationally, and internationally. So we look forward to finding ways to partner with other individuals on the call today. Whether one, you're listening on LinkedIn or Facebook and you're like, I want to be part of the space economy, there is a place for you. We'll help you find a mentor and find your way in. Or if you're out there doing great programming, the way we're going to help everyone be successful is we're going to cooperate. That was the thing I learned in the Air Force: cooperate and graduate, right? So let's all work together, because together we can solve this workforce challenge. It is going to hold us back if we want to unlock innovation, if we want to have this $3 trillion space economy. it is the one thing that if we don't start doing it now, it's not something I can solve 5 years from now or 10 years from now, because I can't grow an individual from 8th grade to PhD in 2 years. It's just not possible. So we have to really work together on these workforce challenges. So I hope that helped answer some final questions. Thank you, Michael. I want to thank the sponsors for today. This has been a wonderful event, and I look forward to the next 2 days. So thank you very much.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Shelley. That was the Chief Operations Officer of the Space Foundation. She didn't really talk very much about the Space Foundation writ large, but it is a pretty amazing organization, kind of has a global footprint. Their space report is kind of considered an industry Bible, so it's definitely worth looking up for its financial impact stuff that I care about. And they have a global reach. So I recommend both the organization and what I refer to, and a lot of people refer to as spring break for space, but the symposium in the springtime is pretty terrific. Shelley, if you could put the symposium links in there. I know that the whole world had to adjust. I don't actually know what's going to happen with the symposium, but if you could put some links in there, that would be super useful. Okay. Thank you all. I'm going to turn it over to Ed. Thank you, Ed. Bye, Shelley.
Thanks so much, Ms. Brunswick. It's a pleasure. I'm going to go ahead also, in addition to her symposium, I'm going to go ahead and drop a registration form that you guys can share with other people for the conference. If you know someone that you think needs to.
Ed, you keep dropping out. Could you move a little closer to your microphone? Thank you.
Let's try this again. I'm not having much luck with my audio visual today. Okay, so I went ahead and I dropped a link in there for registration forms for others. If you want to invite people out to, if you think there's somebody in here that needs to be a part of this and is missing out, please share that with them so we can get a wider audience to be a part of this. Okay, moving on to our next speaker, we have Julia Thompson. She's an outstanding representative of what a workforce development program can bring. She's a student currently at Stanford University studying aeronautics and astronautics. She's co-president of the Stanford Student Space Initiative, which is a student-led organization of 300. It's also one of hundreds of similar organizations in universities across the country focusing on space rocketry, launch, orbital mechanics, robotics, and satellites, with the primary goal of reaching the moon. She has an exciting and fresh perspective on looking forward to learning more about these university networks blossoming around the country. Ms. Thompson, do we have you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna share my screen really quick. Yeah, so hello, my name is Julia Thompson, and I'm the co-president of the Stanford Student Space Initiative, or SSI for short. In this presentation, I'll tell you a little bit about our organization, some of the projects that we have worked on and are currently working on, and how this relates to broader developments in the space industry. I'm a member of the Stanford class of 2022, majoring in aero-astro. I've been interested in space since high school, being part of programs such as Virginia Space Coast Scholars and Zero Robotics. But when I got involved in SSI in 2018, I decided I wanted to pursue a career in the space industry. Currently, I'm one of the co-presidents of the organization. So what is SSI? We are the largest project-based engineering group on Stanford's campus. We're made up of 7 distinct project teams, some with a technical focus and some with a non-technical focus. Our membership is primarily undergrads. We have about 90% undergrads and 10% grad students, mostly master's students. And we really do a lot of work to help prepare students for careers in the space industry. In a survey, we have 282 active members as of this fall, which, especially considering a virtual quarter, was a great success for us in onboarding and retaining members. Our mission is to give the future leaders of the space industry the hands-on experience and the broader insight needed to realize the next era of space development. And what that looks like is giving people real-world engineering experiences with meaningful projects when they might not have had any before. As you can see from these survey results, the work that SSI does to give people relevant experience is crucial. A very large proportion of our members either had no experience before joining or very little, and through their work in SSI have been prepared for careers in the space industry. So what sort of projects does SSI work on? Our entirely student-led and student-run organization is made up of these 7 teams. Our satellites team is one of our oldest teams. We started with the Stanford Nanopicture satellite in 2015, a 1/4 U CubeSat developed in collaboration with the Stanford Research Lab. Then we built Pointer, the Polar Orbiting Infrared Tracking Receiver, to develop an optical communications in-flight demonstration that is currently in space and was launched in late 2018. Currently, we are working on Project Sequoia. Project Sequoia is a 3U CubeSat demonstrating onboard image classification with updatable machine learning models. We also have a rocketry team. Our rocket team has been involved in the intercollegiate rocket engineering competition for multiple years now. We won in the commercial off-the-shelf solid motor 30,000 foot category in 2017, and we were the runner-up in the same category in 2018. In 2019, we also won 2nd place in the payload challenge due to a collaboration with our biology team developing a protein crystallization payload to work aboard our rocket. For the IREC team, which we call Project Olympus, we are also currently developing a nitrous and kerosene liquid bipropellant engine, giving our members real-world exposure to propulsion, which is a field that college students often don't get to explore. We are also developing a staged rocket for the FAR 1030 competition, which is a competition for teams to reach either 10,000 feet or 30,000 feet, similar to IREC, and we did successfully demonstrate staging with that rocket last year. We also have programs for our members to get level 1 and level 2 certifications. Actually, that picture of me at the beginning was me getting my level 2 certification in the spring, right before COVID hit, actually. And we have a Project Jupiter where members can work on smaller rockets in smaller teams, specifically aimed at freshmen and other new members to get them excited about rockets and ensure that everyone feels comfortable joining our rocket team. Next up, we have our balloons team. Our balloons team has 2 main focuses: improving balloon performance and applying balloon technology for useful applications. We currently hold the world record for endurance of a latex balloon. We developed innovative altitude control technology by using valve and ballast systems. And we actually even broke our own record one time with this balloon. It's flown from California all the way to Spain and to Morocco. And we actually recently won the Global Space Balloons Challenge with one of our teams. In addition to our work on altitude control, we've also been working on demonstrating parafoil-based or glider-based recovery systems. We've been testing both, and manufacturing our own zero pressure balloons, which you can see in this image. That balloon cost about $2 to make. So it makes it much more accessible to send payloads to near space. And these payloads are very exciting for applications on Earth. We have a Cyclone team, the team that won the Global Space Balloons Challenge, aimed at tracking hurricanes, looking at wind speed, monitoring them, because balloons fly at an altitude that is uniquely suited for tracking these weather events. And we also have a mosquito loon team that tracks mosquito physiology, because mosquitoes actually float at that altitude and can travel hundreds of miles to spread malaria. So understanding how they do that in a sort of hibernation mode is very important, and high altitude balloons can help with that as well. Since we have such an awesome rocket and balloon team, we actually decided to combine them for our space yacht team. This is set to be the most economical method to reach space by several orders of magnitude. a launch past the Kármán line of 100 kilometers would cost about $5,000 with this method, which is, again, multiple orders of magnitude below the next comparable method. It's also completely open source, not export controlled at all. So this is a way that pretty much anyone would be able to look at our mechanism and use it to build their own launch vehicle. We are using a unique finless spin stability system because this rocket will be air launched from a zero pressure balloon. And so this is a subteam that combines two of our most successful and award-winning project teams. Our biology team, which collaborated with our rockets team to win second place in the payload challenge in Iraq last year, has also built a DNA synthesizer for microgravity. This DNA synthesizer will also have multiple applications on Earth because traditional DNA synthesis methods produce some toxic chemicals and also require a lot of infrastructure to fully implement. Since that infrastructure is not present in space and storing toxic chemicals poses a hazard, we invented a new method. So this would actually work very well for rural and underserved areas on Earth as well. We've presented this idea at a NASA ISS Research and Development Conference in 2018, and we are currently preparing to publish some of our work. We also have a Mars development team that has been focused on research on the ISS and the moon as well, to prove some of our concepts and prove what we are working on. We recently submitted an ISS research proposal to NASA with nanoracks, and we were selected as a finalist and will be presenting to NASA this week. The title of our program was Biopolymer Research for In Situ Capabilities. As you can see in this picture, we're all holding small bricks, and we're designing a machine to convert Martian regolith to bricks using biopolymer. We're also building a rover to interface with this machine, and this rover will have machine learning capabilities and be able to transport regolith to the machine and build structures with the completed bricks. And this team, while it's called the Mars Development Team, actually translates very well to the moon. And we've been working with various NASA challenges to be able to test some of our systems on the moon. We also have a couple non-technical teams, policy and operations, because we believe it's very important for our members to get a view of the space industry as a whole and the broader insight into international space law, into current developments in the industry, diversity and inclusion, outreach, all sorts of things like that. And so our policy team has actually presented to the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We presented a paper on preserving human heritage on the moon in the spring of 2019, and we were planning to return in the spring of 2020 to talk about sustainable development in space. Unfortunately, that trip was canceled, but we still have the paper written and are prepared to present when conditions allow. We also release a weekly podcast, which has an international audience, and we engage other members of the Stanford community through articles in our newspaper, the Stanford Daily. Our operations team has multiple focuses, keeping the organization running and also conducting outreach, building relationships with people in the space industry, and really building on what SSI is capable of doing. We do strongly focus on diversity and inclusion, and we track our efforts towards that with a yearly census because we believe everyone should have the chance to succeed in space. We also conduct lots of outreach to high school students and host frequent events, onboarding, workshops, all sorts of things like that so that we can truly engage anyone who is interested in space. And we hold events with sponsors and maintain relationships with the industry as well through our operations team. Here are some fun quotes about our projects. When we reached out about launching Space Shot, the U.S. Air Force responded calling our project badass. Elon Musk has said this seems pretty cool. And Tori Bruno has also said that our projects seem fun. So we've been endorsed by a wide variety of professionals in the space industry, as you can tell. And just to recap, before I move on to the trends in the space industry that have allowed a group like ours to succeed, we do have a strong emphasis on education and inclusion, and we are successful due to our student focus. Since this is entirely student-led and student-run, like I'm 20 and I'm in charge of a space program right now. Not a lot of people can say that, and I think that that's a really cool and unique opportunity through SSI. And because we're 90% undergrads, we're really meeting people at a point where they're deciding whether they want to pursue careers in the space industry, when they're deciding like what this means to them. And so our work is very important in preparing the future leaders of the industry. So now I'll move on to what developments in the space industry have made a group like ours possible. First of all, there are 2.2 million people working in the aerospace and defense industry now. So that means that the jobs are there, that like my choice to major in aeronautics and astronautics and to build a career based off this is a good choice, and that there are opportunities there for people like us. Also, since companies and NASA and multiple other organizations recognize the importance of building the workforce of the future and in interacting with students, projects like IREC have many hundreds of students from dozens of schools. Each year, NASA has 32 university teams as its student launch teams for 2020 and 2021. And so support from industry, support from NASA, and having many other student groups across the country and around the world focused on rocketry, satellites, and really developing an interest in skills in space has been a real game changer recently. Also, for satellites specifically, launch costs to orbit have been declining significantly over time. And that means that student payloads are now significantly more likely to be able to be launched to space. And building off of that, the development of the CubeSat form factor in 1999 by professors at Cal Poly and at Stanford, which are much cheaper and smaller ways to launch satellites, more standardized. And so now they're used by university students as well as even middle and high schools, because they are much more accessible than traditional satellite launches. And with these smaller form factors and the fact that this is more standardized, there are a lot of either open source or cheap or multi-purpose components that we can use on our satellites. For instance, our 2 flight computers for Project Sequoia are a Pi Cubed, which is open source and fairly inexpensive and allows multiple payload boards and was specifically designed for CubeSats, and a Raspberry Pi, which is also fairly inexpensive, can be used for a variety of purposes. There's a community and documentation surrounding it. So building a satellite has become much more accessible because these components exist now. And the CubeSat form factor allows us to communicate with other schools, really look at what components other people are using, and be able to launch it far less expensively than was true in the past. So I hope that this overview gave you a great idea of some of the projects that we've been working on and what makes this possible. And I'm happy to answer any questions about our program. Let's go to space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. That was terrific. Kind of in keeping of the theme, how the day has really evolved was we've talked about some of the big ideas in space, and then we've drilled into investments, and then how that technology evolves. And then our last speaker was talking about kind of the global and national context of the education as workforce component. And then you're on with us as a really, as an example of, what does that mean? What does that workforce look like? So one of the things I wanted you to talk about and kind of expand upon, please, is the depth and width of the community of students, right? There's one of your slides said, I think, 600 students across 32 university programs. What does it feel like to be in that kind of environment? What is it like? You know, I'm a stereotypical, gray-haired white guy. So what is different now than, take a guess about what it was like 20 years ago? What does that community look like? The aspirations, the goals, and y'all are all graduating at 2022, 2025. What do you think that future looks like? So tell me about the environment and tell me about the near future.
Sure. So just to reiterate some of those numbers, there are 282 current active members in SSI across all these teams. So there are hundreds of students at Stanford alone working on all sorts of different projects. With collegiate rocketry, specifically, there are 600 students from 50 schools participating in IREC, and then 32 school teams that NASA has selected as student launch teams. And I think that the landscape looks very different because there is such a diversity of projects and people. SSI is mostly made up of engineering majors, but we have political science, East Asian studies, chemistry, all sorts of different fields intersecting with space. And we really encourage that because we think that we need bright thinkers from all sorts of disciplines to really solve the upcoming challenges in space. And in terms of diversity of people, both co-presidents of SSI are currently women, and we do try to encourage people from all backgrounds, even with no experience, to really join our teams, get invested. We are open to anyone. We don't select or cut any members at all. So I think that there is a growing interest in space among my generation. I think that the diverse range of projects that SSI has really speaks to the diversity and opportunities and the diversity and backgrounds that we will bring over the next 15 years. So I don't have any super concrete predictions about that, but I am very excited to watch the space industry expand.
You pointed out, as are we all, I mean, we're all pretty excited about this stuff. You pointed out that there's 2.2 million folks in the industry already. Do you expect that you and the rest of your classmates will join aerospace, or will you branch off into other specialties? Not everyone becomes a propulsions engineer. So where do you think that your path, or maybe the rest of your classmates' path, looks like? What does that look like?
Yeah. So personally, I can say I'm very set on going into the space industry, which, given my major, is probably not surprising. Stanford actually only developed their aero-astro undergrad major pretty recently. I believe that the first class to graduate from our undergrad program was actually 2019.
Wow.
So it's very new. And given that SSI started in 2013, I believe our group was pivotal in building that interest among undergrads and in helping more students to see aerospace as a viable career option. I will say that most of the people who I know who are heavily involved in SSI are very interested in aerospace specifically and will be pursuing careers in that industry. But we take engineers and all sorts of people, regardless of whether they ultimately pursue a career in the space industry. And we've just been really focused on building that interest, building those skills. And as the new Aero Astro undergrad program suggests, we've been very successful in encouraging students to pursue these careers.
I'm going to encourage folks to ask some questions. There's some industry folks on this call, but I don't know if you know this information, but pre-COVID, let's go back a year in time to spring last year. Do you have any idea what the uptake rate was? Lila from our team says this woman has a really bright future ahead of her, a great leader for space now and tomorrow. Totally agree with that. But tell me about your classmates that graduated. Were they in demand? Did they get jobs? Did they get offers? Are they, moving on to master's programs? Tell me about your classmates.
A lot of them did choose to pursue master's degrees because Stanford offers a program where you can apply for something called a co-term, basically stay a fifth year and get a master's. And that's a pretty popular option. So I will say that a lot of my friends who have graduated very recently have chosen to pursue that. But pretty much everyone I know was able to get jobs in their field. The vast majority in the aerospace industry. So I believe that they were very in demand. They were able to apply successfully to a wide range of space companies, ranging from startups all the way to like Blue Origin and SpaceX, and everything in between. So yes, between graduate programs, which they pursued by choice, and industry, I think that my classmates and my friends have been very successful.
So you mentioned startups and you mentioned Blue and SpaceX. Did they go into NASA? Did they go to the Air Force? Was there a bias towards commercial or away from commercial efforts? Did they go into the really big primes like Boeing and Lockheed? Where if you were kind of put a scatter graph out there, where did they wind up?
Yeah, there have been some who've wound up at NASA or Boeing specifically. And I know a bunch of people who've had internships there as well, so might be going there eventually, because a lot of the people I know are still currently students. And so I would say there has been a pretty heavy bias towards commercial, because I think that commercial has had a lot of really new and exciting ideas, and something that the majority of SSI members have really wanted to engage in. But Boeing, NASA, there have been some more traditional companies and also government agencies where we've seen graduates go as well.
Okay. What's the recruiting process look like? So I'm a private company, not very big. There's companies out there with, hundreds of thousands of employees, and then there's, governmental programs. What's the recruiting process? How, both directions, how do organizations reach in, and then how do y'all reach out?
There are a lot of organizations who reach out to us, asking about sponsorships, asking about events, things like that they either would like to speak to our members, support our work, and we're always very happy to talk to anyone in the industry and really build those relationships. And over the past few years, we've developed relationships with multiple sponsors and have held industry events very regularly. And so that's sort of something that goes both ways, where companies can reach out directly to our members and we can learn more about internship and job opportunities that may be available. We also communicate with each other over Slack mostly about job and internship opportunities that we know of, places that we've worked, and like what we thought about our experience there. Because for most companies, we probably have at least one member who worked or interned there at some point. And so we really use each other as resources as well. And that's one really cool thing about our operations team and about having an organization like this at Stanford. It really builds a community. And we're able to use SSI as a resource, and we're able to use each other as resources throughout the recruiting process. We also look for jobs in more traditional ways, where we like go on company websites, email, apply through forms, things like that. Like, we do still apply through the traditional recruiting process that the company sets up, but having events directly with companies and being able to talk to each other about experiences, give tips, and encourage members to apply for companies that they find interesting is a really cool part of that community and the network that SSI builds.
Very, very cool. Thank you. We've got about 15 minutes, so we're going to continue the Q&A process. So folks, I encourage you all to ask some questions. I'm going to ask one more, and then I'm going to pass it on to Michael Mealing for a moment. We've talked about how in 2 to 5 years, there's pretty large industry. There's demand. There's a skills gap in some cases. There's definitely a demand gap in a lot of organizations. I think you alluded to, but I want to kind of drill into it a little bit more. Are y'all more interested in working for startup companies rather than governmental or military programs? Or did I just hear that wrong?
A lot of us are more interested on the commercial side, but that's not exclusive. Like, I think that something that we all really enjoy is being with SSI is the design control that we have over our ideas. For instance, with the Space Shot project, I was the co-lead over the 2019 to 2020 school year, and I was able to make any systems level decisions about project. I was able to manage the different sub-teams. I was given a lot of control over a space system for a 19-year-old. And I think that really feeling like I think the most important thing with any organization is feeling like we'd be given meaningful work, given design control, and really be able to play a large part in the organization's success and being able to work on something new and exciting. And so I think that those opportunities exist across commercial and government and military organizations. So I think that those types of opportunities and those types of teams are not exclusive to one structure. I know a lot of my friends personally have gone on to work in commercial space, but I think the more important thing is feeling like our work is valued and feeling like we're able to really learn something from whatever opportunity we end up pursuing.
Terrific, terrific. Michael, would you like to kind of expand on the question we were talking about?
Sure. So Michael kind of stole my thunder because I was going to ask for the same question. But of the various cohorts that you're aware of that did sort of go into the commercial side of the business, would you say that they're happy there? Or because one of the things that I've run into in the past is from the outside, working for a commercial company looks like fun, but as some people went to work for SpaceX, realize it has more in common with a Silicon Valley. You sleep under your desk. You generally will do 12-hour days on a regular basis, versus some of the more non-time sensitive things that may happen in government programs, not military, but government programs. Have you seen that kind of breakdown with some of your cohort in the understanding of what commercial space ends up being like in practice?
I think something that helps is just being able to hear directly from other SSI members and alumni. So our alumni are all very recent graduates since we started in 2013. So by alumni, I mean people who graduated like within the past couple years, and most of my friends are still current students. So my perspective on this might be a little limited. But we do have graduates who work at SpaceX and who are happy to talk to current students about what it's really like. So having an inside perspective is really helpful in making those decisions from us. And all of my friends, again, are very early in their careers. And I will say on a side note, I have definitely pulled a 12-hour day for SSI before, more than once, and have slept under a table at a launch site. So this is not completely unprecedented. This is something I would absolutely willingly do again. So I think that we do have a pretty honest and thorough perspective on many of these issues from each other, because we do know people who work at these companies before we decide to commit to working there ourselves.
Do you, because having, slept on the floor in a hangar underneath a rocket airplane, we sleep where we can. So yeah, I'm right there with you. Do you think that is a side effect of the mission of SSI itself, selecting a particular type of graduate? I guess what I'm getting at is there are other students in various academic and even applied engineering backgrounds that would not have joined SSI. Are we as an industry not reaching those other graduates and letting them know, or are we unconsciously limiting our, creating a selection bias for a certain type of student, which may be intentional in some cases?
So I think that Stanford as a whole also does a pretty good job with career outreach, whether it's a School of Engineering career fair, whether it's more general career fairs. So I think that companies do try a variety of avenues to reach students. SSI just tends to be a good way to reach students who do have an interest in the space industry specifically. But I feel like other students are able to access career resources through a variety of ways. So I don't think the industry is necessarily shutting anyone out by choosing to talk to us. I think that, and also we do try to be as open and invite just as many new members as possible. I'm a biased example because I'm very heavily involved. And so I want to clarify that pulling 12-hour days and sleeping under the table is not normal. There are a couple of us who have chosen to do it. That is not the standard. Like, if you want to commit half an hour or an hour to week because you think that one sub team on one project is really cool, then you can do that. And like, we're not going to be mad or anything. Like, we definitely have like hundreds of people who do show up for an hour or half an hour a week, and we appreciate them just as much as the people who would like to do SSI all day, every day. There's a full spectrum. We try to advertise our events as broadly as possible using things like the Aero Astro mailing list, the broader SSI mailing list for anyone who ever expressed interest in SSI, like an activities fair or something like that. So we try as best we can to not gatekeep opportunities and to really invite anyone who even has a passing interest to join our projects, come to our events, things like that.
Cool, thank you.
I want to point out that Tim Chrisman is going to take over in about 8 minutes, and then in about a little over, well, at the top of the hour, Lieutenant General Quast is going to join us. But keeping in the in this conversation here, there's been some questions about networking, right? So I'm a member of International Space University. That's a pretty powerful network. There's SEDS, Students for Exploration and Development of Space. What would you say the kind of Stanford network of space folks looks like? I mean, it's the Stanford network of Silicon Valley .commers and app builders is legendary. Is there a network? If so, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, so I would say that there are really 3 components to this networking at Stanford with other universities and with industry. At Stanford, it's really between SSI members and SSI alumni who are like connections to the industry. And also various engineering departments where we can reach out to students who might be interested in our organization. And then there's also industry where we have like the speakers and events I've been talking about. Like we had an event with Gwynne Shotwell a couple of years ago. I think we've had an event with like Elon Musk. We've had events with some really awesome people in the industry. And then there's also networking between universities. A lot of that takes place at some of these university competitions like IREC. There's a college rocketry Slack where
Good.
Basically, teams from all over the world who do college rocketry are able to ask each other questions, are able to talk about their ideas, talk about their projects. And Stanford's actually been leading an effort to develop something that we're informally calling the Blue Dot Consortium. And this is
Really?
more focused on satellites, but our satellites team has reached out to most other universities in California, a bunch of Cal State, a bunch of UCs, Cal Poly Pomona, a bunch of organizations like that, and people interested in building CubeSats. And we've actually expanded out of California, and we have a Discord server where all of us talk about our projects, share ideas. And that's something that's really cool about using common and open source or inexpensive or multi-purpose parts like the Raspberry Pi or Pi Cubes. Like, we can talk about that with each other. Like, we can hop on a call with Harvard or with Cal Poly Pomona or University of Nevada, Las Vegas and be like, hi, we're having an issue with this. Anyone else run into the issue? Want to hop on a call to debug really quick? So I think using technology platforms to reach out to other schools and build relationships has been very helpful for a lot of our teams. I mentioned rockets and satellites specifically, but this is true for everyone. And so the students have kind of created their own networking structure in a way. And it's a variety of Slack channels and Discord servers. It's pretty informal, but we're always able to exchange ideas and talk about our projects that way.
Tremendous. Thank you. I actually didn't know there was kind of this, I will say, underground digital network. I feel like I'm pretty aware of this kind of thing, but I'm going to want to ask you more questions about that later. That's actually really interesting, that kind of global, I don't know what to, knowledge base, a global knowledge base. I think that's pretty powerful, and that was actually quite surprising to me. I'm gonna turn the microphone over for just a moment to Al. Al, can you turn on your mic and voice your comment, please? And keep in mind, we have a pretty tight schedule of just 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry. This is Al Tadros at Redwire. Formerly, I was at Space Systems Loral, or Maxar, there in Palo Alto, and worked with a group of students that were doing a balloon launch maybe 2 years ago. Anyway, my comment that I threw in the chat was that it was a hugely positive experience. And one thing that I learned that I think was very encouraging was that many of the students weren't in engineering of any type. They were there because they were enthusiastic about space or space exploration or some aeronautics or some aspect of the community. And I think that that's one thing that's a misconception, is that aerospace or space is very nichey. It's very specific, and yet we definitely have lawyers and investors and the whole spectrum of people that we need in our industry. So I just made that comment that we really need this kind of enthusiasm, and it's a great forum for students of all types to get exposure to the industry, to get insight into the industry, and to interact with our industry. And I would encourage both for-profit as well as government organizations to be involved with these student organizations more. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess just building off that really quick, that's why we have things like our biology and policy team. And like on the side, like outside of SSI, I'm actually the Model UN team captain as well. And recently I chaired a committee for high school students. I chaired UNUSA at a conference, and being able to combine interests in space and policy and international law was actually a lot of fun. So I think that really encouraging people who are not necessarily traditionally like, yes, I know I'm going to be an aerospace engineer from the time I was 5. I didn't know until I was 18 and joined SSI. And so I think just being like, hey, if you think this is cool, there is a spot for you in our organization. And that's always been our attitude. So I'm glad that you've noticed and appreciated that.
Terrific. I'm going to just tell you Michael Mealing's comment. He says, Model UN for the win. So I think you get some support there. I'm going to say thank you very much, Julie. I really appreciate your insight. There was a lot of stuff here that I didn't know. honestly, I kind of think I know a lot about this stuff, and you had some surprises for me. So I'm really grateful for that. Can you post your contact information? There's definitely some folks that would like to get in touch with you if you're comfortable with that. And of course, SSI, there's a couple of folks that would like to just chat with you kind of in an ongoing basis. So I think there's some partnerships to be built here.
Okay. I'll put the SSI website and then I'll put my email in the chat if that's cool.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ed and Tim and General Quast in a few minutes. Thank you very much, Julie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Julia. Great presentation and great dialogue. All right, so next we're going to let Tim speak for a little bit. Is it coming through better this time, everybody? Can you hear me? Okay. All right, we'll just transition to earplugs. Had to give up on technology. Well, so I've had the pleasure of knowing Tim for about 10 years. And I just want to say it's been a crazy 10 years. He's always full of surprises. We first met in the Army Special Ops Intel world. That's where he was a dynamic and standout Intel officer. He then went from there to do bigger and better things with the CIA, where he focused on international affairs, then ultimately landing in the world of space and associated threats. Early on, when I first met him, I could tell that he was a standout as a cerebral, driven, and sometimes frustrated individual. And I say frustrated because he was never one to kind of go along with the norms, just to go along to get along. He was typically ruffling feathers, challenging those norms and asking the tough questions that are part of what has brought him to where he is today, which is seeking to broaden space infrastructure development and providing the space problem set with adjustable and realistic solution. I won't steal all this thunder, so I'll go ahead and let Tim share a little bit more about what we're doing at the foundation and a little bit more about himself. Tim?
Thanks, Ed. So apologies to those of you who have stuck with us all day. A lot of what I'm going to talk about now is probably a repeat of what you've heard me say, heard Michael say, heard the moderator say. And so I'll try to add some new words and change it up. But ultimately, my expectations and plans for this 3-day event have already been exceeded. We went into this, we being Michael and I, with a plan for a Silicon Valley meets TED event where speakers would give short, focused talks on big ideas that were distilled into understandable chunks. And I remember telling Michael early on, success is not the number of people in the live event. It's not the number of viewers on our live stream. It is the quality of the content we get, because ultimately what the people say, how they say it, and who says it, we're going to take and deliver to policymakers on the Hill, at regulatory agencies, and in the incoming administration, and be able to say, look, you've read your entire life that space is science fiction. We can change that. It doesn't have to be. It will remain science fiction so long as you, policymaker, decision maker, let it stay that way. And already, with less than a third of the speakers having gone, we already have dozens of messages that can be delivered, ranging from the workforce to implement a space economy and to implement a multi-trillion-dollar space economy exists in America now. And the certification to get them ready is a lot less than you think. The regulatory hurdles to doing this are less than you think. And so as an event, Blue Marble Week, this inaugural event in what will be a 12-month series of webinars, has already been off to a good start. Thanks to the efforts of Michael Lane and his team, to Leo, Alana, Lila over here at the foundation, and speakers like Lieutenant General Quast, who is about to speak. We all, the speakers and you attendees alike, are united in the idea that space should be for everyone, and not in the sort of huggy, squishy, feely sort of way that you hear talked about on some cheap rendition of a science fiction movie, but in the sort of idea that America once made the world safe for democracy. We believe that America makes the world, and in this case, space, a better place when we do lead. And it's not that we go it alone, it's that we make it a safe place, an innovative place, and we assume some of the risk and a lot of the work in securing access, funding, sustainment, and ultimately creating the sort of environment that we all want to see. You'll hear from General Quast, our last keynote speaker here shortly. And then tomorrow, we're going to pick it up again, talking in more detail about some of the proposals we have here at the foundation for infrastructure development and the mechanics of how do we get that done. It's ultimately disturbingly similar and shockingly different from a lot of the pitches that many of the small business owners have no doubt done to venture capitalists and other financiers. Ultimately, though, what we seek is an organization that can lead in risk mitigation, in integrating transportation networks, and establishing the sort of community of thought leaders next to implementers that has worked so well across industry. And as we've seen, at least many of us with prior military experience have seen, in the sort of fusion cells where operations officers sit next to analysts who sit next to logisticians, all of them in the same space, living, breathing, and working together and finding new ways of doing and thinking about things. And so with our proposal, we're looking to have it all. Our pitch is that on the ground, there's dozens of agencies handling the regulations, the implementation, and the investment in infrastructure. Isn't it time space is treated similarly? And so as we look to the next administration and beyond, it's our message to Congress, to industry, and to the American people that the days of space being hard are done. And they're done because we're going to space. I was born in Alaska, which to many people is almost as alien as somebody saying they were born in space. And Alaska is always thought of as a hard place to live. And it's not because of anything special about the place. It's just because there's not infrastructure and people there. It's hard when there's not heaters to warm you in the winter. It's not hard if you have food and shelter. And in that vein, it's time we make space easy so that our kids and their kids can wonder why we complain about walking uphill to space in the snow and it somehow being uphill both ways. Sorry, that was a bad joke about Alaska where it was always an uphill walk to school, and it somehow managed to be the worst dad joke of all time. But as we go and close out today, I want to introduce Lieutenant General retired Stephen Quast. It is weird for me to be introducing an Air Force officer. I'm used to saying snarky things about them, and it somehow just feels wrong to not be doing that. But Lieutenant General Quast has earned every bit of the respect that he has offered, whether it was operational command or leading the training of the next generations at Air University. Lieutenant General Quast always looked for ways to make the future better in the organizations he served in. And it truly is an honor for us to have him here today. And I look forward to hearing what he has to say, even though I have somehow finished my talk several minutes before he appears to have shown up. And I think this is where a good public speaker would find something else to talk about instead of dwelling on the fact that they miss their cue. And I don't mind doing that, but it's better to just lean in. And yes, if there are questions, please, by all means.
Well, Tim, I'd like to ask a little bit about what your hopes for are tomorrow and on Wednesday. This was our first event, and I think it's been really quite amazing with the list of speakers that have graced us. But what are your hopes about the next couple days and then on into the next year? What do you want to accomplish with the Blue Marble Week?
Yeah. So it's funny, I just got off before this talking with California Polytechnical Institute. And one of the things we're talking about is the idea that as a industry, there are exciting events about space, but there's not an ongoing talk, an ongoing sort of momentum to communities. They revolve around singular events that are really big and really exciting. And that is fine. It's been good. There's been these launches or recoveries or landings. And that's how the industry has been our entire time in space. But just like we don't sit at the airport waiting for loved ones to get home and waving banners anymore, because that's just what you do, you fly. At some point, as an industry, there needs to be a transition to a regular, boring routine of events and talking and interacting and community building. And so the two-part answer to your two-part question is, over the next couple of days, my hope is that we hear from, as you put it very well, these highly qualified, well-spoken experts on what does the space economy look like when America chooses to lead? What happens in the next 4 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, when we, as a country, make the decision to invest? And then through this series of events, it's my hope that we build a community of doers who are excited that they are bridging the gap between the exciting old space and the monotony of building homes and lives in an easy space.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to pass it over to Ed and to General Stephen Quast.
All right. Well, our closing keynote speaker of the day is well-versed in the world of space and its future. Retired Lieutenant General Stephen Quast. General Quast stepped away from the uniform last fall in his last post as commander of the Air Education and Training Command in San Antonio. An interesting fact is that he was raised in a small village in Cameroon for the first 10 years of his life, which, sir, I hope you'll touch on a little bit as you expound this afternoon. He received his commission upon graduation from the Air Force Academy in '86 and is a pilot with 33 years of service. He's a highly decorated officer with over 600 combat flight hours logged. He has a degree in aeronautical engineering and master's in public policy, perhaps part of the driving factor behind his support and advocacy for the development of space, whether through lectures about emerging technology or leading the effort in future policy. He's built a career that's created a perfect launching pad for space defense. Sir, with that, I'll turn it over to you. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, and do a quick sound check. You hear my sound okay? Okay, wonderful. Well, what an exciting conversation to have. And as you all in this conversation have already heard, this is really an epic journey of humanity, because for the first time in the history of mankind, we have the knowledge, both engineering, scientific, and business knowledge, to be able to start reaching to the stars for many of the things that human beings need to be effective and to be happy. And so to be on this journey and to be the activists, if you will, helping people understand what this can mean is just a joy. And that's why I'm so grateful to be a part of this. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is unpack what this journey means and give some tangible examples, and then open it up for questions so that we can really get after what you're curious about. But ultimately, the promise at the end of this is each of us go out there and we light our own little fire under the friends, the family, the business relationships, the networks of people we know, so that the entire human race starts understanding what we're getting after, and specifically America. Because ultimately, as was mentioned by Tim, if America leads this, American values will be ushered into the next century. But if others lead it, their values will be ushering in the next century. And we can get more into that later with regard to who leads it and what that will mean. But my background, both in understanding technology, understanding policy, understanding leadership of large organizations and innovation, as well as understanding culture. My background being raised in an African tribe gave me a real gift. And the gift was to be able to see the cultural impediments to change. I can see very clearly how one society views things and how easy it is to get stuck into a mindset. But this is not just a mindset that America gets stuck in, it's the entire world. And I'll give you a quick analogy. Imagine you are all sitting here right now and it's 1898. And all of you are essentially lighting your homes with candles. You are heating your home with a potbelly stove. You are getting to and from work on your horse. And I come in and I tell you that within 100 years, everybody's going to have a phone in their pocket. There'll be a man on the moon. You will have electricity in your home to light it with wires that are coming, and you won't need a candle. And that you'll have 2 cars in every garage, and there'll be a road to everywhere. And if you have to go more than about a day driving your car, you'll fly. that you would have either thought that I was, the kind interpretation, you would have thought that, well, that guy's way out in the future and, that maybe 100,000 years, or you would have burned me at the stake, depending on your proclivities. But it is an example of how stuck we can get and how things are, and really underappreciate how technology changes history. And it changes history not only in changing the fate of humanity, and what it has done is uplifted the human condition over time, but it also changes the way we think about what is in the art of the possible. And it builds on itself. And that's why it's such a great journey to hand this off to the next generation and let them build on it. Just like Einstein built on Newton, and scientists today are building on Einstein and going into quantum. And we'll touch on that just a little bit too, because of the power of quantum in space. But let me start by defining what's going on with regard to the arc of history, and remind you of several principles that are playing out right now that will really help you tell this story. If you go back to the caveman age and you read any history that's available to us on the 22 great civilizations that have existed, what you'll notice is two interesting things. One is that no civilization has lasted forever. And two, what you'll notice is there are three principles that drive a civilization to do great things. And it comes back to this other reality of life, and that is everything is competitive. Life is a competition. It's a competition to bring resources to yourself so you can have shelter, food, and water. It's a competition for the security to make sure nobody can steal that away from you so you can feed your family and protect your loved ones. It is the struggle and the competition for information. What is true and what's really going on around me so that I can know what to do so that my actions are not counter to my survival. And then the fourth, and probably the most powerful competition, is this competition to belong. We need to belong to something as human beings. And the need to belong is actually more powerful than the need to survive. If that were not true, you would never have somebody jumping on a hand grenade in a foxhole to save their brothers and sisters in arms. The need to belong to a group, whether it's your family, your neighborhood, your culture, your sports team, your political party. This is why we get so crazy when it comes to loyalty and belonging to a team. And I set this conversation in that context to help everybody realize that what is playing out right now with the opportunity of space to bless the human race in ways we can't even imagine is set on this foundation of competition, where the more competitive society that actually achieves this strategic high ground first is going to receive the preponderance of blessing to a disproportionate extent. It would be like England figuring out shipbuilding and deep sea navigation, and it allowed them the disproportionate economic advantage of ruling the global economy for as many years as they did. Technology is powerful and competition is real. And we are in a competition right now with China, with Russia, with India, with any other country, because we're all sovereign national entities. We are in a competition for the high ground of space. And that competition can either be a peaceful, joyful journey for the human race, or it can be devastating. It's like the competition where when Hitler knew that scientists thought they could build a nuclear bomb, he put all his money and his scientists after that, and it was a competition. And thank God America beat him to the punch, or we all might be speaking German right now under a totalitarian regime called Nazism, and life would be very different than it is today. So competition matters. And I want you to keep that forefront in your mind as we talk about these three principles that are playing out. So these principles are essentially the things that make you competitive as you are reaching for a new opportunity, whether it's in anything in life. And the first one, and one of the most powerful ones, is transportation. If you can get the right people to the right place at the right time for the right reason, faster and cheaper than your competition, you will usually win over time, as long as you use it consistent with a strategy that is mindful of your competitor. So let's talk about space just a little bit here, okay? Even 5 years ago, as I was pounding the table in the Air Force, trying to let them be convinced that the technology is there for reusability, meaning that you can actually build a rocket that is like an aircraft where you can use it to go to space and then refuel it when it lands back on Earth. And the predominant mindset was, you're a futurist, you're 100 years too soon, you're crazy, stop working in Buck Rogers' world and world of Fantasyland and science fiction. And wouldn't you know, you watch those 2 first stages landing from Elon Musk back in Florida. It was such a thing of beauty. And those that watch technology and the changes in the trends of technology knew that was coming for the last 10 years. It was just a matter of time. But the traditional status quo bureaucracy does not think that way or look that way. And it's not their fault. The bureaucracy is intended to make what works today perfect. And so they spend all their money and their time refining the current ideology, the current methodology, the current mindset to just be incrementally better. And they are very poor by design, by human nature, to jump to a different economic curve, which is what Elon Musk did and what others are doing as well. So let's talk about transportation. Right now, you have the bureaucracy starting to recognize this, and they are talking about point-to-point transportation on the terrestrial realm in less than an hour, which Elon Musk can do easily once he starts deploying the Starship. But others are right there on his heels, and it will be many that will do this. It's like the automobile. Before Henry Ford, they were kind of a novelty. And like was pointed out earlier, when a car came into a town, it was the event of the year. Everybody came out to see this machine that could propel itself, and it was a novelty. And then very soon it became pedestrian. So just as it is pedestrian to fly, just as you heard with the last speaker, Tim, it will be pedestrian to go to Singapore from Los Angeles in 37 minutes, because you just step out on the barge, you go up into the rocket, and you're landing on a barge outside of Singapore in 37 minutes. And you don't think anything of it, because that's just the way we do it. Transportation, the ability to take the right person or thing to the right place at the right time for the right reason, transforms economies. It transforms human ability to do things. Think about what we can do to rescue and save, to bring needed humanitarian aid or help to people around the globe in time to actually do something to avoid catastrophe. The ability to uplift the human condition and do beautiful things for humanity using space is really profound. Yet, even to this day, as I talk to businesses and communities, mayors and governors, when I tell them they can move, they can be in one spot on the earth and be in another spot in less than an hour, they scratch their head and they cannot figure out what that means. It's totally outside of their world paradigm. And I see that clearly because of growing up in one world paradigm in a tribal African community. And then my dad moving to Los Angeles and being a teenager in Los Angeles. Talk about a ripping my world apart. But it taught me how to see these things and how to communicate. So space is going to transform transportation. And whoever is the leader at that transportation, where speed matters, time is money, time is economic power, the opportunity to get to the right place at the right time with the right person or thing for the right reason, it transforms the business case of beating your competition. And then if you can get the price down to something the masses can use, like Henry Ford did for the automobile, or what Steve Jobs did for the pocket computer called the iPhone, and that's coming. And another point to make here is that most people that are in leadership positions, like our president, our governors, with a few exceptions, they grew up in an industrial age, and they do not have a good feel for the temporal dimension of our current information age. And what I mean by that is the pace of change has kind of a rhythm to it. And so the World War II generation could afford to wait for Pearl Harbor and then turn to the industrial base and say, okay, build me a Navy and an Army and an Air Force big enough to crush Japan and Germany, who are our belligerents. And we had time to build that up over the years and then crush them. In the digital age, in this networked information age, the speed of change, the temporal dimension of change is so rapid that these old habits are going to be a real problem if we don't acknowledge speed as a true element of competitive advantage. So I'll talk to people in Congress about space and space transportation, and they'll say, well, we got time. Elon Musk hasn't even deployed the Starship. And if China starts using that technology to change the world, then we'll just turn to our industrial base and say, do it. And they don't realize that, one, you can't just flip a switch on these things. There are certain things that take time. Capital investment and engineering just physically takes time to build the machine to do something. And space has such a disproportionate power delta that if China is up there with a fleet of starships and a fleet of satellites that can beam power generation stations, refueling stations that can move without delta V regret outside of the gravity well and orbits into cis-lunar space and beyond, you can't catch up. The ability to catch up will take more than just years because of the time it takes and the delta of power. It would be like France trying to win World War II just with the Maginot Line, which is the wall that they invested in. They basically, their theory was they will win World War II against Germany by building a wall so thick and so tall with guns so powerful that nobody will be able to penetrate. And of course, Germany had a superior strategy of blitzkrieg, and they had maneuver, and they just went north of the wall, and Paris fell in 3 weeks. Well, I'm here to tell you that if China dominates the high ground of space first with dominant transportation, America could fall in 3 days. And we'll get to that later, but that's not the point of this conversation. This conversation is to talk about the grand strategy here of what can be done in humanity if we choose to take this path. And so transportation is that first level of principle that I want to just reflect on here. And when you tell the story of the horse in 1898 that had a certain temporal dimension, a certain speed, and a certain capital investment. You had to buy the horse, you had to feed the horse. Well, there's capital investment or anything, but the person that had the automobile that was affordable could outdo the horse 100 to 1 because what you could carry and the distance you could travel, and the operations and maintenance cost lower based on the capability that you brought to bear. The capability just made it an unfair fight. Now, one warning on this and each of the other two principles I'm going to talk about. But here's the warning, and I'll use a historical analogy for this. When you usher something new in, the bureaucracy will fight you tooth and nail. And here's how they fought the train and the automobile, because it was going to displace the horse. It was going to disrupt the horse industry. And there's stories, these are such fun stories. The story of how sailmakers and that made sails and ships hated the idea of a coal or oil powered ship because it was going to disrupt the sail making industry or the horse industry. And so here's the story on the horse industry, and this will help you as you tell people the story of how technology will disrupt the past and it will usher in a new opportunity that will make people, well, back in the day, millionaires, then billionaires, and space is going to have the first trillionaire on planet Earth because of, again, it's differential power. But here's a story on how you have to be careful because the status quo will fight you tooth and nail. When the automobile and the train were first being invented and they were showing effectiveness to really displace the horse, England wrote a law prohibiting any train or any automobile from traveling any faster than a horse. Can you believe that? Here's so that's England, and so, but there for the grace of God. Here's an American story. When the cavalry in 1937 and 1938 was looking at blitzkrieg, and there was this argument going on: do you invest in mechanization, or do you invest in the horse to beat Germany? That fight was vicious. I mean, we all didn't live in that era, so we forget these stories. But as a historian, reading these stories about innovation, about how technology changes world history and changes fate and can either uplift or crush the human prosperity. What happened in America is you can make studies say anything. We know that statistics can lie, and they can deceive as powerfully as they can reveal truth. And one of my favorite studies in 1938 is the study that proves without a shadow of a doubt that if you take the horse off the battlefield, the IQ of the soldier will drop dramatically. Now, we all laugh at that, but that's how powerful the mindset is. So as you start telling stories about ushering in a transportation revolution that space will bring to the human race, and how America can be the first trillionaires by being the ones that essentially usher in the equivalent of the automobile, the train, and the ship combined for global economic commerce. You're going to have all of those industries fighting you tooth and nail because it will disrupt their profit margin and the capital investment they have already put in place over the decades to make themselves profitable and their shareholders profitable. And it's tied to Congress and lobbyists that want to keep those jobs. So it's not just the status quo. It is the, as Eisenhower warned us against, the industrial, military, congressional complex. And one little historical footnote on that, when he gave the speech as he was leaving office and warning the future to be cautious of the military industrial complex, when you take a look at the notes of his original drafted speech that he wrote by hand, it included Congress in there. It was the congressional military industrial complex, because he understood this habit of human nature, where when you invent something that's useful, you put people to work building that useful thing. And those people feed their children building that useful thing. And they vote for politicians that go to Congress that perpetuate that useful thing. And how dare you ever try to disrupt that useful thing, because you are stealing food out of the mouths of babies. And that is true. But if you don't make this change, if you're not willing to change and adapt to be relevant to where we are in history, you lose your entire nation. You become the France that invested in that wall and those guns so fervently that you missed the technology that made your entire investment irrelevant. So if we just invest in tanks, ships, and planes, for example, in the military, the domain that I know so intimately, and China invests in transportation modalities using space, you can kiss all those other investments goodbye. I don't care how many tanks, how many ships, how many planes you build. They will be crushed by the speed and the lethality of what space can bring. So you got to be there with China in space to protect those capital investments. So your deterrence is such that nobody messes with your ships, tanks, and planes, because you've got space as the ultimate checkmate if China tries to do anything malicious. Okay, so I've spent quite a bit of time on this first principle. I will spend half the time on the other two principles, because many of the subtle side points I made on transportation will apply to these other two, such as the temporal dimension and the fact that the status quo will fight you, and that you have to understand how powerful these changes are going to be to the competitive environment of the global economy. And ultimately, that's really what will keep America safe, is a strong economy. The military is a lagging indicator. You have a strong military when you have a strong economy. If you don't have a strong economy, I don't care how clever you are, a civilization with a stronger economy will crush you eventually. And America proved that out with Japan and Germany in World War II. So the second principle, the first principle I talked about was transportation, how it changes world history, it changes fate, and it changes the economy of whoever dominates the new capability. And space is dramatically different. And it'll be, again, more powerful than the invention of the automobile, the plane, and the train combined, and the ship, all of them. Okay, the second principle of competition is the ability to communicate. So this is a tough one, okay? And just look at our elections right now. It's as we look around, it's hard to know what truth is, you know? Who's telling the truth? We have been polarized where you either believe this far extreme or this other far extreme, and there's nothing in between. And if you're on this end and I'm on this end, you're the enemy and you're evil. And if you're on the other end is enemy and the evil. And the media love to pit us against one another using that loyalty factor where the need to belong, the desire to belong is so powerful that you'll do just about anything to be true to your team, loyal to your team. So they use that because it sells paper. There's nothing more dramatic and inflammatory than to be able to write a story that says, Joe over there hates Bill over there because they're at the opposite ends of this conversation. And there's no incentive for the media or our information systems to tell a balanced story in the middle where everybody's getting along and compromising with reasonable strategies that make everybody winners. So information is one of those things that is at the key foundation of good competition. Meaning, if you want to compete, you got to know what's going on around you. And if your competition can distort your perception of truth or your perception of reality, it's as if they can put blinders on a horse and they can maneuver outside of your vision and do whatever they want. In fact, they can lead that horse to slaughter and the horse won't even know. That's what happens if you do not own and dominate information in a way where you can discover and know truth and you can rely on that truth. Otherwise, you will be like a sheep led to slaughter because you cannot see truth. So this investment in communication has been a long journey as well. Indians that had smoke signals, okay, could communicate at longer distances and faster than their fellow tribes that had to ride a horse to the other hill to communicate what was going on. So speed is one of those common themes that we'll draw across all of these, whether it's transportation, we talked about the speed of transportation, the speed of communication. And we are in an age right now where we're like clumsy teenagers because in the industrial age, we built up all these technologies that help us communicate, but we built them with a strategic framework that made them free and open. So now we're trying to stuff that genie back into the bottle and say, well, wait a minute, I want the internet, but I want security and I want my data to be perfectly protected. So nobody steals my identity, my money, my reputation, all of which are happening. It's a sieve of discovery for anybody that's savvy in any way, shape, or form with cyber. So here we are trying to make something we built that was designed to be free and open into something that we can protect our data. And we will go bankrupt before we are able to do that. It's a fool's errand. Because when you design something with a certain purpose in mind, to try to change the DNA of that purpose is exorbitantly expensive. The analogy I use that is not a very good analogy, but it actually kind of gives you a visual description of how difficult this is. It would be like taking a donkey. A donkey was born and bred to do a certain thing. And you want to turn that donkey into a giraffe because you want to eat the leaves at the high end of the tree. All the surgeries in the world are not going to turn that donkey into a giraffe. Only two things will happen. The donkey will die and it will be ugly. It's better to start with a clean slate and build something with strategic intent designed in to the artistic design of its purpose. And that's what has to happen eventually. But that's what space does for us with regard to communication. And quantum and artificial intelligence and supercomputing and cis-lunar processing makes space a place where you can communicate ubiquitously, meaning you can communicate anywhere in cis-lunar space. And it doesn't matter whether there's a celestial body between you and the person you're trying to communicate with, whether it's the moon or the sun or the earth or an asteroid. The ubiquitous capability to have an architecture in space where you can communicate, and you can use quantum, and you can use other designs of gateways that allow you to actually protect your data. Meaning that if you trust the person that's trying to communicate with you, that you can receive a communication from them and you can tell whether it's been tampered with and whether you can trust it or not. Now, we will never be able to overcome the trust of another human being. That's something that artificial intelligence and all the quantum in the world is not going to change. But we will always have the human element. And if you can trust your brother, we can build technology that you can trust the communication you're getting from that brother or sister. And you build it in space where there can be no impediments to its ability to reach any point, anywhere at the speed of light, or with quantum, faster than the speed of light. As you all know, if you entangle an atom here, or a subatomic particle here, and you align it and entangle it with one here, if they're 100 miles apart, it takes light a few milliseconds to get to that 100 miles. So it travels at the speed of light. With quantum, it happens instantly, zero latency. We don't even understand why or how, what's going on. We know dark matter has something to do with it. We just don't understand. And that's the beauty of science, is we discover more and more how much we don't know as we move on. But communication is on the verge of greatness. But again, life is about competition. And China is smart. They understand that if you can outmaneuver your adversary, so the transportation conversation, and if you can outcommunicate your adversary, and meaning you can deceive them from seeing truth and you can guarantee that you see truth, now you can manipulate their actions. You can perpetuate a lie. So 5G is the first embodiment of how China is trying to control the world information narrative. And had we done, had the coronavirus hit in 10 years, and if we as an American society had done nothing to try to jump to a different curve on communication, China's lie that they told last spring, that the coronavirus was planted by the United States military in China as a deliberate attack against the Chinese people, we as an American society would not have been able to counter that story with our big tech, our big data, and our newspapers and our media and Hollywood. We were able to tell the truth, and the world was able to look at that and say, okay, I believe that American military did not plant this virus. But imagine if there was no way of telling the truth, that 5G and China's global satellite ubiquitous cis-lunar capability to manipulate every electron coming out of every 4G LTE device, or any device that goes through any of the traditional internet gateways or SCADA systems we've built to date. They can make the text you're sending me say anything they want. And I get that text and I'm like, oh my God, I thought Jill was my friend and she hates me. So I text back and say, Jill, what's going on? But Jill doesn't get that text. She gets a text that says, you know, right back at you, I hate you too. Turning sister against sister, brother against brother, nation against nation. The ability to control truth and the perception of reality and information is at the key of competition. You've got to have it or you will lose. And China bankrupted Motorola, Lucent Technologies, and Nortel to build Huawei and 5G. And we are scrambling to catch up. But if we do not use space as the ubiquitous network that can see around celestial bodies and is not tied to terrestrial investments of cell towers, we will lose that fight. Because with just a handful of satellites, you can communicate to anybody on planet Earth. But right now, the way we build it, you got to build cell towers across the Earth, and that's expensive. Much cheaper to build a ubiquitous gateway of network communication using space. And that's why Elon Musk is putting up his satellites to give you Wi-Fi from space. But what is America? What is the American citizen getting with regard to the government partnering with our private companies to build communication capability that defends America's data? Just like we built the Panama Canal to help the American economy in the open oceans by cutting the travel time in half and cutting the cost in half. What are we doing to help us protect our data and truth so we know what actions actually achieve our ultimate end state? So I've talked about transportation and maneuver. I've talked about communication. And it would be like communicating in 1898 by getting on your horse and galloping to your neighbor's house and telling them the story, and having to compete with somebody that has a cell phone and a smartphone and can communicate via voice, text, email with that person at the speed of light. That's how powerful the difference can be. And that's what China is building and what we are not. And so this is why space is so important in the communication principle. Then the third one, and the final one, for any major competition between individual people, tribes, cities, states, nations, civilizations, is power, energy. Electricity is what most people will think of, but it's power. Energy drives economic development. Energy matters, whether it's food in your body to give you energy, it's the firing of the electrons in any of these domains, or the fuel. Energy, it's a foundation for any competition. So here's why space is so powerful. So back in the day, I talked about you're lighting your house with candles and you're heating your home with a potbelly stove. And today, if you're lucky and smart, you're powering your home with solar power. You're heating your water with solar power in your home. You're doing all kinds of things with geothermal and solar and green energy or fossil fuel energy. But you've got energy on demand, on command, anytime you want. What space can do for energy? And I'll use a small example here. This takes energy, this little device that we use to communicate and do all kinds of useful things. Imagine if you can trickle charge this using radio waves that have been modified from solar energy into radio waves that are safe for human beings, like your FM, AM radio. And it trickle charges 24/7, just like you get GPS 24/7. Energy and information are one and the same. Now, we'd have to build different devices, but we know how to build them. We know how to build devices where energy could be stored up in batteries and capacitors over time to power cars, planes, ships, phones, anything, any device you want. And if you have a constellation in cis-lunar space, you can beam energy to energize anything, anybody. And you can do it for the entire terrestrial realm as well. Now, look at the investments we make in energy right now. You got to build a power plant, whether it's nuclear or fossil fuel or whatever source. And then you got to build power lines to take that power to every individual home and all the transformers to step it down so it doesn't kill you. And even then, it's expensive. The fossil fuel pollutes the earth unless you're doing nuclear, but then you have the spent uranium rods that are a danger to humanity. Or you're doing, either way, we do energy very caveman-like in our current industrial age. And space could usher in a new era where energy is clean, it's abundant to every person, and it does not require the huge capital investment of a power generation plant and power lines going to every single home. Just like with going wireless with telecommunications, we can go wireless with energy, and it's as safe for people as your FM, AM radio. Or, putting it in another way, it is much less dangerous than sunlight to your physiology and your biology. So energy, whoever owns energy first in space will have such a powerful advantage that it will be an unfair fight. It would be like somebody owning a castle in the medieval ages, building a wall and a moat around the castle, and I have an airplane that I can fly overhead and drop a bomb in the middle of it. Now, this is competition, okay? So guess what? If China stays on its promises of milestones and capability delivery, which they have been true to consistently for the last 30 years with regard to space, if they stay on this 30-year trend of behavior, within the next decade, they will have a nuclear power generation plant in space and a solar power generation plant in space, beaming energy all over the place. The problem, of course, for a national security professional is that they talk about that being for people, peaceful purposes. And I love that fact. Now, if I have this device in the middle of an African jungle, I can still communicate because I can get energy. But in a millisecond, that beamed energy can be turned up and become a weapon of war. It can paralyze a fleet of F-35s on the ramp in Guam, or a carrier battle group sailing in the South China Sea. There's no limit to what you can do to a society that's built vulnerability into its SCADA systems and its electronics with directed energy. If it is designed to be dual use, where it can be used to peacefully energize devices that are useful for people, or it can be turned up and used as a weapon of war or paralyzation, where they can say, well, I'll turn off your electricity until you do what I want you to do. I'll paralyze your power grid in New York City until you take away these tariffs. You can see how maliciously power can be used in both senses of the word. So there we have it. 3 principles of competition that space will transform in ways that no terrestrial linear delivery of information, transportation, or energy can compete with. And whoever gets there first and builds this infrastructure will rule the economy of the globe for the next 1,000 years. And they will also bring their values in. So we either have the values of our Constitution and the fact that every human being has equal value and that truth matters, or you will have what happens to the Uyghurs and the Tibetans and Hong Kong, where people are subjugated to the fact that the party is the only thing that has power. And if you ever give power to the individual, it will eventually kill your society. Diametrically opposed ideologies about how people can be happy and prosperous. And the experiment has run out. We know what happens with communism. Look at Venezuela. Okay, and we know what happens when individual liberty is empowered in the hands of the individual. The American economy, the most powerful economy in the history of mankind, highest quality of living, the highest respect for people. Yes, we're not perfect, but it sure beats the alternative. So that gives you a sense for where we're going over the next few days with this opportunity and this conversation. It sets the foundation for these 3 key pillars of prosperity: transportation, information, and energy, and what space means, and the way to tell these stories to people who may not understand the mindset of how dramatically this is going to be. And it's going to be faster than transitioning from the horse and the candle and the potbelly stove to airplanes, spaceships, and smartphones. Okay, I'll stop there and let you ask questions, and let's see where you want to take this. I'm all ears.
Wow, sir, thank you very much. That was enlightening and powerful and absolutely fascinating. The way that you described energy and communications and transportation, those 3 critical, essential infrastructures are all entwined. You can have an advantage in one, but if you lose the advantage in the others, you're still at risk. That was absolutely awesome.
So Michael, one thing I want to tell you to kind of punctuate that is that they intersect in space in ways that they don't intersect on Earth in some degree. For example, let's take robotics.
Okay.
Robotics in space, if you have beamed energy from the sun and you have 5G and you have robotics in space. Now you can do things in space you could never do anywhere else. Infinite energy, zero latency, and robotics that can communicate and do things. So you can, you can see how powerful this is as you blend these three capabilities together in robotics, for example. And this is a part of the Space Force law was designed. This conversation I just had with you, I had with every single member of Congress that had a role in voting on that Space Force legislation, and showing them what China was doing in the classified world and what America was not doing is what allowed us to have a Space Force, its first anniversary right now, in the midst of an impeachment where each side was fighting like cats and dogs. But behind closed doors, in a classified conversation with me, they were singing Kumbaya about the Space Force, even though it's joked about, laughed about. Netflix has the comedy about. It would be like people laughing about the idea of an automobile in 1850, or laughing about the idea of a plane. The front page of the New York, in fact, the front page of the New York Times on October 9th, 1903, said that even if we spent all our money on the best scientists in the world, it would be 1 million to 10 million years before we build an airplane. And the Wright brothers, 2.5 months later, flew at Kitty Hawk Kill Devil. So, and the Space Force is still a joke in many of the minds of the status quo in the military. They do not see this power coming to the shores of humanity. And I'm glad all of you do. So, Michael, again, open to questions here.
Well, so that I'm a big fan of Space Force, so I could talk about that all afternoon. I do have a few questions, but I want to throw the mic over to Michael Mealing. He is a venture capitalist and a partner at Starbridge. And he made a comment in the chat that I thought was pretty relevant relating to his conversations in Congress. So could you all just chat for a second about, Michael, your experiences?
Sure. I want to go back to something you said toward the beginning. Basically, this stuff is going to take 1,000 years. Well, that is divided in half. They said 500 years, but in through the context of the Alliance for Space Development, which is Mars Society, NSS, and a whole bunch of different organizations that routinely talk to people on the Hill, with a few rare exceptions, probably the same ones that the statement that we always get back from staffers is, sorry, but my member is not going to be wasting political capital on something that is at least 500 years in the future. Stop watching Star Trek and go away. And the problem that we seem to have is, yes, it is failure of imagination, but depending on how we try to phrase the question, it is also a failure of, or at least a view that by some members that the U.S. should no longer be an expansionist power. And we struggle with that, and we get that from both sides of the aisle. And the only way that we sort of can figure out how to get around this, and I hate to say to sneak it in the back door, but as Scott Pace has suggested a couple of times, using the International Development Finance Corporation to pull it out of Congress and actually put it into the hands of a development bank. And I think the issue is, has been stated by several members lately, the overhang of coronavirus related spending at the state level and the federal level means that whenever we go for this ask, we get shown the door. Do you have any counter experience that suggests there's hope, or is, as Scott suggests, we go to the IDFC and get a couple of friendly senators to go on board with changing their charter?
Yeah. So this I probably fought for 20 years to get a Space Force injected internal into the Air Force, whether it was my writings as a student or when I was in
Sir,
charge of the
could
department.
you?
Yeah. Okay. Just speak a little louder.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
So I'll keep this question short because it's we could spend the entire time on this. I think it's a real important one. Congress is stuck in three different problems, and they're problems rooted in human nature. So you can't be angry at them, but you're right. They are trapped in a lack of vision. As the great academic Dr. Fisher pointed out to the English after they lost an entire generation of men because they didn't properly anticipate the machine gun or gas in trench warfare. He said, we lost a generation of men because we had a lack of vision. We had good generals, we had good technology, we had decent strategies, but we lost because of a lack of vision. So the inability to have vision is part of it. Part of it is this tyranny of the temporal dimension. It happened with the railroads too. When people brought to Congress in the mid 1800s the idea of railroads out to the west, out to California, the technology was still kind of new, like we are with space, and Congress said, "Come back in 100 years. You're too soon." And then a few years later, we broke through. So Congress will always be behind the scene, behind a little bit on that, but it's the nature of politics, and you're not going to overcome that. The nature of politics is that politicians will not make a decision to stick their neck out there unless their constituency is telling them to do it. And that usually requires a crisis where the constituency is afraid, or it takes them actually seeing something real that proves the economic and political value to them. So, there's really no way out of this dilemma because it's human nature and it's politics. And I run into the same thing. But what I've found is finding the key people that have vision in Congress and letting them go on this journey of conversation does help. And the law is powerful. And if you can get laws written, that's good. The idea of moving this out into a other than government place is good, but they're going to come in, they're going to have some of the same problems where they look at the business case and they're going to want to see, is this real or not? And you're going to find that the speed is not there. This is why Teddy Roosevelt was able to build the Panama Canal. Because if you have the right leader with the right vision, a government partnership can let you move fast because they align strategic objectives with the company and they accelerate beyond the company's competition. If we don't get the American government to help us accelerate into space, we're going to lose to China, because China has aligned all their companies and their capital behind the vision of space, which is their national vision. And everybody works for the central party. So this competition between China and America is going to be lost unless we convince this government, whether it's in the vision of a president that can get Congress behind him, or whether it's Congress that gets the president behind them. We need visionaries at this moment in time politically to join with the private companies to accelerate their journey. Otherwise, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and others, they'll get there, but they will get there after China gets there, no matter, because it's just a high price point of entry. And billionaires only have so much money they can throw after it. And the government provides this weight of wealth that nobody else can compete with. And just to point out how dangerous China is, most people think about China right now in this competition in Cold War mindset. Well, this is just like the Soviet Union back in the 60s and 70s. Nothing could be further from the truth. At the height of the Cold War, the Soviet Union only had about 50% of the economic throw weight of America. And right now, China has more throw weight. Even though they are the second largest economy in the world, because of their political system and because every company and every organization works for the Central Communist Party, they have more economic throw weight than America. And they're doing something with it. And if we don't get the American government to realize this, we're going to lose to China. And this gets back to the final mental paradigm Congress is stuck in. And this one I actually had some success with. And that is the trap of putting the urgent in front of the important. There's a lot of things that feel urgent, the alligator closest to the canoe. And so it's like you're sitting in a canoe and there's an alligator right there. and you're trying to bat down the alligator. But you are not looking at the ship that's going to just cut you in half and eviscerate you if you don't paddle out of its way. So this is Congress saying, hey, COVID-19, I don't have time to mess with this space stuff and it's 500 years away. That is them putting the urgent in front of the important, because no matter what we do with COVID, and God willing, we get rid of this with vaccines and therapeutics quickly. But if nothing happens and we just focus on COVID, we're going to lose our republic. And then people will say, well, which one was more important? Well, we were able to live even though it was hard with COVID. But if we don't pay attention to space, we're not going to have an America to do anything with any health issue. So those are the three traps. Cognitively, you've described them all. It's just our lot in life to help people crawl out of those traps and see what's really going on in front of us.
Okay, I guess I'm looking for shorter term strategies that don't have to wait on the right president or the right vice president, in the case of the National Space Council, to come along and do that, because it is rare for Congress to be, or a president to be able to lead like that. Yeah. And I think there is plenty of leadership in the space sector from Elon and, a lot of the same people that we know. But I think there are some tools, especially if you look at how much the International Development Finance Corporation is actually allocated versus how much it's actually spent.
So keep pushing on that, but to some degree you push on a rope. The most powerful short-term thing we can do is what was already mentioned in this conversation, and that is the American people. If the American people, through the power of networks, if all of us talk to 10 people and ask them to talk to 10 other people and perpetuate that about the power of space and the consequences, both the blessings and the curses, if America does not lead, you could change Congress overnight. So do not underestimate the power of the American people. And the number of people that are stuck in this paradigm that we should not be expansionist, that we should ignore space because it would be immoral, because somehow we're going to do harm to other people if we move into space or are competitive. Those are few and far between. Any person that has studied history and has studied human nature understands that if you don't compete, you just become the slave of those that are willing to compete. Power is a funny thing. It's played out this way since the beginning of time. You either have it and your values rule, or you do not have it and you must submit.
Thanks for that. We should chat about a couple of things offline.
Okay, Michael, any other questions you want to get after? I know we have about 3 minutes left on the timeline.
Yes, sir. There was a quick question from Robert Jenkins. I'm not sure what you're asking. And Robert, you only have just a moment.
Okay, and I guess I was going to ask you how you know it was quick, but that's because I only have a moment. So yeah, it's not going to be quick. I'll hold it. I'll send it to Tim.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, then we're going to probably use this to kind of wind down. Sir, really appreciate your time and your wisdom joining us on the beginning of what I think is going to be a really fascinating journey this upcoming year. Is there anything that you'd like to share as kind of last second thoughts? Or if you could take just 2 minutes to think about what the near future looks like, 2022, 2025. If you had a crystal ball or a wish list, what would that look like?
Well, in the 2 minutes to kind of solve world hunger there on that one, or boil.
Yes, sir. While you're at it, yeah.
I would say, the ability to prioritize what we need to do first is really important. And what I would do is I would connect space with some of the things that we need to do first as a society. And one of the first things we need to do is we need to build gateways where people can trust their data, and they can protect their independence, their civil liberties, and their privacy. And space can do that for us. America and the brilliant innovators in private industry could build us gateways in space that could allow every American to communicate with one another and with anybody on the planet and have their data protected and protect their civil liberties, their independence, where Big Brother cannot look in on you, and and their civil liberties. So that would be job number one, because then you can actually triangulate truth and you know what to do. Job number two would be to get this government to realize that the transportation revolution for the American economy will be as big as shipbuilding industry and deep sea navigation was for the English several hundred years ago. And that if we invest in this, it will raise all ships. And then the third is energy. And for America to invest using space, so connect these all to space, invest in a space solar energy grid that beams safe power to devices globally. And we can rid our world of fossil fuel over time at affordable price points that nobody could even start competing with, because you require no terrestrial investment in capital. And so these would be the three steps consistent with the three principles I talked to. But start with information, because if China can lie to the world, our stock market crashes. And if our stock market crashes and we can't uncover the lie, we can't reveal truth because our information systems are subordinate to China's and are victim of 5G and quantum, then the lights are out and the jig is up for our Constitution and the American way of life. You're on mute there.
Terrific, sir. Thank you very much. Really, really grateful for having you here today. It's inspiring and informational all at the same time.
Well, I'll be tracking your whole thing, and these next few days are going to be very inspiring. So thank you for letting me. It really
is. Thank you very much. Thank you. And with that, Tim, do you want to give any last words, or are we signing off? Okay, I think we are signing off. Folks, this was really great. Really appreciate all of you being here. Check your links first thing tomorrow morning. We're going to start straight up at 9 o'clock, just like we did today. Today and tomorrow, have a pretty fascinating conversation. Tomorrow and the next day, we have a pretty fascinating conversation. Tomorrow focuses on satellite applications and orbital operations. And then Wednesday is space stations and aspirational visions for the moon. So it's coming up pretty quick. So thank you very much. Lila, did you have anything you wanted to say? Nope, we're good. All right. Thank you very much, y'all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.